me know when to start. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 13th Livelihoods India Summit. It is my honor and privilege to introduce the inaugural panel for today, comprising of eminent guests. I invite on stage Ms. Pooja Gaur, Vice President, Access Development Services. I welcome on stage Dr. Sanjeev Phansalkar, Director, Vikas Anvesh Foundation. And it's my privilege to welcome Mr. B.B. Swai, Secretary, Ministry of Small and Medium Enterprises, Government of India. I invite Ms. Parul to please give the bouquets to the esteemed panel. May I now request all to stand up for the national anthem, please.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
On behalf of Access, it's my privilege to welcome you all to the 13th Livelihoods India Summit, organized with Niti Aayog as the co-host. I now invite Ms. Pooja Gaur to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, everybody. On behalf of Access Development Services, it's my absolute privilege to welcome all the guests on stage. I welcome Dr. Sanjeev Phansalkar, Director, Vikas Anvesh Foundation and the editor of this year's Soil Report. My special thanks to Mr. B.B. Swain, Secretary, Ministry of MSME, Government of India, who's here with us today. A very warm welcome, sir. A warm welcome to all our sponsors, partners, and delegates to the Livelihoods India Summit. This is the 13th year of the Livelihoods India Summit, and I'm proud that over the last more than a decade, it has come together as an important annual forum to bring together diverse stakeholders engaged in livelihoods issue of the poor in India. While for the last 2 years, the summit was organized in a virtual format with the pandemic slowing down and as things begin to move towards a new normalcy, Access is organizing the 13th Livelihoods India Summit in a physical format with options to join virtually as well. The 2-day summit delves into multitude of challenges that the poor face in strengthening their livelihoods. Through dialogues, discussions, and debates in various sessions, the summit offers valuable recommendations. Across the 2 days, the policy environment is scanned, large livelihood programs and their impact is examined, Potential of institutions, both public and private, to impact the livelihoods of the poor is assessed. Shifts in the environment and trends that advance or impede the prospects of the poor are analyzed. The summit also provides an excellent platform for sharing of experiences of diverse stakeholders for cross-learning. Given the broad livelihoods landscape, discussions around livelihoods can never be complete. This year, across the 2 days, through 17 sessions on wide-ranging themes, touching many aspects of livelihoods promotion have been planned, with over 80 speakers speaking through the sessions. As always, we expect the debates to be lively and some great outcomes, conclusions, and recommendations that have become the hallmark of the summit. The summit format this year is to have fewer generic plenaries, but several topical and relevant thematic tracks and technical sessions for delving deeper into issues. As per tradition, the annual State of India's Livelihoods report will also be released at the inaugural session of the summit, with the editor, Dr. Sanjeev Phansalkar, presenting the summary of the report. The awards presentation for the popular FPO Impact Awards, now in its 5th year, will be organized in the valedictory session tomorrow. For several years, Axis has been running an important sub-initiative under the banner of Sitaram Rao Livelihoods India Case Study Competition. Every year, around a topical theme, Axis invites stakeholders to submit cases, and through a rigorous jury process, best cases are selected. The theme for this year's case study competition is Climate Resilient Livelihoods Models. While the 10 best cases have been brought together into a compendium, the 3 best case study authors will be felicitated and awarded in the valedictory session tomorrow. This year, Axis is also taking a unique initiative of recognizing, celebrating, and felicitating CSOs that have been enabling economic empowerment using innovation and excellence for over 25 years. These development catalysts will be felicitated in an exclusive event scheduled today evening. We are overwhelmed with the support from a wide range of stakeholders, technical partners, track partners, and sector leaders who contribute to the discussions across panels, and a large number of delegates who participate in the summit every year. We appreciate the support of all our sponsors and partners who continue to invest financial as well as intellectual resources in the summit. Every year, we are fortunate to welcome new sponsors and partners who come on board and hope they find value in associating with the summit. I hope that the knowledge shared through the summit sessions today will contribute to research, practice, and further dialogue on livelihoods initiatives for the vulnerable, as we anticipate that the Livelihoods India Summit will provide an accessible and common platform for policymakers and practitioners alike. Once again, it's great that we are meeting after a gap of 2 years in person, and wishing you all a very happy New Year. I hope the 2 days are interesting and exciting for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Pooja, for your welcome address and a brief introduction to this year's summit. We will now move on to the customary release of State of India's Livelihood Report 2022 edition. The State of India's Livelihood Report is an annual publication addressing the contemporary issues emerging in the livelihood sector. It is the only document that aggregates the experiences and challenges of the sector, analyzes the case studies, and reports on the progress of both government and privately run programs. Given the diversity of themes that are covered in the State of India's Livelihood Report, this year's report has been put together by a group of authors: Dr. Sanjeev Phansalkar, Dr. Orlando Ruthven, Dr. Ashok Sarkar, Royston Braganza, PVS Suryakumar, Girija Srinivasan, Dr. Shankar Datta, Dr. Ajit Kanetka, Isha Vadekar, Nimisha Kotaki, Alka Talwar, and Shankar Venkateshwaran. The report has been edited by Dr. Sanjeev Phansalkar. I'm extremely grateful to our sponsors, NABARD, and our knowledge partner, Rabobank Foundation, who have been steadfast in their support to the report over the past few years. I request all the SOIL authors to join us on the stage for the report release. I also request Mr. Vipin Sharma to join us on the stage for the report release. I request for the copies of the report to be brought on the stage, please.
Several years. Can we come to the front? Again.
I now request Mr. B.B. Spy to release this year's State of India's Livelihoods Report. I now request Dr. Sanjeev Falsakar to share the key highlights from the State of India's Livelihoods Report 2022 on behalf of Axis and all the authors.
Good morning, Mr. Swain, Ms. Gaur, Dipinji, Ajit, and several friends in the audience. It's my pleasure to be here and to speak about the report which I had the good fortune to edit. It would be an exaggeration to say that I have done full justice to the role of an editor, since many of the topics have been written by experts and involved a lot of technical stuff which was beyond me. So anyway, I would try to do as good a job as I could. I'm going to talk about the report in the following manner. First thing, of course, I have been, as a lay reader, I have been appreciating this report for the last 12 years now. This is the 13th during my course, during the course of my career at Tata Trust, and so we used to look forward to this report. So it has been a kind of tradition, and it's always a very readable and educative collection of articles, case studies, things like that. So I compliment Access for having brought it up this year. This year's report covers a wide spectrum of things. No economic analysis of the livelihood situation as done by Orlando and Ashok Sarkar. Shankar Datta has worked a great deal on millets and talks about livelihood from the millet sector. Girija has worked on gender dimensions of the livelihood and in the FPOs and so on. So diverse topics have been brought together. I myself worked a little bit on the FPOs in the non-farm sector. Ajit has worked on technology. So it is, I mean, the issues involved are fairly complex, and it's difficult for me to run down the whole set of issues in the next 10 minutes. What I'm going to do is very quickly recap, provide a backdrop for the discussion, which I think will be useful. This backdrop should be useful, and provide a very quick recap of the key issues raised by some of the papers and some points for regarding future action. There is a bee in my bonnet, and that bee will become visible when I go to the last slide. All right. So this is the kind of backdrop, the canvas which I call. You know, the recent report of the UNDP and so on said 415 million people have been pulled out of acute poverty during the 15-year period 2004 to 19. I think that's a stupendous achievement. But perhaps 300 million remain in acute poverty, and pulling them out is the major task. So in a sense, it's not very difficult to be pessimistic about it, but I hope to avoid all pessimism about this. In my view, there are 4 types of poverty. Urban poverty, the poverty in the rain shadow regions in the country, the poverty in the tribal heartlands, or what I have called in my book the Central Indian Tribal Belt, and the flood-prone regions. In my mind, the last one is the most daunting, and I'll come back to that. That's the bee in my bonnet. I'll come back to the poverty in the flood-prone regions of this country. Obviously, with rising population, the operational holdings have been falling, a point which both Shankar and Ashok have made. Large-scale circular migration, something that we have been missing, discussion on that has been missing, because circular migration was never a category in the census, and therefore there was no data. And there's no data, there's no policy. So circular migration came as a big shock during COVID. And now nobody can deny it, because it's a kind of elephant in the back room, so you can't deny it anymore. The social media, electronic media has reduced the rural isolation, and the aspirations are rising. That's a major problem for the livelihood promoters. And the other major issue they have to deal with is no longer one can talk only about income, but they have to talk about multidimensional poverty. Earlier on, the task was perhaps easier, and therefore livelihood programs were called income generating programs. Now you can no longer talk about that. You have to talk about multidimensional poverty. Resources risks and climate risks these are fairly commonly understood issues. Digitalization and the impact of digitalization, which Ajit and Isha have worked on, And it is a new thing and causing substantial changes in the way people perceive the task of livelihood, and they ought to be perceiving that. Finally, the newest thing that is happening in this country is a huge expansion of the road networks and the improved logistics, which should create possibilities of distributed manufacturing and things like that, And as Rohini ji would say, the last point which I want to bring about is that the development now needs to incorporate Samaj, Bazar and Sarkar all together. So that's the kind of canvas in which any discussion on livelihoods needs to happen, and I hope subsequent panelists and so on will take note of this kind of a canvas. The Orlando Rutwan's points in her paper, she does point out there are limits to livelihoods that can be generated in the urban industrial poles, and she has suggested that livelihoods can be generated in urban services, and I have taken a cue from that, and I believe the same thing can happen in rural services as well. But that point is valid. There is a limit on which one, on the kind of number of livelihoods that can be generated purely through industrialization or MSMEs and things like that, And the task is rather large. But distributed manufacture facilitated by improved logistics, as I was saying a minute back, is a possibility. As Shankar says, millets, and Shiv is here, Millet Mission is working very hard, and millets can generate livelihoods both because of new sorts of jobs that will come up, as well as it will contribute to nutrition and so on. Vijay Mahajan 2 years back in the Access report had talked about using MNREGA for conservation and enhancement of natural livelihood, natural resources. In his paper, he had talked about that. So that, I think, is a major important thing. Agri-entrepreneurs, which Syngenta Foundation and other people are promoting, is one useful way of looking at promoting new livelihoods, and expansion in the rural services, which is again a point which I made in my overview section. As we move forward, as Shankar Venkateshwaran says in his report, we need to build trust between the corporate CSRs and the NGO sector. And there's his paper argues that there's a big trust deficit, and the NGOs need to learn to work with CSRs. And of course, the other way around as well. My submission is that we misunderstand, perhaps, or constrictively understand the concept of civil society. We only talk about civil society largely as sort of registered formal NGOs and so on. While the whole large numbers of cluster level federations, village organizations, HRGs, etc. are also civil society organizations, and we need to bring them in discussion so far as, particularly so far as the task of promoting livelihoods is concerned. The triad which we in Transforming Rural India initiative are trying, which is to link these new forms of the civil society, the Gram Panchayats and the local administration for better, more effective and more people-oriented use of the 15 Finance Commission funds which are now directly available to Panchayat. This triad needs to be worked about so far as going forward is concerned. There is, of course, a huge program of promoting 10,000 FPOs and so on, but being managed by people in a, what shall I say, in a mindset of the old world, in the newly developing technology-driven markets and technology-driven market access, etc. So these two things need to be managed, and a new thing that has not yet fully occurred, but open network for digital commerce. If that ONDC can be made farmer-friendly or agri-friendly, so enabling technology, enabling of FPOs and use of ONDC could give a huge boost to the whole FPO movement and make them, more effective than they could be otherwise. And finally, an appeal to look at the flood-prone districts, which I will quickly talk about, and I'll conclude. So I called this title, this slide as Stemming the Flood of Poverty, because this is among the most neglected regions so far as promotion of livelihoods or development of people is concerned. We are talking about 50 districts, starting from perhaps Maharajnagar or Krishinagar, Maharajganj, or these areas in UP. And as you go along the Nepal border and the Bhutan border and so on, coming right down to Karimganj, Hailakandi and so on in the Assam. So there are about 50 odd districts, population of 12 crores, very high population density in UP and Bihar, somewhere touching as much as 1600, 1700 per square kilometer. Now that's the kind of population density of a city. But Madhubani, one single district, has 63 lakh population, and it's not a very big district. Muzaffarnagar has 65 lakh population. So these are very, very densely populated regions, and there's a huge outward migration from these regions. So they are, to use the old Marxian term, they are the reserve army of proletariat in the country, and they keep sending labor all over. Historically, the focus on these regions has been basically, so far as infrastructure is concerned, only building embankments and repairing them. That has been probably the only focus on infrastructure. As a result, these regions are very, very poorly off so far as infrastructure is concerned. So people have no option but to migrate out. And attention, whenever public policy attention goes to these regions, it's largely for relief, flood relief, not even rehabilitation, not even, so rescue and relief, that's about all. So we need to work on them. And see, the last point, which I think goes somewhat counter to what Shankar argues, is this, these are the regions which will have virtually no industrial investment at all. Because there's no space, there's no raw material, there's perhaps only the labor available. So how do they benefit from anything about CSR? And therefore my submission would be that it would be wonderful if governments and the corporates were to think about collaborating so that each large CSR can adopt one of these unfortunate flood-prone district, and the company CSR can concentrate on that particular district so that they get the benefit of the investment as well as the management competency of such large companies. And something can happen there. But we can't leave 12 crore people to vagaries of monsoon and floods. I'll conclude with that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Fansalka, for helping bring the report together and for the crisp presentation, bringing together the key points from across the chapters. A big thank you to all the authors for their contribution in putting together this well-researched report. Now it's time for us to hear from our esteemed chief guest of the inaugural session. I would like to invite and request Mr. B.B. Swai to kindly deliver his keynote address.
Dr. Sanjeev Fansalkar, Ma'am Pooja Gaur, my friend in the audience, Mr. Bipin Sharma, esteemed audience, ladies and gentlemen. I've been given a keynote address. I'll be very, very brief. I really will not go a very long way. It's indeed a great pleasure for me to participate in the inaugural session of the Livelihood India Summit 2022 today. 23, I believe. I wish to congratulate Access Development Services for organizing this event. I understand that Access has been organizing Livelihood India Summit successfully every year, and its annual publication, State of India's Livelihood Report, addresses contemporary issues relating to livelihood. The summit is extremely relevant for my ministry, since one of our focus areas is to enable MSME sector to be the highest employment provider. I'll go through the report at great length, but I quickly read some of the opening chapters, including the excellent opening chapter by Dr. Fansalkar. The interesting questions which I spotted in that particular chapter, you said, where are the jobs? And actually you have given the answer also as part of your report. And you have said most of the jobs will come in the small sector, the small business sector. I'll like to share with certain data regarding the sector which I represent. We started registering from 2020. It has been about 2.5 years till now. And the total registration is about 1.35 crore. We keep getting about 20,000 entries every day. And the employment is declared in a voluntary way. It is not something which is actually cross-checked with any specific paper or anything. In fact, Udyam as a system itself doesn't use any papers. You have to just upload few numbers. And we have our own ways of cross-checking some of the figures. This itself shows that the employment, that is why I'm repeating this, is the self-declared employment figures. I mean, this is not something where we have actually checked or gone to the field. And we know that in micro industries and micro sector, there is always a very strong reservation to declare the figure, and all people feel that, if you declare a particular figure, then you might attract certain laws. And that kind of reservation has been there. You'll be surprised to know that with a 1.35 crore registration, we have 9.75 crore self-declared employment. This is clearly an indication, and in many ways clearly supports the question and answer which you have raised in your chapter 1 in the opening chapter, where you said, where are the jobs? We fully believe that this is a sector which clearly is giving the jobs, and in future, we believe that this is the sector which will become the largest employment provider. We know that in 2011 it was agriculture. There is bound to be minor shifts, but we focus much more on the current industries going into higher technology, expanding the new industries, the new services, the new business which will get added on. Number of factors, we have done basic calculations, and number of factors based on many models clearly indicate that in maybe 10 years, 15 years, this could be the largest employment provider. So I saw as part of your report quite a bit of a focus on this particular sector. I do appreciate it, and definitely the future as the largest employment provider is very clearly there. Like to share a little bit of few actions which have been taken recently in pursuance of the budget 2020 announcement. We have started linking of this portal, the essential registration portal of MSMEs, with National Carrier Service. You'll be surprised to know that we already have 5 lakh MSMEs which are getting into this particular portal, trying to look at skilled and unskilled workers, which is also coming through another portal. The essential issue is that there's a lot of data which is getting generated, a lot of live data which is getting generated, and we probably need to link all these things up so that the benefit passes on from one sector to the other sector. When we refer to MSMEs and livelihood and employment, we need to focus on a number of issues. This entails not just skilling, but a whole myriad of initiatives spanning across access to finance, access to technology, procurement and marketing. In each of these issues, we are working, we have taken important decisions and introduced new schemes and programs, while introducing relevant changes in the existing one. One particular thing I would like to refer to is when we launched Udyam way back in 2020, essentially it is based on cross-checking with GSTN, in terms of cross-checking with PAN, and we do appreciate that quite a few of the small business do not really have PAN, and they have an issue regarding how do they register on this particular portal and how do they access credit, and what is obviously the aim of our ministry to access affordable credit. This is something which we have launched just on 11th of this particular month with SIDBI, where we are facilitating now what we call Udyam Assist. This will essentially is about bulk uploading of the lender's data. You will be, the Small Banks Association representatives met me 2 days back, and you will be surprised to know they have a database of 1.5 crore people who are actually accessing microcredit only from the small banks. Now, this is the system which we are trying to bring in with SIDBI from, as I told you, on the 11th of this particular month, to facilitate these people who are clearly taking credit, who are clearly identifiable, who are small business, to be part of our data system. I hope Udyam Assist will help the current Udyam systems also in going a long way in registering, formalizing what we call the informal micro enterprises, or the IMEs. We have an initiative called Udyam Shakti, which rests on the basic tenets of convergence and aims to provide to enterprise information and access to all schemes and programs of the central and state government. Recently based on extensive stakeholder consultations, we have decided to encourage enterprises to grow by providing them all non-tax benefits for a period of 3 years in case of upward classification, which used to be 1 year earlier. I very quickly went through the report. There is a lot of focus on the rural and cottage industries. There is a focus on new kinds of agriculture, new kinds of products. I do appreciate. I mean, this is a sector which obviously encompasses many things. This is not a sector which is particular about a particular kind of industry. It's about small industries. It's about services, which today is maybe more than 60% of the entire data system. It's about trading. It's quite obviously also about the rural industries. The rural industries, the industries, it's not just about industries coming up in rural areas. It is also about protecting the traditional rural industries. It is also about helping them out, maybe in credit, maybe in technology, maybe in tooling, maybe in many other factors. So I do appreciate that the report by many eminent authors have focused quite a bit. I saw a chapter on millet as well, I mean, which is quite obviously very, very important in the current context. So this, again, I fully appreciate. I'm sorry about it, but I read fast, so I read through quite a few articles as I was waiting. A little bit of criticism. Some of the things which I spotted were not really the data is correct. I'll keep the argument to some other side and probably fight with Dr. Sarma on that. But I spotted some data which definitely were not correct. I did spot slightly generalistic kind of a comments. When I look at a particular report, you should look at both sides of the glass filling up. You know, there is a particular part which is filled up, there is a particular part which is empty. And it will always be well appreciated, like the basic concept that we need to work together. We also need to understand each other. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Swai, for your insightful speech and for discussing about where the future of employment lies and how we can work together to make an impact in the community and, well, in India. With this, we come to an end of the inaugural of the two-day summit. I take this opportunity to thank the esteemed speakers. Once again, a warm welcome to to everyone present here and all those who have also logged in for the virtual platform. In addition to hosting the sessions, the summit has features like Livelihoods India Share Fair. The 13th Livelihoods India report that has just been released is available in the pen drive in the delegate kit. Those interested in the hard copy of the report may pick it up from the Access Help Desk. So here we are with a packed schedule of enriching deliberations on diversity of issues relating to livelihoods of the poor. We will now begin the opening plenary, so I request you all to kindly remain seated. Thank you, everyone, and thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so very much. I think considering the cold, it's a very well meeting. But I have a big agenda with you. I'll keep bothering you. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much for incredible job. Okay, sir.
Hello, good morning. This is Meenakshi Rathore from Access Development Services. I would request you to remain seated while we are getting the stage ready for the opening plenary. Thank you. Good morning and a very warm welcome to the opening plenary of the Livelihoods India Summit, hosted by Access and co-hosted by Niti Aayog, themed Jobs in the Future, Jobs for the Future. While India has brought down poverty rates, this has not matched an equal growth in jobs. The session will move beyond an examination of what the numbers tell us about employment in India in terms of quantity and quality of the jobs on offer to the question of what can be done about employment generation to drive transformative change in the Indian workforce to achieve equitable economic advancement for all. It is my pleasure and proud privilege to introduce our distinguished panel to you. We have Mr. Arun Maira, former member, Planning Commission of India, as the moderator of the session. I request Mr. Maira to take his place on the stage. Thank you. I would now, can we have a round of applause? It is my pleasure and proud privilege to also invite on stage our distinguished panelists for the session. Mr. Vijay Mahajan, CEO, Rajiv Gandhi Foundation and founder, Basics Social Enterprise Group. I have been told that Mr. Mahajan is delayed by 5 minutes, so it's absolutely fine. It's quite a wintry morning. Dr. Gayatri Vasudevan, Executive Chairperson, LabourNet. And Dr. Orlando Ruthven, Independent Researcher and Practitioner. I hope the panel is fine in waiting for Mr. Mahajan to reach. Or shall we start? Okay, wonderful. So I would request Mr. Maira to take this session forward. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So here we are in the first plenary. And what is the objective of this plenary? Firstly, I must say I'm so energized by the people that I've already started to say hello to and people that I've learned from over the years. What have I learned from them? You'll just discover I don't know anything enough yet. But the people that I have learned from, and 3 of them are here, and I've been reading you, and so I've learned your ideas without meeting you. But Gayatri here and Vijay, I have learned from them for many years, and I will continue to today, and so will all of us. So the subject of our plenary today has been mentioned already. It says that this session will move beyond an examination of what the numbers say to the question of what can be done about employment generation to drive transformation to achieve equitable economic advancement. Let's get beyond the numbers. Let's think about the structures of our economy, the shapes of our policies, to see what must change. Because we can't keep carrying on the ways we are with the ideas that we have and expect to address a problem that all of us have assembled here to find better solutions for. As old Einstein said, you can't solve the intractable problems that you're having with the same type of thinking that has caused the problems. This morning's newspapers, on the way here, was reading the papers in the car, and I just tore out from 2 of our national dailies some news items. The first is here in the Indian Express on the page, economy page, with reports from Davos in Switzerland, where the big leaders of economies and companies are meeting, and our own Mr. Chandrasekhar, the chairman of the most admired group in India, Tatas, with whom I worked 25 years and learned my ideas about good companies, says that for him, the three most important things are growth, growth, and growth. And he talks in there that, we are well on the road to being a $10 trillion economy. The Times of India inside, in City News, Times City says some headline, homeless rescued and shifted to shelters. And this is a report of actually something on the ground, which has happened yesterday, where some people who are workers working in the nearby area in central Delhi don't have places to live and are living on the streets, and they were pulled away by vans and taken to some homeless shelter somewhere else, and they resisted. And this man says, look, I work in this locality, so how will I be able to earn anything if I stay in that home? And clarification here, on December 15th, and government order stated that the government had directed the removal of beggars from the streets in coordination with different agencies ahead of various G20 events in the city. I feel we've got two crises. One is, as a society, we have a moral crisis. We as a government, as part of it, have a moral crisis. We are hiding our problems of underemployment and poverty. And like in the opening session, let's make a distinction between poverty and underemployment. One does cause the other. And to eliminate poverty in a sustainable fashion, in a dignified fashion, we have to address the question of underemployment. And secondly, we have an intellectual and a policy crisis, which is that the model of growth that we are following is causing the problems that we now want to solve. So where have we arrived today on January 19th of 2023? I think we're acknowledging at last, and the Access report this morning, soil report, makes it very clear that we have a big problem of underemployment in all sectors, in many parts of the country, maybe the whole country therefore. But we are not yet accepting that the present paradigm of economic growth is the cause of the problem. We have conceptual confusion, and it's been highlighted in the report and this morning also. One is, we have been, as economists, as policymakers, continue to subscribe to the theory that the fewer the people that we have in agriculture, the better off everybody will be. The productivity of agriculture must be improved by getting people out of agriculture and then sending them into manufacturing. And now we recognize that manufacturing doesn't wish to employ more people because it's easier and more efficient to use capital and machines instead. And then we say services, that's good, but even services, including TCS, is using technology to produce outputs. So where are human beings going to be in the economy? Do they have any place in our idea of a good, efficient, growing economy? Rural and urban, and we talked briefly about it on the, through our email exchanges. I think the boundaries between urban and rural have completely disappeared. This morning's in the plenary, it was mentioned that there are districts in this country which are as dense as other places that we would call urban areas. And these districts have no hope of ever getting industry in those districts or expect any infrastructure of the urban sorts in there. Urban has become a new policy phrase that, the boundaries are not clear, so therefore let's treat the whole system as a rural-urban extension system. And that, I think, is a good way to look at it. There are no specific urban problems, no specific rural problems, which are not caused by the general underlying fundamental problem that we must discuss today. I'm going to say something provocative, actually, that I'm seeing repeatedly that we must get more women into the workforce in India. We've got too few women in the workforce. And I say, well, Asha workers, Anganwadi workers, they are in the workforce. And not only them, there are farmers, women who've been in the workforce for decades, and there are many more of them, as well as women doing household work in other houses for pay. Women are in India, more women in India in the workforce than any country of the world, except we don't recognize and respect the work that they do and compensate them fairly for the benefits that they provide to society. So we have again a conceptual problem here. What sort of employment and how should those people who are doing work hard to provide value to families and to society be recognized and compensated? So climate crisis, we want to change the shape of nature to fit the requirements of a growing economy, Joshimath and elsewhere. We're trying to change the shape of society, what women do, what people do, to fit the requirements of a growing, measured GDP, measured economy. If we were to, and I'm going to expect all of us and Vijay when he comes too, to let's get up in a satellite and look at the earth. And what we will see, we do see the blues and the greens becoming browns, the climate crisis. If he had an infrared camera up there and could look at institutions and ideas and ideologies, how they are swirling around the world, I think then we'll see what is really causing the problem to the brown and the green and the blue also. So, excuse me, I hope I was clear all this time, but this became pretty loud. We have a bias to action, and I've been in the government myself, and I've been in the corporate sector, where it's all about get on with the problem and don't pontificate and don't think too much. Just do it. I'm afraid that we are in the darkness, running along the road and not realizing either that it's a dead end, but actually more likely it's a road which is curving back again to the same place that you're trying to get away from. So the ideas with which you're running faster, get on with it, are the very ideas that are going to make the problem that we're trying to get away from worse. So here we have 3 speakers, and well, you already have read about them and probably know them, but nevertheless, I'm going to just remind some highlights about, you'll understand why I've learned so much from them. Orlando, I'm going to begin with you, actually, surprisingly, because I've never met her, but when she explained to me what she does and what she has done, I said, you know, I've been following the same course, the same course about, and she mentioned it that, you know, her work is mostly in the urban sector and the service sector, but it is not. Your work for the last 20 years has been in research, operations, and training in employment for sure. But look, you've been working with adolescent girls in Bihar, before that with Gram Vani, Gram Tarang Odisha. For 20 years in this country, you know things from the ground up, reality. Gayatri, it's what a pleasure to have you. Gayatri just mentioned to me that before coming here, she spent 7 days in Rajasthan. Hi. And Gayatri, who is she's been cited as one of the top 50 women in business by Business Today in 2017, an Entrepreneur of the Year in Social Business category by Forbes India in 2018. And she has a doctorate in development studies with 30 publications in the areas of labor, employment, and gender issues. But it's the work on the ground, you're flying around and you really are connected with making things happen on the ground. And lastly, but not leastly, my friend Vijay, who founded Pradhan in 1983. And he's been known to us in India and around the world as one of the great thought leaders and action makers in helping the poor people stand up on their own and make their own lives with dignity. Vijay has been rewarded as amongst the 60 outstanding social entrepreneurs at the World Economic Forum. By the way, I said something quite contrarian about the World Economic Forum. So being honored there, I don't know what to feel about it, but you were. Yes, and that was 20 years ago. I think ideas must change, right? Ashoka Fellow in 2008, and presently Vijay is the CEO of the Rajiv Gandhi Foundation and the director of the Rajiv Gandhi Institute of Contemporary Studies. So we are going to today keep ourselves in that satellite that I said and get from these people who are on the ground, and you will remain there, but what you see from the ground, which is a satellite level picture of the forces that are creating the problem that we have and the ideas that we must change about how we think about employment, how we think about policy, how we think about, I don't know what you might say we need to think about. So I'm going to request each of you, but let's start with you first, and then you and come this way, Vijay. So get you tuned up to, you don't need it actually. No, but today I'm trying to ask us to do what you always do, is you challenge our thinking. And so, what would you in few minutes say? Some thoughts you want to put before us to just ding dong, wake us up.
Thanks everyone, it's a privilege to be here. I want to talk a little bit about the nature of the problem, but I completely recognize your commitment to go beyond that. So I'll try to frame the nature of the problem a little bit as opportunities in a way. One is that there's a counterintuitive relationship between education and employment, right? While it looks as though education should assist towards employment, in some ways it does, it's also related to unemployability, yeah? So we know that among young people, most of my work is among young people, the 16 to 24 age group. A third of these are neets. They're not in education, employment, or training. Many of them are choosing to stay away because of the nature of the jobs on offer. But they're also having hope against hope of getting certified in order to chase opportunities for good jobs, which are very, very remote and are getting more remote. And the problem with this is that they end up sort of wasting away their youth in a situation of semi-activity, semi-education, going through certifications. And the employers note this. When they do try for jobs, they are disadvantaged on account of age and also on account of so-called gap years, you know, that they've evidently taken since leaving school, yeah? So that's to paint a little bit detail of the first of our problems, which is the fact that we've got so many first-generation learners among young folks who are not in work. The second problem, which again I'll put as an opportunity, is there's loads of jobs in urban industrial centres. As I said to you in the email exchange, Aaron, we're all becoming very aware of the shortcomings of the growth and the urban industrial model. But we're in such a demographic jam at the moment that we need to grab all the jobs we can. And we still see that most of the jobs are coming up in these places, yeah? Whether it's, for example, the Team Leases reports tell us that the service sector geared metros are still offering many more jobs, growing much faster than everyone else, yeah? So we need to get the kids into those jobs, but the employers can't do it without public policy. And the public policy to facilitate the transfer of young people from labor surplus regions with low growth to labor short regions with high growth is still very shaky and inadequate. And the COVID pandemic just highlighted very, very cruelly just how inadequate it was. And I think now we have a situation where many, many young people who were ready to try their luck in distant urban industrial centres before are shy and fearful to go back because of what they faced in the lockdown trauma. Yeah. And then the third of the problem, again, as an opportunity, and it's in contrast to what you pointed out earlier, Aaron. Of course, we need to evaluate the contributions of young women who are not in paid work. It must be recognized. It's enormous. On the other hand, I just consistently meet young women who really want to get a job and who can't. And it's partly because they're not in the right place for the job, and it's also because they're still dealing with patriarchal norms, which are impeding their mobility. The mobility is confronted at every point. First of all, they're not getting released from domestic load, so that's one reason to stay at home. A second reason to stay at home before marriage is that any mobility is associated with a risk to one's suitable marriage. And a third reason to stay at home after marriage is because there's a very heavy, urgent need to prove fertility, which means they're more often than not encumbered with children very quickly after marriage. But there are openings in this, because now we've got so many young women. I'd like to throw out a hypothesis here. I think young women are dealing with such a sharp contradiction. On the one hand, they're offered a full citizenship and a full education along with their brothers. On the other hand, as soon as they reach the top end of school, they are rapidly forced to understand how different their situation is compared to boys. Yeah. On account of dealing with this contradiction, they may well have greater non-cognitive skills than the boys because they've had to become so articulate and clear in terms of dealing with their own situation. So there's an enormous opportunity to satisfy these young women in their desire for wage work, and there's also ways in which we can do it. And I think one of the key lessons of my recent work in Bihar is that there's a scope to work with newlyweds. It may be impossible for a young woman to put off the right kind of marriage, and she may have to behave appropriately until she's in the marriage. On the other hand, if you take the couple together and you can assist them to look at employment opportunities on both sides, and with that, along with that, becomes perhaps the engagement of the possibility of delaying a family, then you may be able to build very effectively on opportunities, and they may not be at home. They may be on the basis of migration. So maybe that's enough I haven't said much about the sort of interventions which may be solutions.
Let's keep that exactly, I think, yeah. Let's not propose solutions until we've examined what exactly must be changed, because we must test our solutions against, are they taking us in the same direction broadly, or are they solutions which are going to create the new paradigm or not? So I did note that I need to be corrected about women, but I'm still talking about women who are working and getting money, okay? The women farmers, they are doing their work because they need the money and they're getting some money for it, maybe through selling their own produce. The other is women in the domestic, they are out of their homes and they are earning money. So these are women who are earning money, therefore they are in the economy, okay? But we continue to think that unless we employ women in the corporate sector, they are not employed, really, or don't have employment. So we got to think about the categorization of, as we said, formal education and formal employment. It comes to Team Lisa's report you mentioned about that presently there's a great scramble to get jobs in the urban area and the service sector, because those seem to be the only jobs accessible to people. So it's like there's only one bus that we can all go on. We're all scrambling like in India, and we're on the roof of the bus, inside the bus, and no seats in the bus, and so on. What we need to do is not push more people onto that bus, but to create more buses elsewhere. And so we've got to shift. That what is presently working is not what we want more of. We want something else. So this, again, there's an opportunity, and I like your introduction. Let's think of the opportunity. The opportunity, to my mind, is that India has not gone too far down that road of the formal education and formal employment, and we need to think about what is education, what form should education be, what is employment, what form should employment be, and then talk about the solutions to do that. So this is my take, and I'm still therefore in the question, and to yourself, Gayatri.
So, as I said this morning, I'm in an extremely confused state of mind and therefore couldn't reply to the email. And so I'm going to discuss 5 people and situations that I have met in the last, let's say, about 1.5 months, December 1st to 19th of December, and in each location. And I'll allow you to draw your conclusions from it. The first is the urban jobs that we said. In manufacturing, which has always been an area of great interest for me, the services and manufacturing have been an area of interest, saying that that is where jobs are. We looked at feminizing a industry setup, which is traditionally male. Assembly operators, other than in leather, apparel, and electronics, has been traditionally male. So we did because in the south and specifically in Hosur, there is a lot of feminization of manufacturing. So we thought this is an opportunity. Where we hit the roadblock was, where will they stay? If boys get accommodation at 1,700 to 2,700, girls, and I'm consciously using the word girls because they take only unmarried girls between 18 and 24. So if you're married, you cannot get a job. I was so shocked when I heard that, and we stand party to it. We today have 400 women in this factory. But in Hosur, which is bordering Bangalore, I was horrified to see that there is no accommodation for boy or girl, and it is worse if it's girl. That means the girl will have to pay 3,300 to 3,400 rent on a shared basis, whereas the boy will pay 600 to 700 less. I'm just stating an issue which is there. Second problem is that they would like to have a diploma, which means girls who are doing ITIs, which is the pseudo for diploma, is less. That means your input is less, therefore your ability to place into these are low. But whatever is happening in manufacturing, I do believe is a huge opportunity for feminizing the shop floor. The numbers are coming down. When I started working, and Vijay was I think the first I saw on the roof. When I heard of him, I was in awe. But when I started working, companies were employing 1,000 people. Today, the same companies where I'm still working are employing 150 people. Rest have moved to service, which is your contractor, civil, things like that. That means large fall due to automation. I'm mirroring what you said. Labor is a cost. Labor is not a resource, and therefore you are going to have come down. But that's an opportunity for women because they're not seen as hard work. Hard labor women cannot do is the philosophy there. Now I'm going to move to another location, which is again in Karnataka, called Pavgada. Now, all the next 4 I'm going to discuss are around where solar plants, micro solar plants have come in. And very consciously, I've been visiting those areas because to me, there should be huge employment generations. I told you I've been interested in the service sector forever, and I've always thought rural services, urban services should be areas where jobs will be there, automation cannot happen. Urban Company has survived on that. Companies which are delivering on platform services have survived. So in my opinion, why for the poor can the same not be done? The thing which stood out for me is the taluk or tehsil which I started work in 1994. The first area where I lived, I started working. Nothing much has changed other than the road. There is a tar road which goes out there to our center, but access stops at 3:30 in the afternoon. That means if anybody has to come to a center to learn in an education in Canada, cannot move to Bangalore if you're educated. Your access is stopping. And this is for boys. There are 3 industrial estates close by. There is Anantpur, there is Hindupur, and there is Bangalore, which is a city. But you could be as far away from Bangalore as you want, it doesn't make a difference there. So, what services are we talking? What education are we talking? What jobs are we talking? Agriculture is next to nil because of the geography that Pavgada has always had a problem with. There is a problem. I moved on to Kadapa. When I moved down to Kadapa, what was interesting to me is everybody is educated. And so in Pavgada. 12th pass, graduation, BTech. What is the job that they would get? Software. The dream is a software job. Every person says, I've done a job I would like to do. They have equated data entry with BTech. They have equated, that means they're saying, I will do a data entry job, which is software. This is the fundamental problem that we have. The Telugu speaking do not speak English, do not speak Hindi. How would they come to Bangalore or Hyderabad? 250 kilometers from Bangalore. I'm just telling you the stark difference. Every child I saw there was my same age as my son. They're all in their 18 to 24. Mine is reaching the 24. But what I'm saying is the difference between it is stark. It's stark because the dream is the same. They want to be in the same sector, but the education that has been given is telling them they can reach there. But it is not actually delivering on that. None of them is interested in agriculture. The moment they have finished 12th, they are in college, open college, whatever, distance college, you call it by any name, paper chut gaya, correspondence, the desire to be there is not there. Now I'm going to move to Gujarat and then to Rajasthan. And here I'm talking urban, Vadodara, Ahmedabad. What is evident here is the job has to be mixed, I use the word consciously, with the male. That means I could be a beautician, I could be doing anything in the service sector, but it has to be with my husband. So I'll take another case. There is a hairstylist. The man is the hairstylist. The woman is doing it because she can support the business which is going together. Urban area job that is there. The last that I'm going to do has really put me, I don't know my theory anymore, is Rajasthan. I have been to a village called Chayan, which is about 40 kilometers from Pokhran. Pratapgarh, a village which is again 45 kilometers from there, and Nimach in Madhya Pradesh, and Ajmer, Savar block. In all of these, I have not traveled much in Rajasthan. I want to admit I have been more in the southern areas. I've had deep travel. But here when I look at it, one standing thing which is standing out. All buses stop at 3:30 to 4. It's sort of ringing in my bell again and again saying if you go out, you could go out only at a particular time. You have to return back at that time. Families are 7 to 8. I'm not saying they're all together. There is an extended family which I'm putting together because the conception across Kadapa, Pavgada, and whether it's Nimach or Chayan is family is 7 to 10. 7 to 10 members, one member has to migrate out. Who is that chosen one who goes out? Has to send back 50 to 60,000 rupees back home. That is a must, irrespective of the geography that we are there. If we are saying what is standing out, garbage, which is a huge service jobs to me that can happen there in whatever form that is, There is plastic and garbage everywhere. Care jobs are not available. Asha workers are there, yes, but it's sort of you go back into a standstill. Which means the entire focus that we have is to bring them to Jodhpur, Ajmer, Delhi, Bangalore, Hyderabad, etc. But what is going to happen to the 6 people who are back there? The 6 people are above 35 years or 40 years of age. They are women, they are children. What are the work that we can give? So I was meeting traders. because many of them said silai karenge. Then I went to fertilizer industries saying that, okay, is there jobs there in the local? Because, and then I want to again take one more case and I'll stop here, is OP fertilizers, local, being given as part of the subsidy that is being given 1 liter. So I was looking at where is the packaging done for it, are there jobs out there? That is done in a 30 lakh investment infrastructure which is there. If I don't know agriculture, so I'm not going to discuss it. I was looking at non-farm services jobs, which is care services. That means electricity, water, garbage, appliance repair. In these areas, can we bring it in order for the educated? Those who are 10th pass, 12th pass, who have joined graduation, is there an opportunity? I want to stop with 2 cases. A man called Ravindra Rathod. And this is a pattern I saw across again, east, west, and I didn't take Odisha, I parked it. That was my October, November visits. But here is this guy stopped, became an auto service mechanic and a taxi driver, owns 3 taxis, drives at 15,000, married a woman who can be a teacher. His point was women can get jobs. Therefore, teaching job is good. I will make her do BCom and MCom, but will not allow her to go far. She has to get there. If she gets there, I'll get her transferred. I have enough connects for it. This was the universal phenomena. That means because of affirmative action, who gets a job in a government sector may be women. They may be exploited to get that, but not allowed to work there. I mean, this guy I have a lot of respect for, but at the same time, I'm just saying, when we are talking education and jobs, when we are talking livelihood, when we are talking skill training programs, when we are talking labor codes, I think our, we are not dealing with the individual people. What we are doing is we are actually saying, okay, and I'm here going to go to companies like ours. How would I project it? I would project saying 1/3 of my labor force is women. I would project as saying that they get 17 to 25,000 rupees as full-time work if they do 30 gigs a month. If they are temp workforce, they would get this. If there is OT, they would get this. But what we forget is the struggle to get there, is the people who are left behind. And it is the 7 who, out of the family of 8 to 9, who are not in the labor force, which is what our statistics are telling us, which is what we are not able to get small industries there. They are selling shoes, they are hiring cabs, they are making do. It is the jugaad which is making them do. But do we have models? Yes, we have models where we have small industries in the rural areas. But we have urban companies in urban areas. We have big baskets in urban areas. But the rural service, even in district to tehsil to village, just collapses. Life stops at 3:30.
Thank you so much, Gayatri. You put it so well. You're giving yourself hope and me hope by saying we are confused. We are confused. I used to, as a consultant, consult with CEOs of companies. And any CEO who said, I've got a problem and I'm fairly certain about where the solution lies, especially in times of great uncertainty, which companies have been going through, I would say there's no hope. It's a CEO who said, I'm totally confused. Now there's hope, because now you look around at other ways of reaching your aspirations. So you said very well, it's about individuals and their aspirations, the mismatch between the opportunities that the formal system is offering them, our ways of thinking are offering them, and their aspirations. At the moment, they're matching their aspirations to the limited opportunities that we have. That one bus, the urban job in the service sector they want to get to, we are offering that as that is the right thing, that's the admired thing. And say, let's look at, as you said, and you used 330, the bus example again, let's create more bus services, bus models in other areas so that people can get incomes with dignity wherever they are in doing different things. So we'll come to Vijay, who has for 30, 40 years been helping people where they are, who have nothing, to create their own livelihoods in cooperation with others. But that's the connection I'm making. But I'm saying with you, Vijay, I know that you'll surprise everybody, including me, by saying that's not it. Go ahead.
No, first of all, I'm so delighted to be on this panel because I've deeply admired Orlando's, field work with immersion and thoughtfulness, and Gayatri, of course, is an advanced example of that, and you just heard the kind of places she's been visiting, and I, who take pride in having probably been to every district that one can name, well, not every, but, it's really impressive it's very impressive where all you have been going and observing. Arun, I have to say that I've stopped responding to your, write-ups, because every time I read, I say, how is it possible for one man to keep producing so much more wisdom, so much insight? And I said, if I send you that mail, you'll think I'm making fun of you, so that's why. No, but it's amazing. Please keep writing. It's amazing how you illuminate us, our thinking, ever so often, and I keep going back to many of your, so please continue to do that. So delightful. मैं हुणे हिमाचल तो आया जी. I just took a train last night from Pathankot. I got off at Jalandhar the morning before because we've been doing some declining industrial cluster work there, and then made it to the Punjab-Himachal border to join the Bharat Jodo Yatra, and then was there for about 15 kilometers in Himachal. So, first of all, the Jalandhar cluster, which used to be a very impressive, Ludhiana is still a very impressive industrial cluster, but Jalandhar has actually seen a lot of decline post the 90s. It's still a reasonable foundry hub, but end products are a real problem. Basically, it's succumbed to Chinese imports, which are not just cheaper, but much better quality. And, along with a colleague who's from the National Law School, Bangalore Public Policy Program, and an engineer to boot before that, from Jalandhar NIT to begin with, for the last 2 years, including 3 years actually, including the 2-year COVID period, we've not been able to come up with a slew of an idea as to what can be done to improve the prospects of a cluster, the Jalandhar cluster. It's really heartbreaking. And this is when, from the time we started this study, India's balance of trade with China was already alarming, but this year, the year that ended 31st March, the total trade was $125 billion. We imported 92 billion, and we exported whatever the remaining, so 20 number. And we had a gap of about $70 billion plus. Now, if you assume that out of that $70 billion, about 40% at least, and that's I think, an underestimate. If 40% is value added in terms of wage share and profits and things that, which are totally retained within China, then we've exported about 28 to 30 billion dollars worth of employment to China. That's 4 times the Narega outlay. You know, so talk of confusion, I'm actually, you know, the more I analyze, the more I get depressed. Because there's a whole pattern behind this. And I have to admit that part of the pattern, I mean, we, in our consumption preferences, is part of that pattern. You know, our A, first of all, consumerism, but B, the need to buy the same item at the lowest price, come what may be its environmental, social, or geopolitical costs. Well, you know, you get all this as a result. So anyway, I was depressed enough, but it was a nice sunny day, and when we entered Himachal, and then also joined part of the walk, I couldn't walk all the 21 kilometers, but you know, there's not much actually to do when you're walking around, you know, because you're just whiling away time. So I said, okay, let me see on both sides, because it's a small road. This is not a main, this is a small stretch of the walk, which is not along a main highway. So I just tried to count if I ever come across any manufacturing. And starting from 11 in the morning till 5:30, including a 2-hour stop, I did not come across a single manufacturing and only one processing unit. And Gayatri, you know what it was? Plastic waste processing. There's a huge warehouse just by the side of the road with all kinds of, you know, garbage collected. I mean, at one level, since I'm also in that work, I was delighted that it's being done. On the other hand, that's the only so-called industry that was set up in all of that Himachal 20-kilometer stretch. But talking to the people there, they said their agriculture is doing well. The term organic is quite widely used in Himachal, and you know, it's there. And actually, I did meet the new chief minister, and in the brief 5-7 minutes conversation that we had, you know, he laid out his vision very nicely. He said that, you know, I want to make this into a green state, you know, and he was talking about Apple and all that. He says, वो तो हो गया, अब हम organic में बहुत काम करेंगे, and horticulture में काम करेंगे, diversified horticulture. And there's a gentleman with me from Punjab, and he was also saying, oh, हमें industry भी लगानी है. So this, before I could say anything, this gentleman from Punjab said, "Saadi chukke le jao ji." Matlab, just take ours, you know. It's like we are so fed up of our industry, we're just losing money. So, I said, yes, industry is a good idea, but we'll have to be careful because it can't be the kind that's losing money or not generating employment. And then he said, apple to apple. You know how political people talk. So I said, apple to apple कीजिए. पुराना apple नहीं, आज के वाला apple. So I said, अच्छा मतलब iPhone assembly वगैरह. इसे हाँ जी वो भी करेंगे और आजकल तो सेमीकंडक्टर भी होते हैं. ठीक है. So I was, I mean, it's good to know that at the political level they're thinking about it, because 3 years ago when I proposed a silicon carbide power electronics hub in Chhattisgarh, and actually brought one of the world's great experts from Taiwan to argue that it was the right time to get into the third semiconductor bus, and the first two we missed in India. We were not only laughed out of court, but everybody thought it was a joke. But somebody in the Ministry of Electronics came to hear that Professor Yishi Chang was in India, and I got a call, and they said, Chhattisgarh, wrong place. Chandigarh, right place. Semiconductor complex. And that was the last I heard of Professor Yeshish, because he was then adopted as a mentor by the MIT. And 2 years later, one knows that the government has committed $10 billion to the new semiconductor fab. Of course, in the meantime, a lot of things happened. So, Gayatri, every one of the examples that you gave, I live with them, and I agree with you that the life is, for those who are left behind, is really difficult. But at the same time, we have to continue to strive to identify opportunities sectorally, spatially, for growth, and growth which is sort of, which will not require too much subsidies, maybe after the initial startup period, and which generates a large number of jobs. So to summarize this whole Himachal story, I was on the way back, I knew that sometime or the other I'll get called to make a presentation, so I started formulating in my mind, and I think GDP, at least for Himachal, should be green, digital, and people-centered. Certainly the word gross in GDP is the only one that I agree with it. It's time we did away with its grossness, So I'll stop there.
Thank you, thank you. Now I'm getting some clarity. Thank you, Vijay. From, not because of what you said, because how things are coming together. I'm getting some clarity. And you mentioned about China and India and the trade imbalance. When I was in the Planning Commission, our ambassador to China, who's presently our External Affairs Minister, requested a special meeting of the National Security Council and requested me, as a person who's supposed to be knowing industry, to be present. And what he said is that India has become a colony of China. I mean, it was a shock in the room. He said, well, what is a colony? You send your raw materials and you get finished products from them, and it's been done to us before. Yeah. And we are going along with it under this notion that free trade and open up yourself and don't resist buying things from others, because they may be better for your consumers. And the people in India are buying the Chinese products. As consumers, they feel better off. But as citizens, as people who need to earn with dignity, we are worse off. So in the guidance of the economy of the world and our own economy, protection, I mean, we talk about building local capabilities, which is what we need. We describe it as Atmanirbhar as protection, and protection is a bad word. But building your own capability, isn't that a good thing? But it's dismissed. Any effort to support local small enterprises, and I'm glad what we heard from the Secretary MSME in the opening plenary. I worked on the MSME sector in the Planning Commission otherwise, and said, but this is Gandhian idea about local small enterprises and the people's helping themselves with each other in their own villages. Can't we get to becoming a modern economy And you worked in Tata's and you advise big people. Why don't you help us to create those things? Why don't you help us to create large formal enterprises? And like we discussed earlier, they are disappearing. They are informalizing the work that they do also. And they are, in terms of total economy in the world, they're reducing in size. So come back to what we need to focus on, and I got the clues. As the secretary this morning also pointed out that actually, Vijay, that he says, yes, we are dismayed, like you and I are, at the conditions of our clusters, like Jalandhar, before that, Ludhiana goes on, and many others. But we are looking at clusters in the formal concept of, from the industry point of view, what a cluster should do. But a village industry, in a Gandhian model, is a cluster, isn't it, of relationships between people and various sorts of economic activities. So different models of an enterprise, which is a social enterprise. Yes, it is about people connecting as people, and in the process, helping each other economically also. We have the model in India, so that's the hope I have. It's once again being reaffirmed, and people are beginning to recognize in the world that if we wish to solve the problems of inclusion in the economy, incomes decently, and also create more kind societies, as well as take care of the environment, we need local system solutions produced cooperatively by people where they are. They have to understand they are part of a system, each of them. And to be taken as a resource somewhere else from where you produce and send money back, as you said, they're disconnected with their own system, and the system is breaking down. So there is a model, and this model is, your foundation is validating the model, but you find it hard to talk to others to say this is the model, because you're told immediately, oh, wo to Gandhi ji ki baat thi. Aren't we going to become modern now? Aren't we going to join the global trade? And Davos has been the megaphone of globalization, but I'm glad to hear that New York Times reporting that they don't seem to be getting that sort of attention that we've all been giving them so far. So there is hope. Small is beautiful. A woman's way of thinking must be the way we organize, not a man's way of thinking of a large-scale, formal, top-down controlled organization. I think women in their families, my wife, my mother, they had great power, but my goodness, they weren't treated as the boss. So a woman's way of working and organizing, nature's way of working and organizing, not our mechanical organizational way of organizing, is going to be the path through which, the lens through which we will see that actually there are solutions already, and we must respect them and build more of them and see what they need to support them. In the sessions to follow, there will be people sitting here, and you'll see them one after the other. Shiv Kumar, then from BRAC, and so on, and yourself here, of course, working the new solutions. And I'm glad that this conference is going to give them the respect and the platform, and let's magnify, let's make their voices the loud voices and no longer the voices from the people on the ski slopes of Davos. I'm just using colorful metaphors. I think, if you don't mind, if we'd like to ask some questions to you people, I think we have the opportunity. So any questions, please, to any of the persons over here? We have a time. Let's see if you have questions, and then, based on the questions, you might like to interrogate each other also.
और हिंदी में भी पूछना चाहे तो
हाँ,
हिंदी में प्रश्न पूछिए।
हम देख रहे थे, तो वो तो हमारी, that's the hope I have, कि देखिए जो कौन बैठे हैं, पगड़ी पहन के बैठे हैं, औरतें बैठी हैं. It's their way of thinking that we want to hear, but their way of thinking. Anybody else, doesn't matter. Let's not put people on the spot. And if there's nothing immediately, I think you've been wanting to say something. Yes, please.
Yeah. It's very direct.
As I said when I was speaking, I've focused very much on, my experience is very much about helping young people into big urban industrial enterprises. But there's, of course, multiple ways in which that falls down, which everybody here has been discussing. There's just one more way in which it falls down, which has hit me in the face in terms of the concern about on-the-job training. Yeah, so so on-the-job training has been much abused in India. I feel we've moved towards the large sector to try to push apprenticeships and on-the-job training through the various skilling schemes. But what we hear consistently from young people is that they don't really learn much. They don't get learning opportunities in the large sector. And you know, within even with the efforts to reform the apprenticeship scheme, which the government has made, it's certainly made it more attractive because it's less bureaucratic for the employers. On the other hand, what we tend to see is perhaps a more competent third-party training provider giving some classroom time, or maybe it's online, while what the employer does on the shop floor with those people has not really changed. Yeah. So I think this whole issue of who all is a nurturing employer, I think it's a question which isn't discussed enough, and I suspect we will find amazing stories of learning in the small sector and the more local sector if we go out to look for them. And I know, you know, Vijay and many others have already worked on this, but it's glaring us in the face. So, you know, you could say that not only are there many problems from an ecological and a growth perspective with the big scale, there's also a problem related to learning, that the kids benefit from the exposure of running off from Orissa to Bangalore, for instance, but they may not be benefiting much from the skill development, yeah, because of the nature of those automated roles. The division of labor is so tight, the pressure to be in a specific role. Within 2-3 months, they've basically got the gist, and then they're not able to learn much more. Whereas traditionally, small firms, by necessity, they've led their new entrants through a whole range of functions, and you need to get the whole picture of a small firm in order to be able to be productive in it. Yeah, thanks.
Again, you're helping to clarify the question that we must answer. You know, you're saying learning and earning must go together, and there's a good reason of the process by which one learns is that if one's doing something, then one learns it well. And learning in the context in which it is done, one becomes to have sensitivity to how one's work fits in with the system. So apprenticeship, yes. In Germany, it's the way that they have grown, and their industry has remained resilient in spite of their Deutschmark going up earlier. And they therefore are very successful with China even today and don't fear China, unlike the Americans do. So this learning while earning and earning while learning a system, which is the old apprenticeship system in which people learned their crafts anyway. But we think that it's a bad system. It is not a bad system, it's the only system that will solve the problem. However, people do have difficulties. They're not able to earn enough. Even the fellow who is employing the apprentice is not earning enough, so he can't pass on. So we come down to the ability of an enterprise, a village, a small enterprise, to be able to sustain itself, to nurture itself, So that's the policy framework that I think we should be looking at. It's not the education sector and then the manufacturing sector. And we had in the government the big problem, where do you put vocational training? And it's going on, this ding-dong battle within the government. Does it belong in the education sector or the industry sector? So finally we create a separate ministry, which makes the problem even worse, because they should be connected directly. That's your field.
No, I just wanted to come in here, you know, as with Orlando, it's been an area where we've worked very closely. The new education policy actually talks of vocationalization of education, both school education as well as college education. And the interesting thing is, whenever you're thinking of skill, one is thinking of vocational skill as a lower order skill. And I again want to take examples of what it would mean to transform that, right? Like, for example, when you took Punjab. Punjab is one of the first states. Haryana and Punjab, Himachal were the first states which actually brought vocational education into schools. So they brought apparel, construction, and we're all a party to blame, etc., to run those programs. But I would take Punjab again as a very interesting example. When in school in 9th to 12th you bring it instead of a third language. So assuming you're teaching health, which is called GDA, General Duty Assistant, we're not giving the career path, and that school does not have a biology lab. So when you're vocationalizing, the marrying of the rest of education to vocationalization is equally important. So now, given the thrust, that means the IT lab which is going to be there needs to be universal. The adjacencies in order for the vocation to go. Similarly, I'll take the example of Himachal, where we've been working for the last 7 years with retail and hospitality. It doesn't mean you have to go to JW Marriott, but the steps to go to JW Marriott is very, very interesting, because it does have hospitality. The sales has changed today. Today, there's no more sales distribution. So there are opportunities for us to earn and learn better. I'll again give one last example again. What we did in Odisha was, we registered graduates from KISS into the KITS and the KISS programs, as apprentices who are going to work with not-for-profit organizations. Because, and just like you have the McKinseys and the whatever EYs who are working with the district collectors, we said let them work at the BDO level as apprentice. And the interesting thing was, we took all graduates who are BA. You have something called degree apprentice, right? So in that, what I observed is the basic skill sets for observation needs to be taught. Excel is not available. So that means the students' ability to be useful to the BDO was on their Excel skill set. We focused for considerable time saying Excel seekho, PPT seekho, and observe. Go to the no task. Just go and observe. We call them Eco Fellows. With government we launched it. What was interesting is that these people came back with a very interesting observation. Ikat saris are not done in the rainy season. Everybody thought because fiber is getting spoiled. Then we got Chinese fiber is coming, not local, all kinds of things. No such problem. Problem is the thatch roof waterfalls. So the moment we got a 10,000 rupee subsidy from government to construct it, people are able to manufacture. These students did it by observation, Excel and PPT. Just 3 skill sets which you need to bring into your education. So where I'm coming from is, vocationalization does not mean I have to teach everybody to be a plumber. I need to have the skill set which is relevant. And the NSQF is a good framework. We just didn't understand the framework. So we need to teach maybe financial. What is that which is relevant for BCom? It is not necessary that everybody learns Tally, everybody learns to be a GST accountant, but we've not married the two together. So the time has come to use the NEP as, in my opinion, the North Star. Look at our curriculum, look at our employment, and marry it to see how am I going to do work-enabled education. Not enough research goes on how do I teach dexterity, how do I teach communication. We've done it like a cake on an icing. There's cake, on top of that I'll do 20 hours of communication, I'll do 10 hours of entrepreneurship, I'll do 20 hours of financial. No, we need to bring it in gradually over this period of 4 years and 3 years, which students are doing today. Our GER in education at each stage is improved. We don't have as much dropouts as before. So the opportunity is there for us, to bring it in. And that's why I was seeing these rural areas for the last year. Post-COVID for me has been just that, saying, where will you bring services? Where will you bring work-enabled education? Earn and learn is the method. NEP gives it. The Apprenticeship Act gives it. The BVOC gives it. The framework is there. Now the labor codes are going to come with a different problem. I don't want to enter that now. But it's important to understand it and bring it together. And that's this decade of opportunity for us. Sorry, I got excited all under, but it's
Vijay,
really
Vijay,
something.
मुझे लगता है कि ऑडियंस में बहुत सारे साथी और बहनें हैं जो शायद हिंदी में थोड़ी बातचीत हो तो अच्छा लगेगा आपको। जी जी। तो अभी तक हम लोगों ने जो बातचीत की उनमें जो समस्याएं हैं उनके बारे में तो आप लोग हमसे ज़्यादा समझते हैं। उनके लिए उपाय क्या हो सकते हैं उसके बारे में कुछ विचार हो रहे थे। तो एक अनुभव जो मेरा रहा पिछले ढाई साल का, वो संक्षिप्त में आपको बताना चाहता हूँ। जब कोविड में जब बहुत सारे लोग शहरों से, बड़े शहरों से वापस अपने अपने ज़िलों में आ रहे थे, तो उन ज़िलों में पहले ही आजीविका की समस्या थी, इसीलिए वहाँ से ज़्यादा माइग्रेशन हो रहा था। और फिर लोग वापस आए तो और बेरोज़गारी बढ़ी, और फिर वहाँ से बाहर से जो पैसा आता था वो भी कम हो गया, तो बहुत समस्या हुई। तो हमने जो 30 ऐसे ज़िले चुने जहाँ से पलायन काफ़ी होता था, 7 राज्यों में, सब हिंदी भाषी। और हर एक ज़िले में एक एनजीओ, स्थानीय एनजीओ के माध्यम से हमने छोटा कार्यक्रम था, तो 50-50 2 बैच में 25-25 ऐसे लोगों को सिलेक्ट किया जो वापस आ गए थे या जो निवासी थे, कभी प्रवासी नहीं थे, लेकिन जिनमें उद्यम की कुछ क्षमता थी। उद्यमी बनने के लिए एक गुण होता है, हर एक व्यक्ति उद्यमी नहीं बन सकता है। उसको अंग्रेजी में अचीवमेंट मोटिवेशन बोलते हैं। एक बहुत बड़े प्रोफेसर थे हार्वर्ड के, डेविड मैक्लेलैंड, उन्होंने भारत में ही 1960-61 में अध्ययन करके अचीवमेंट मोटिवेशन करके एक गुण निकाला था कि जिसमें ये अचीवमेंट मोटिवेशन होता है ज़्यादा, वो अच्छा उद्यमी बन सकता है। और यही नहीं, उन्होंने उसके लिए फिर एक पूरा एक ट्रेनिंग प्रशिक्षण का कार्यक्रम बनाया कि वो गुणवत्ता कैसे बढ़ाई जा सकती है। तो वो कार्यक्रम मुझे पहले से, मैं उसके बारे में जानता था और मैं खुद भी किया हुआ हूँ, इसलिए मुझे लगा कि शायद इसको हम इस्तेमाल करें। तो उसके माध्यम से वी सिलेक्टेड पीपल who had high achievement scores, and it was COVID time, तो लोन माइक्रो फाइनेंस इंस्टीट्यूशन दे नहीं पा रही थी, बैंक दे नहीं रहे थे, और जिस संस्था में मैं काम करता हूँ वो तो लोन देती नहीं है। तो बड़ा खिसिया के मैंने इन लोगों से कहा कि देखिए, उद्यमी बनने का प्रशिक्षण तो हम आपको दे सकते हैं, लेकिन उसके लिए पैसा तो कहाँ से आएगा, ये मतलब कोशिश करेंगे, लेकिन मतलब I was very embarrassed after a while that what a stupid thing I have done. Having started with microfinance all the time, there was no finance to give. But my colleague जो मेरे साथ थे, दीपांकर रॉय साहब, जो अचीवमेंट मोटिवेशन के ट्रेनर हैं, उन्होंने कहा कोई बात नहीं, ये भी एक अचीवमेंट टेस्ट है। और सारांश में मैं आपको ये बताना चाहूँगा कि 1500 लोगों के साथ हम लोगों ने काम किया। उसका 2 साल के बाद का इम्पैक्ट असेसमेंट रिपोर्ट अभी आया है। उसमें से 1432 लोग आज की तारीख में भी काम कर रहे हैं। कुछ लोगों की मृत्यु भी हो गई कोविड की सेकेंड वेव में, और कई तो अनबिलीवेबल कहानियां हैं। और मैंने उस पर करीब 10-12 लोग के ऊपर तो अभी वीडियो बना भी लिए हैं जो अभी रिलीज करेंगे। लेकिन जैसे एक लड़का था जो ITI के फाइनल ईयर में था, इलेक्ट्रिकल रिपेयर सीख रहा था, उसको डिप्लोमा भी नहीं मिला, घर बैठ गया। तो उसने ट्यूशन शुरू की और पहले 3 महीने में ट्यूशन से 3000 रुपये उसने बचाए। और फिर उसने देखा कि बच्चों को स्टेशनरी, कॉपी किताब की ज़रूरत होती है, तो उसने वो भी सामान रखना शुरू किया, तो वो बिकने लग गई। तो धीरे धीरे उसने अपने घर में एक छोटी सी दुकान बना ली और उसमें वो थोड़ी बिजली की आइटम भी रखने लग गया।
मैं उसको, ये छतरपुर में है मध्य प्रदेश में, मैं 2 महीने पहले मिलने गया था। जब मेरे पास फोटो भी उसका, उसने कहा सर ये यहाँ जो माल पड़ा है ये 2 लाख रुपए का माल है। मतलब पिछले 18 महीने में 3,000 से 2 लाख रुपए में पहुँच गए जी। तो इस तरह के बहुत सारे और महिलाओं के भी, तो कहने का मतलब ये है कि अगर हम उद्यमिता की ओर जाएं, स्वरोजगार की ओर जाएं, that is another, I want to tell my 2 fellow panelists that, in a quest to keep looking for jobs, I think we have to confront the reality that there are just not enough jobs in the economy. And a lot of people will have to be self-employed. Now, one is just self-employment as a, because that's marta kya na karta. But the other is self-employment as an opportunity. And so we need to sift between those who are entrepreneurial self-employed and make them like super franchisees, and let the others become either their workers, employees, or their micro franchisees. इसका एक एग्जाम्पल कल मैंने हिमाचल में देखा, एंड आई विल स्टॉप विद दैट। एक छोटा 3 जगह मैंने एक सेम फीड ब्रांड का बहुत अच्छा दुकान फ्रंट था। तो द थर्ड शॉप आई स्टॉप्ड एंड आस्क्ड हिम कि ये कहाँ से आती है? तो ही सेज कि ये पालमपुर से आती है, दिस फीड। एंड बेसिकली दैट फीड manufacturer decided that he will work through local franchisees. So he's upgraded the distributors into kind of, veterinary educators and stuff like that. And through that process is creating so what I mean is those local entrepreneurs feel that there's a bigger force behind them. You're not a lone ranger self-employed. So that strategy, what I call micro franchisee, could be another strategy that we should.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Vijay, thank you. Okay, we've got just 2 more minutes, and I'm just going to take a stab at what I have learned. Firstly, I've got great hope. I've started with the morning in saying that big problem, and we're thinking about it all in the same way, and we will not solve the problem. What I'm hearing here is some very fresh ways of approaching the problem that we have to solve, and they resonate with me. What am I hearing? Gayatri, you said that we are now in a decade of bringing opportunities together. And I'm hearing many opportunities. We have to work together collaboratively. My solution is not the solution. It is a part of the solution, and so yours. Working together collaboratively with many ideas, but they all should hold together in the narrative. It should be the same story and not competing stories. What is the narrative? What is the narrative? Your thought about David McClelland's work about entrepreneurship. An entrepreneur emerges in a crisis of condition. Things are not working well, things are bad. He is suffering, she is suffering. He converts that into a crisis of aspiration. I want to find a solution to this problem. And there's a tension because the present ways in which the system is working and you're thinking will not produce the solution. So you have to think out of the box. That is what innovation then comes. So, as you said, there are people within our country who are the most oppressed by the present system who are producing these new innovations. So youth converting themselves into innovators, not just solving a technical problem, a new version of the Apple iPhone, but an innovation in the way their own little system is working. There's one point though, I mean, you use the words, so I just want to call them out. I think a person who becomes an entrepreneur, the enterprise the person grows, should not be engaging others with workers. You said that, but then you went on to say it's like a franchisee model. And that I think is we need a different form of enterprise in which people are collaborating with others, but every person is free and owning themselves, their own labor, and the little resources that they have with them. So these forms of cooperative growth of a society and the economy, I'm calling it the Gandhian one again, is what we need more of. We need more of. So fortunately, in the sessions afterwards, I'm anticipating, we are going to hear how people have taken this idea, working this idea, and producing results on scale, actually. And they are confronting, as Shiv Kumar will probably share with you, that the present ways of thinking and supporting these enterprises, unfortunately, brings their own way of thinking into them. Meaning, like you said about entrepreneurship assistance to small scale, we've got a way of what we think an entrepreneurship system should be designed for, and we give people money to do it that way, and people who are doing it naturally well are then distorted, and they get co-opted into a failing system, But there is hope here, and thank you very much for inviting me to moderate a session with, as you have seen, 3 marvelous thinkers with great experience and insight. So thank you, 3 of you. Thank you, and thank you all.
I thank all the panelists for this thought-provoking discussion. I am sure the deliberations have helped each one of us to develop a shared understanding and to look at fresh ways of approaching the employment challenges. Thank you so much, the panel, and I would request...
All right. See, all improvement, optimum comes after many iterations.
I would request the panelists to be felicitated with a goodie bag from Access Development Services. Thank you so much for your time. Yes. So we would be having a quick networking break. The tea is served at the back side of the Sovereign 2. I would also request you to reassemble for the fireside chat, which will start at 11:50 a.m. So it's a quick 15-20 minutes. And we look forward to seeing you again. Thank you so much.
महिलाएं इकट्ठी हुई। ये महिलाएं अपनी आजीविका कैसे बढ़ानी है उसके बारे में आज इन्होंने समझा है, तो उनका प्रोत्साहन बढ़ता है। ये पावरिंग लाइवलीहुड वाले जो प्रोग्राम अरेंज करते हैं वो हर बार अरेंज करें, ताकि महिलाएं और खुल के बाहर आए और सबको जाके बताएं। नमस्ते, मेरा नाम गायत्री सुथार है। मैं उदयपुर डिस्ट्रिक्ट के झाड़ोल ब्लॉक से गोदाना गांव से हूँ। मेरी शादी गुजरात से राजस्थान में, वहाँ से शादी होके यहाँ पे आई, ना किसी को जानना ना पहचान। पहले जो काम कर रही थी मैं महिलाओं के साथ, सिलाई का काम करना, पार्लर का काम करना, आंगनवाड़ी में पोशाक पहुँचाने का, यहाँ पे आके एकदम से बैठ गई थी। मेरी पढ़ाई कर रखी थी मैंने एमए, बट सारा वेस्ट था उस टाइम में। मैं मेरे समूह के माध्यम से, आजीविका के माध्यम से मैं मेरे घर से बाहर निकली। उसके बाद हमने सभी महिलाओं ने इकट्ठी होके, हमारे यहाँ बहुत सारी बकरियाँ थी, हमने तय किया कि हम सारा बकरियों का जो दूध होता है वो एक जगह पे इकट्ठा करेंगे। उसके बाद हम उसको, जो हमारे दूध सेंटर चलता है बागपुरा में, वहाँ पहुँचाएंगे। बट हमको बहुत सारी समस्याएं भी आती है, क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ पे लाइट की असुविधा रहती है, कटौती इतनी रहती है सुबह से शाम तक। वो दूध तो इकट्ठा कर रहे हैं, वो फ्रिज में रख रहे हैं, तो लाइटें नहीं है तो ठंडा होता ही नहीं, और कम से कम 1-1.5 घंटा दूध को ठंडा करना पड़ता है, तब जाके बाहर बेच सकते हैं। तो दूध धीरे धीरे वापस बंद करने लगे, क्योंकि पैसा आता ही नहीं था। बट हम फिर वीओ की मीटिंग में गए, वहाँ पे हमारे सर आए एक, उन्होंने हमको डीडी सोलार के बारे में बताया। बिना लाइट के चलने वाली चीज है। तो हमने वो फ्रिज लिया और हम हमारे समूह में उस फ्रिज का यूज कर रहे हैं। इस फ्रिज की वजह से हमको जो बेनिफिट हो रहा है वो सारा हमारे समूह में रहता है। दूध जाता है, दूध का कलेक्शन करते हैं हम, दूसरी जगह पे हम बेचते हैं और वापस वहाँ से टाइम से पैसा भी आ जाता है और दूध फटने की कोई टेंशन नहीं होती।
बहुत अच्छी स्कीम है, कृपया ये सोलर रेफ्रिजरेटर
I would please request everybody to settle down for the fireside chat on the spot with Shiv. We'll begin. I think people are taking time to settle down. Yeah. Yeah. So welcome back everyone for the fireside chat on the spot with Shiv. The conversation is going to bring focus on climate smart agriculture, building resilience against climate change. I warmly welcome Mr. Shiv Kumar, Group Head, Agri and IT Businesses at ITC Limited, to take his place on the stage. I would now like to invite on stage our guest, Mr. PVS Suryakumar, Deputy Managing Director at National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development. I now hand over to Mr. Shiv Kumar to take the session forward.
Well, good afternoon to all of you, and welcome back. And it's great to come back to a physical event after a 2-year break. We continued with this session on the spot with Shiv during the virtual events also, but nothing like being in the middle of people and having conversations outside of the session and before and after. So glad to be here, and warm welcome to Mr. Surya Kumar, a very apt person for the theme that we have picked up for the current year. In fact, when we saw the concluding slide that Dr. Fansalkar spoke about this morning out of the soil report of the big challenge of the floods and the districts prone to floods.
Yes.
And that only got further aggravated with climate change. And that's just one part of the climate change that we are facing. In fact, a few decades ago, when things like global warming and climate change came into popular lexicon, I mean, it was always there for many years in the field of science and in the professions associated with these areas. But when it became a little more in the popular lingo, it was as if it is some years away. And things like 2020 itself was looking far away. Forget about 2030, 2050, for which many of the other projections are done. Now we already talk about 2070 or 2099 and so on. And as the years progressed, all that we witnessed is that the extreme weather events became even more intense. They became even more frequent and even more widespread. And what was a future tense has become very tense current. Just on the eve of COP27, CSE had produced a data sheet on what India went through in the first 9 months of 2022. This was produced in October, so it talked about the first 9 months. So out of the 273 days, there was an extreme weather event in one or the other part of India for 242 of those days. So it's a whopping 89% of the number of days that we had some weather event. And the report also said 70% of all districts are hotspots for these weather events. That's as widespread as it is. It's not, yes, I mean, flood and flood prone 50 districts, it's one thing, but 70% of all districts is another thing in terms of climate change as a challenge. And 40% of all districts have seen swapping, as in drought-prone areas seeing floods and districts otherwise very used to floods started experiencing droughts. Now this is already the last year. We are not talking about some future period. So all of this means when we started this whole dialogue on climate change, the entire thinking was on how do we mitigate. Some efforts have happened. And now it appears that mitigation, while we can all be hopeful and optimistic, we should be even more concerned about adaptation and building resilience and not be over-optimistic about mitigation. At least if you are able to minimize the further distress going forward, we can be happy about. Now with that kind of a background and alarming situation and nothing sort of a crisis, may I turn to Mr. Surya Kumar and ask him, from his vantage point, what kind of efforts are happening either for adaptation or for mitigation with focus on agriculture, because agriculture can contribute to mitigation too. That angle is still there. And then of course, resilience is even more important from an adaptation perspective. What is happening? So give us a broad overview and probably also conclude that with his own say on whether that's enough now that we know about the crisis and all of this action is happening. Is that enough or do we need to do a lot more? And then we'll get into further conversation other in terms of what and how.
Thank you, Shivkumar, and thank you, Access, for getting this very important conversation before all of us. Whenever we talk about our livelihoods, we can't forget the climate, and we can't forget the changes which are happening in the climate. I think livelihoods and climate are extremely interconnected. I think one important point which all of us know, almost 55% of the people directly are involved in agriculture. If you involve people indirectly involved in agriculture like ITC and add all the people, the amount of people involved in agriculture sector directly or indirectly is very huge. And whenever something happens to the climate, obviously all involved in this sector will be affected. What are we really doing about this particular thing? As Shivkumar said, I think climate change is a very new word which came into the which came into the official discourses. What do we do? What do we do as NABARD as far as this climate change is concerned? There are three things. Like we are the national implementing entity for three funds, like the Green Climate Fund, the Adaptation Fund Board money, and the National Fund for Climate Change. When you really put the money which is available, which came into the country under these heads, it is a small amount of money actually, around 1900 crores for 40 projects. When you put all these things together in this nomenclature of climate change funds. Are the projects doing well? Obviously the projects are doing well. And is that sufficient for a country of this size? The answer is no. Then the immediate question comes, do you think you will wait for someone to give money to get this climate change projects, either for adaptation or mitigation? Do you wait for that so-called bonanza? Whenever the COP happens, there is one discussion which happens, the developed countries should pay the developing countries. I am not taking a stand this way or that way. There is a strong feeling that so much money should come in, which doesn't come. So does that mean that the effort for adaptation and mitigation should stop? No. The most important thing which I personally believe is, every country, and India specifically, invests a huge amount of money on creating several types of infrastructure. Why should we not use the nomenclature globally available and repurpose whatever we do, which is climate friendly, and we talk about it? So then immediately one question comes, oh, we don't have a nomenclature the way the European countries have, or the American continent has. Like say for example, I was told by an agency in Europe that they have an ability to understand, the monitoring agency has an ability to understand how the number of bank loans given to such projects and how vulnerable they are to the climate change. And what could happen if something goes wrong? How can the balance sheets be looked at? We don't have that nomenclature at this point in time, but at the same time, we can really repurpose whatever we are doing in this particular way. That is the only way we should really go ahead. And having said that, this is one way. It has to be a collective effort, and every agency which is involved in it should work towards developing one set of standard which is implementable, which is really doable by all people. So there is one word which is being very commonly used called greenwashing. I think all of us understand. I will tell you a small instance which happened to me personally. I was asked to attend an event which is happening in one place in Europe. So as a prelude to that event, there was a meeting which was happening in Delhi as to what should happen, what should the Indian contingent do when they go to that meeting. So I came to that event in Vasant Vihar in Delhi in one particular place. So all of them asked me, hey, why did you come? I said, I thought this could be an interesting event and my organization thought I should go. They said, this happened 5 years back, I think. They said, no, all of us are reporters. We write reports how good the work we do, our companies do, are green. You are anyway doing all the work in green as NABARD, so there is no need for you to come and report. So then I said, is climate simply only reporting or doing something on the ground? So then they said, I think it makes no sense that you come to the event because all of us are reporters, all reporters are only coming there. So finally I decided not to go to that event. much to the discomfort of my colleagues in our office. Hey, why you're not going to that event? I said, I don't want to go to an event where people know how to write that the work which they're doing is green. One more thing which I want to tell is, as NABARD, over a period of time, we have invested 5,100 crores on such projects which have touched almost 18 million people in the country, which are green. Like basically, we invested a huge amount of money in soil conservation, water conservation work, and the work which improves livelihoods for the tribal communities. So all these projects, by definition, are green. But as I said, this so-called nomenclature which we use, now we're trying to, having invested a huge amount of money, so we're trying to see how much are the carbon sequestered by these projects. So 5,100 crores over 15 years period and 18 million people whom we have touched is a big amount of money, big amount of size and the number of people which we are touched. The whole idea is, can we productize it and ensure every act which happens in the country gets into this nomenclature, so that we will be in a position to present so many things which happen in the country. It could be anything and everything. How do we repurpose every act from the prism of climate, because it is very, very real. Very, very real. I think that is the way we should really look at, because everyone understands climate change is happening. Everyone understands it is impinging. I think if you really look at the data, it says by 2030 or so, some 10-12% drop will be there in rice and wheat. Primarily, we consume that. What will happen if India goes to an external market to say that I want to buy? There is no one to buy. There is no one to sell us. I think we should become a little more aware. This is what we believe. This is what we keep talking from my organization, NABARD.
Thank you. Let me pick up two elements out of what you just said. One is in terms of, are we doing the things which really reduce our vulnerability to the climate risk, as opposed to issues of nomenclature and reporting and all of that. And second is about financing, and I'll come to financing a little later. But out of 40 odd projects that you talked about where you're directly financing and you'll have some familiarity, if you could talk about a couple of them, which may have, which in your mind really are something which is in that right direction, that can give us some hope that when these things get scaled, then the right challenge is going to get addressed, keeping issues of nomenclature and all of those kind of apart. So that will make a real difference. Which will be those couple of projects?
Like one such project which we had among the 40 projects, like to give a couple of examples which can reduce the vulnerability. All of us, most of us in this room consume either rice or wheat. I think there is no second opinion to it. Maybe some people are consuming millets maybe once in a while. So at the same time, like when you really go a little more granular, which variety of rice do you eat or which variety of wheat do you eat? I think if you really go down, there will be only 2-3 varieties of rice or wheat which people consume. So as opposed to that, there are many endemic land races which are present in few geographies. So because because there is a demand for a particular type of rice, because there is a demand for a particular type of wheat, there is a demand in the market, so people grow, so people consume them. We found there is a nice way to help preserve the local germplasm, which is so what we call adaptable, suitable to a particular geography. We have like near Mandya, there is one young man, 35 years, not a well-to-do person. Is a farmer. He studied BA History in a college in Bangalore. He has with him 150 varieties of rice which are so local to that particular place. He says when the rain comes in this month, the Indian calendar, I would grow this rice. If the rain doesn't come, so I will grow this rice. And okay, it will not give me yield, but this is very resilient, and it can really support food security. And one individual out of his money manages so many of these crops, so many of these varieties. And when you go into his house is full of, it looks like a museum. They live there with his what you call, some sheep, some goat, some chicken, all these rice, what you call, varieties. He says, I have a small plot of land. I can't grow all the varieties at the same point of time. I grow say 10 varieties now. I harvest them. So he also learned, because his grandfather was doing it, his father was doing it, he was doing it. So we supported that, and it was such a great thing. One more very interesting organization is there near Hyderabad in Medak called Deccan Development Society. They do, I'm sure you might have heard about them. They do some phenomenal work. So they work with 5,000 women. It is not one of the projects which we funded. Like I used that for my master's dissertation when I was doing a master's in sustainable development in UK. They have preserved around 80 land races of pulses, millets, food grains, you name it, they have it. But they also know when to grow what. So this is something which we really need to look at. I think if you go to Bangalore, there are different types of millets available. Something called as a brown top millet sells almost at 200-300 rupees a kilo. There is a demand for it. People have become aware. I think recently, like some of the data says, Bain & Company did some work. 60% of the Indians are prepared to pay extra money to buy any product which is nature friendly. So that is like one more example to share, which looks at the improves the resilience. It looks very simple. A chain of, and we have done this with GCF funding in Orissa. A chain of farm ponds, 10,000 farm ponds, 1,000 solar, what you call, pump sets, and crops which are resilient to that particular land, varieties which are resilient to that particular place in Orissa, which have improved the ecology to such level and improved their livelihoods. And one more interesting thing we found, which we did along with MS Swaminathan Foundation, funded by the Adaptation Fund Board, we simply ensured the mangrove forests come back to life. Simply mangrove forests come back to life. It has completely changed the whole ecosystem. The fish increased, the fish catch increased, the fishermen became much better off. So I think some of you, like I'm sure some of you might have heard, the fishermen who are in a place called north part of Andhra Pradesh called Srikakulam 2-3 years back, because there was no fish catch, they were coming down to some other places because there was no fish. Like because the local habitat got what you call disturbed. This little money which this little project which we did has completely changed the way the ecosystem is working. The simple point is, like when a project can create such sort of intense development, why can't every project which government funds pick up the threads from that, pick up the best practices from that and incorporate? this is the whole game which uh, we keep talking to the governments with whom we react on a constant basis at the state levels. So these are the few examples which I want to share.
Yeah, brilliant examples. As part of Green Revolution and otherwise, we selected and optimized for more intensive inputs and improving productivity. I mean, obviously, food self-sufficiency was the challenge that we were to deal with as a singular vector. And as a process, we lost the resilience as a trait. And unless we bring much of this germplasm together and protect them and make use of them appropriately, and be it in rice, wheat, or other more popular kind of grains, or millets that you alluded to and which came up in the morning session also, that, given that millets were not part of Green Revolution, helped retain their resilience. Millets can be grown under different conditions, whether it is less than 500 mm or more than 1500 mm of rainfall, or a low altitude or high altitude, any kind of soil, whether it's sandy, loamy, clay, whatever kind of soils, or temperatures below 10 or above 40. I think the versatility in which millets can continue to get produced, as opposed to what was singular focus productivity under intense agriculture, and therefore that vulnerability. We just saw wheat last year, almost a standing crop with one last big heat wave. We lost more than 10% of the crop, and some other part of the crop suffered in terms of its quality. So being smart with respect to variety of breed in case of animals and so on is a rather top of the stack element in the climate smart agriculture, and therefore that is very valid. With respect to your second aspect of mangroves, it's another challenge in climate, as it is in some other related spheres, is that the conflict between I do something today, the benefit will happen tomorrow, or I take some action, the benefit will go to my neighbor. And this kind of challenge, part of it being the tragedy of commons, a part of it is being in terms of the time dimension variation, and therefore the action gets limited. And in case of supporting and promoting mangrove, what was the economic kind of equation that went right, because of which the protection sustained, that we can draw lessons from?
I'll first look at the mangrove things, then I'll go to the first one which you asked. I worked in 9 states in so many years in NABARD, and 36 years in NABARD. One common problem which we all, like, development projects have always interested me, and then I would always end up going and doing such projects like that. One issue which keeps bothering any development work is, how do you convince a person to do this? And who are you to do this? I think this is one dimension which constantly comes. How do you convince a person, a set of people, that something went wrong in your ecosystem, I am telling you, you do this? Sometimes it borders an arrogance of a person who is giving money. How do you convince the people to see big picture is always been a big problem. We also noticed one interesting thing. I will tell you one small incident before I come to this mangrove story. In one place in Maharashtra, we funded a project in 1,500 hectares. It is a 5-year soil and water conservation work. 4 years work has already happened. That means we got several check dams ready, several tea plantations were ready. The village was growing much better onion, and suddenly we discovered all what was done in the project. That means we would have invested around 90 lakh rupees in that particular village. We discovered everything was raised. So someone said all which were done in the last 4 years are raised. So we said, this is very strange, why this should happen? Then 4 of us went. They said that you are not allowed to come and stay in the village. So we stayed in some place 2 hours from that particular village. So every morning we were coming to that village and saying that you please tell what has happened. So 4 days we literally talked to everyone in that village, everyone. So in the final day, on the 4th evening, around 4-5 o'clock, when we were asked to go, one old lady told me, what do you think you are? I said, no, we don't think anything about us. We simply said, we wanted you to look at a big picture, you have seen it, and you have seen the benefits. But you don't understand what it has caused to the village. My Shaukar, who is the village headman, village everything, he's become powerless. Everyone became so powerful. Everyone became equal. We don't want this. I said, if everyone becomes equal, it will be good. So they said, no, we don't want, we want the status quo to continue. The simple story here is, when you go, the 2 things come into the picture. Do they see the big picture? And does it really change the hierarchy in that particular place? I think for me, seeing the big picture part is the most difficult thing. Hierarchy disturbing any development work always disturbs the hierarchy. And as a development professional, I think I would look at it like this. Any work done by a development organization should stand as an exemplar, and we should be smart enough to look at all these things. But convincing people was a big thing. Coming back to the mangrove example, we just told all the fish have gone. So mangroves have gone. So you are doing something else. You are all expert fishermen. So why can't you really see? No, will the mangroves come up? The nature destroyed us. The nature destroyed them. We said, okay, nature destroyed them because you were doing something. Let us try to build it. Means it took a while for convincing people to look at that particular big picture. And it really worked. But at the same time, strangely, when this project worked in a particular village, does the other village really pick up? Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. So how much it really costs? Means while there was a cost of an organization handling it, the cost really involved our plantation of the mangroves and ensuring they don't die. It can be done by a collective effort, but do people see this? People don't all the time don't see that. So I think when a project is done, a part of the project should also be looking at how do we really do the exemplification or making it into a learning experience to others nearby. I think that is one thing which should be really looked at. So we try our best in our projects to really do that. Coming to the first part of resilience you're talking about, I think when you're talking about a particular variety, and I think this is my personal view. I'm not a historian. I studied agriculture, certainly. When we got into the Green Revolution, obviously we got into the Green Revolution. I think we should also remember we got into the Green Revolution somewhere in 1960s. We got into the Green Revolution because whatever we were doing as a country got completely changed by the Britishers, who made sustainable subsistence agriculture to market-led agriculture. I think indigo plantation and Mahatma Gandhiji's what you call Satyagraha in indigo plantation in East Champaran was an exemplification of that particular act. So suddenly when you started moving from X to Y to the market, things got distorted. I think I also add the Bengal famine, which killed almost 4 million people out of 60 million people in the country, is a scar on Indian psyche. I think any person who is in the public policy, any person who is in the development, and would really remember that. I think what has happened to the country. So when we went to when we got money from PL 480, I think it is there's a lot of things we can read. I don't want to say that. It is always a very humbling thing for any country to go and say, you give me money. I think so. We can't say no. There's a word in Sanskrit, bhavati bhikshan dehi. You can't ask bhiksha. I think to ask bhiksha to someone, you have to really bow down and do it. I think when people who want to become monks will do that first because they want to cut the ego down to that level when you look from a philosophical angle. So when this has happened, so obviously we need to really excel, and we chose those best performing varieties which suit. But what worked in rice and wheat in few geographies, we tried to copy that. It doesn't really work. That is the reason why we see excellence of growth. Recently, someone told me, I don't have any data to say, in few non-conventional green revolution belts, wherever there is productivity increasing beyond a point, and touching 3.5 tons a hectare, the incidence of cancer is growing. Means, I said, this is someone who has done groundwork told me. This is not verified by any data. I don't know how far it is true. But all of us intuitively understand when you use so much of chemicals beyond what a system can take, it reflects like. So having achieved whatever we achieved as a country, we're a proud nation with food security. We export agricultural products. So it is time we really look at, take a pause, say whatever we have not done, look at millets, look at climate resilience. I think we need to shift our thinking because we are strong enough as a country to really change. This is my very, very personal opinion, and I'm very sure the data certainly supports me. We have all the ability to do this, and this is the way forward. So, for example, someone says natural farming is not good at all. So there are several, and one more problem is there is a clutter of names around. So I think there is one great person used to live near Bangalore airport called L. Narayan Reddy. I think if someone of you know, I know him so well and I had been to his farm a couple of times. I think for those of you who haven't heard about him, he has a 4-acre farm. There are 1522 or 1523 types of plants and trees exist on that 4-acre farm, which are interconnected to each other. So I think time has come for the science to really look at how those models work. I think one more interesting dimension which I studied agriculture in Pusa Institute in Delhi. I think the agriculture which we have learned in the country, the research which we have learned in the country came from two places, Rothamsted Agricultural Research Station in the UK and the land-grant colleges in the US. So certainly we have learned from them. Certainly we have learned the methods. I think we have become strong enough to look at how my Indian systems are working. We need to decode them we need to multiply them, because country has all the strength to do. This is where we should pause, reflect, and act. This will solve many problems, hopefully.
So good. Let me. So there are two elements that you. One is about the exemplars. How do we decode and what we get out of it? And the second thing that you also mentioned while talking about mangrove is on action learning and the importance of large-scale action learning to, among other things, build resilience, which is the topic of our conversation. And I'll illustrate something that we are doing, and through that, link it with the very first point you talked about on funding. You know, ITC has this program called Climate Smart Villages in partnership with one of the CJR institutions. And in the states of Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, and Maharashtra, the first pilot was taken in 1,500 villages. And it was built as a large-scale action learning project. Now we are in 6th year. So of these 1,500 villages, primarily it was broken down into 2x2 matrix on high and low on productivity and high and low on resilience in 7 crops which are more prominent in those 1,500 villages. And those which are falling in the high productivity and high resilience obviously are the exemplar villages from which all the other quadrants can learn. And at the beginning of the project in 2016, about 17% of all villages fell into that top right quadrant, high productivity and high resilience. And by creating action learning groups from amongst the farmers and exposure visits and conversations and facilitated action, they listed out as many as 37 different practices over 2 years that library got built. And in 6th year, 5th year, last year, 6th is now, so 5th year last year, we saw that 74% of all villages moved into high productivity, high resilience, simply out of learning from within, and including whether it is the right variety and right breed of animals, or whether it is how carbon-related work is being done, and more importantly, the importance of community-based institutions. Because when you said existing hierarchy gets broken, if a new class has to take shape, it has to possibly be through some kind of institutions, and it's difficult for individuals to adjust to a new dispensation. And of course, linkages to the market and so on. The point that I want to pull out of that is that all of this costed not more than 20 crores of rupees. And of course, now as we integrate with the states, using this example to integrate into their own adaptation plans, we will see that getting scaled in partnership with the states. But much larger numbers that you spoke about, which you also said are small given the complexity and challenge of climate change. Should we be focusing a lot more on, out of the 40 projects that you're doing and similar other work being done by others, right action learning, and possibly with much smaller outlays, achieve much better outcomes, or run after larger sums of money and top-down driven kind of projects where that money goes in?
I would choose the second option, but these I look at it like this. When we do a project as NABARD, I'm very clear. I tell the same thing to my colleagues. I am not competing with a state government. I am doing a project. We should try to make that project exemplar. It should be a best practice. When someone like Shivkumar and ITC does a project, they do a project which which connects to their line of work, and again which feeds into their what you call line of work. They also cannot obviously run several projects. But as he very, very rightly said, the amount of money required to do that climate smart village, the amount of money required to do that regeneration of the mangrove forest in that particular place is not very high. But the whole problem is how do we take the best practices and super implant them on the existing programs. This is always a big challenge. Because corporates or civil society organizations or some World Bank, IFAD funded projects cannot be big. They will remain X number. How do we really create a discourse from this which permeates and gets imbued to all the governmental programs is a major challenge. I think this is one thing which I constantly battle all my all these years where I worked. I will give you an example which illustrates this dimension. In one meeting in one particular state, there was a discussion that doubling of the farmers' income is the responsibility of the banks. Okay? So I heard this discussion couple of times. Means the meeting happens once in 2 months, whatever. I heard this once, again second time. Then obviously very senior people were there in the meeting. I said, how come doubling of farmer income is the responsibility of the banks? Doubling of farmer income happens, first we should understand how the doubling of farmer, because the Honorable Prime Minister said, somehow it got into this thing and saying that banks should do it. I'm not saying banks should not do it, but I said primarily who is the prime mover, who is the secondary supporter. Then I said, this will happen only when your government tells me what all are the innovative technologies which are low cost, which can come together. And doubling of farmer income in one district and doubling of farmer income in some other district are two different things, because whatever goes into the components are different. Then I said, you tell me in that case what all are the ideas, technologies you have from all the departments you have, so that we will put them together. So because I really pushed it, so okay, you be the convener of that meeting. I said, okay, I'll be the convener of the meeting. Then we started convening. After 2 rounds, no one wanted to come. So here the point is, how this particular thing, like since we're talking about climate change, and since now everyone thinks it is inevitable, and I think some element of strong discourse which picks up the best practices from whatever work corporates have done, whatever work civil society has done, it should go into a slightly higher orbit, and which should get imbued on all the programs. I think that is a big challenge, but that is how it has to be done. The word convergence, which is often used in the development discourse, is a very romantic idea. Convergence doesn't easily happen because everyone protects their own fiefdoms, however small that fiefdom is. So convergence can happen when a bright man or woman is there pushing that. I think it becomes individualized. So, but a time has come where individuals become secondary. The primary reason what is going to, if the yield of wheat and rice come down by 10% 2 years, it's going to be a serious thing for the country. I think some element of best practices need to be pulled up, and we need to have a system in the country to make them a part of the every program, every development program, which is done at a large scale.
Right. While your comments have triggered some more questions in my mind, but let's pick up a couple of questions from the participants also.
Yeah. Mic is here. Mic is here. Yeah, mic is here. There is a. Yeah. We're running out of time.
Sir, actually, this is not really a question, but because I thought we have been working with NABARD extensively. We also have been working with ITC extensively. I am Dr. Rajeshri from BIAF, and BIAF has also implemented one very good program on with Adaptation Fund and NABARD support in Himalaya, Champawat. So I just wanted to say, because there was this discussion on economic aspect of it, adaptation, I feel when we are working with the ground communities, what we have realized is sustaining income itself is a problem, loss of or crop, or also, you know, the negative or deficit, those type of things. So I think what is important is sustaining the income rather than increasing income. Of course, we have identified various pathways for linking to market and making it self revenue based and long-term sustainable. However, I think what is required is there are some other mechanisms like, you know, food security, dietary diversity. Also on commons, there is a carbon stock, biodiversity index that is there, payment for ecosystem services. So these are also the kind of parameters. While doing adaptation, we should think of all of these. And also long-term resource of fodder, long-term resource of water, and these are what working as far as adaptation is concerned, is our experience. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Yeah.
Thank you for that wonderful discussion. I'm on the board of Munich Climate Insurance Initiative. And I really want to ask you, this is what you said about developed and developing countries is very true. We try to get as much funds from developing countries, but as you know, India has enough funds of its own. And in the agri sector, the impact of climate change and the need for climate-related insurance is very high. We do have some of the best developed models in our country, whether it's weather-based insurance or yield-based insurance. And now people are also trying in other countries, I don't know if we do in India, just a pre-decided claim amount the moment a flood strikes or something, and roll it out very fast. So I was wondering how NABARD is engaging with new climate-related insurance for farmers. Thank you.
We very honestly, we don't have direct, we are not directly working with any insurance related things. We have a small stake in the Agricultural Insurance Corporation of the country. We work with them. So we are an equity holder in that. So we don't have a very strong presence or working in this particular place, in this particular area. Should not we work? Yes, I think this is required to be looked at very honestly and seriously. Somehow insurance is always, crop insurance is always looked from several filters, and everyone has a name and a feel and a description of it. It's a little complicated area to work. Somehow, so far I think business as usual is what is going on so far, because it really didn't, the climate change really didn't pinch us enough, which is going to pinch. Morning when I was just coming, like the TV was on, I think the BBC World Service was on. It says that, I didn't hear it completely, in Greenland the glaciers are melting. That's what that report was saying, I think today morning at 7:30. So it's really not pinched us enough, I think, but the time has come where we need to really look at. We have no direct understanding, experience as an organization. No, we need to really understand that.
Can I make a point? Yes.
Yes, please.
This is a question to Steve. Like, I mean, as we know that the climate change is kind of inevitable and there's going to be a productivity loss. I don't know what percentage is that going to be. And if that is a kind of a concern for all of us, I just like to know from Shiv that in his company, what is the kind of boardroom discussion going on in next 10 years? If there's a productivity loss of 10% for wheat or soybean or anything of that sort, how are you going to face that challenge? Will you be growing or there will be some kind of a problem for you as well?
Yeah, what we are doing is getting a lot more specific on this broader climate change related discussion to the specific value chains of interest to us. So we, in the first instance, picked up 12 of those value chains which are more important among more than 20 that we work in. So for all of that, we completed 3 of them and others are underway in terms of mapping climate hotspots around India as well as all the competing origins in a global market as to where the projections are taking place going on all the way up to 2070 for the time being, and what are the shifts that are taking place. And at all the key phenological stages of the crop, 5, 6, whatever stage in a crop cycle, in all the growing regions, what are the shifts that are likely to take place based on all the projections that are done by different experts, and that's where AI is quite heavily used to pick up what is most representative. And therefore, what are likely to be the bigger problems. So far, we seem to be relatively cracking the challenge of heat, drought resilience. Those issues are not so much of a challenge. We have a pipeline of germplasm that can be brought in. But the problem which we still need to focus and solve is on waterlogging and heavy rains in a short period of time. For that, not enough solutions are built. So some work is likely to happen in that area. And where some shifts of geographies probably will need to take place. Based on these projections of what the climate is likely to be, which regions are more vulnerable and therefore which crops can probably be grown there, and these crops, where can they shift? Which is also leading to some kind of an opportunity at a global level. When we are looking at what are the competing origins, we are seeing the similar impact elsewhere in those regions, and therefore where India is likely to get an edge from an export competitiveness perspective. If we play our game right in terms of taking all these steps that we discussed in different pieces, in terms of how do you build those resilience, how do you get that mitigation in place. So therefore, in terms of action, what's discussed in the boardroom and on the ground is really getting far more specific in building that resilience and looking at also opportunities in a global market situation.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Varun Kashyap. I'm from Let's Endorse. We are a social enterprise. So thank you for this discussion today and this opportunity. You know, I mean, more than 15 years back when I was in college, I read about Ichapal, and that was, you know, one of the inspiring and intriguing initiatives by ITC. Obviously, the world has moved on. I mean, 15 years, right? My question is something that has intrigued me a lot is, you know, how do companies, you know, like ITC balance between shareholders' interests and increasing the income of, for example, the farmers or rural folks that you engage with? My specific point is that, you know, when, you know, I mean, if we go by the I mean, minimum support price, for example, or what the government expects us to pay for the produce, I don't think, you know, that is going to kind of help in increasing the income or, you know, like doubling the income. So how do you kind of look at that, and how do you work with the farmers or other rural, you know, livelihood initiatives where you bring people up the value chain, and how that, and then how does that impact your own value chains, for example, at ITC? So that is something that I'd like to know. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, obviously, the inherent part of your question is that how do you look for those win more models that both parties, in this case, farmers and corporates, and obviously at the other end are also consumers from where all the value chains get anchored, also has to win more. So typically the routes are a few, whether along the whole chain, if there is aggregate cost of connecting a consumer to the producer is X, where are the inefficiency that you can reduce and therefore redistribute the savings in a fairer manner is one route to do it. Our consumer is looking for a higher value, and therefore how do you get the producer to align with that and produce and get the production system being more demand responsive, and therefore a higher value participation that can happen there. Our link up with some of the conversation that we just been having, which is the demand which is also coming today, where the attributes are not just the product linked attributes, but also on the value chain linked attributes, by saying that, is this grown with a net zero commitment? Is this grown with, let's say, 30% water reduction or not? So as the customers are seeking some of that, making the participants from the producer side and enabling them to deliver that is how the value chains are also prospering, with all the participants winning more. So I think there are multiple routes in which that is happening, and today we see a lot more opportunity with further advancements in digital technologies. As we moved from eChaupal into the current phase where we have branded the super app as ITC Mars, Mars standing for Meta Market for Advanced Agriculture and Rural Services. Ability to link up many other agri-tech startups which are developing interesting solutions, and in a farmer-centric manner get them delivered to build all these three types, whether it is a cost reduction or whether it is better value for the consumer or the environment value embedded into it, any which way. I think that opportunity is showing up, and in order to multiply and do it on scale, the other route is integrating FPOs, so that you really are able to democratize that a lot more with multiple number of farmers participating through that kind of institution is the other route. So number of routes are possible, and that's the optimism that we have. And so we are there on the dot at 1 o'clock. So I'll take that as the last question.
No, I will add a little
last word to Mr. Surya Kumar, and after that we wrap up.
No, I'm not. This is not a last word. I'm just adding to what he said and answering a part of the question which you are not asked. I think when a farmer can give, like a company can win or earn only when the farmer wins or earns more. So for example, look at a situation where ITC or similar companies like ITC are working with the farmers, where there is a symbiotic relationship between the farmer and the company like ITC, which is buying that particular produce. Let us forget for a while that ITC is not there, who is in this business. It is in a different business. You look at the cost of cultivation of a particular crop anywhere in the country. Look at what has been the cost, and look at what has been the price which the farmers have been getting. I think the costs of cultivation have gone up many-fold as compared to the price which he is getting. When a company like ITC comes, which is working closely, then the whole thing becomes better, because there is a relationship between both the people, both the parties. But so far in the country, there are companies were buying from a mandi, and mandi was being ruled by someone else. From there, when it moves into more democratization, things change. I think that transformation is slowly happening through eChaupal, through companies like ITC. That is a win-win situation. I think we are slowly progressing there, but we require more organizations which directly work with the farmers. And when the FPO story, I think if you really look at FPO story is still at its infancy, I would say. It is 10 odd years in the country. I would still call it a 10-year-old baby is still a baby only, not a grown-up man or a woman. But there is a huge amount of what you call potential in this idea where democratization is possible. And most of the FPOs at this point in time are only buying inputs together. They're still not selling output together. So when that really happens, that power to the FPO, that democratization happens. I think that is the way we should really look forward and go. I think that is the way the direction is gradually moving to the direction. That's a very nice thing which is happening in the country.
Thank you. So we'll take those closing comments and for enriching this discussion, very thought-provoking comments as well as all your participation with very interesting questions. Thank you all.
Thank you all so much.
I thank our guests, Mr. Surya Kumar and Mr. Shiv Kumar, for this insightful discussion and talking about the urgency for creating a knowledge base, learning from within, looking at best practices, and ultimately making an action-based, customized solution to build resilience against climate change. So with that, we come to an end of this session. We will now break for lunch. And we'll reconvene at 1:45 p.m. for tracks 1, 2, and 3 at Hall, Sovereign 1, Sovereign 2, and Desire, respectively. Also, when you're moving out for lunch, please take your belongings with you because this hall is going to get split up into 2 different halls. So the furniture and the setting is going to get rearranged. So that'll be really nice. Thank you so much and have a nice lunch.
Like-minded stakeholders like government authorities, corporates, civil society organizations, NGO partners, and HCL volunteers under one umbrella as a robust convergence model towards achieving the common goal.
The impact has begun to now, clearly come out. And that happened only because of the kind of partnerships that HCL Foundation has been able to establish over these years. I would say it's not the traditional partnerships where there is a donor and there is a donee, but most importantly, the partnerships with communities themselves, where communities are seen as equals and maybe more at times.
HCL Foundation has transformed millions of lives.
Last 5 years have been fast-paced growth, which has taken footprints to more than 20 states in India, which has taken the beneficiaries' number. And that is only possible because of such a dedicated and committed team at HCL Foundation and its fabulously aligned partners.
Sanguna
Gaobra ko na ya sa karinderiya sa Morsya. Aga pa ko na ya gabutaw, alas 3 ang agahon. Kada Sabado, panglabada ko. Ang akon sweldo, 300 lang. Kulang pagid na ya, ipabalon ko sa akon college. Gaobra ko sa tao. Nagapangamo ko. Maski gamay lang ang sweldo, baton ko kay tungod sa amon igadohon. Nakasulod kami sa 4 piece sa 3 ko na kabataan kay tanan sila ga eskwela. Daso nangutang ko, kulang pagid ang budget namon na pinansyal. Sa amon barangay nalipay ko kay isa sa kuya na napilian tagaan sang livelihood program sang BRAC.
The graduation approach is empowering people in extreme poverty. It is a comprehensive, time-bound, and sequenced set of interventions specifically designed to build participants' capacity to move beyond extreme poverty and into secure, sustainable, and resilient livelihoods.
Nag-orientation kami
હું માંડવીની રહેવાસી છું. હું પહેલાં ઘરે સિલાઈ કામ કરતી હતી અને હાલમાં જે FWWB સંસ્થા દ્વારા ટ્રેનિંગ મળી એમાંથી મેં મડવર્કનું ક્લાસ કરવાનું પસંદ કર્યું.
FWWB ઈગ્રા તરફથી અમને સારો સહયોગ મળ્યો. આ ટ્રેનિંગ લીધા પછી અમને ઘણો ફેરફાર મળ્યો છે. પહેલાં અમે મજૂરી કામ કરતા હતા અને હવે અમે અમારા ઉપર કામ કરીએ છીએ. એટલે અમે પહેલાં અમને જે 10,000 મહિને મળતા હતા એના હવે અમને 25,000 30,000 મહિને મળે છે. અને પહેલાં અમે રોજ કરતા હતા, હવે અમે અમારી ઉપર કોન્ટ્રાક્ટ રાખીને અમે અમારી ઉપર કામ કરીએ છીએ.
FWWB ઈગ્રા તરફથી મને લોનની પ્રોસેસ કેવી રીતના થાય એ માહિતી મળી. કસ્ટમર સાથે કેવી રીતના સંતોષકારક વ્યવહાર કરવો એ માહિતી પણ મળી. મને રોકડ વ્યવહાર કેવી રીતના કરવો બધી મને સારી માહિતી મળી.
FWWB તરફથી ઈકરા તરફથી અમે બધું આ શીખવાનું જોઈન કર્યું. ઝૂલા, તોરણ અને ટેડીબેર બનાવવાનું એ બધું કામ સ્ટાર્ટ કર્યું. પહેલાં આમ બાંધણાનું વર્ક કરતા હતા. બાંધણા બધું કરી રોજના 20 થી 25 રૂપિયા જ મળતા હતા. આનામાં અમને 150 રૂપિયા જડી જાય છે રોજના.
મને FWWB અને ઈકરાની ટ્રેનિંગ મેં લીધી ને પહેલાં સોશિયલ મીડિયા છે એ બધું યુઝ નથી કરતી. આ ટ્રેનિંગ લીધા પછી મેં મારું પોતાનું પર્સનલ ખાતું ખોલાવ્યું. ખાતું ખોલાવી લોન અપ્લાય કરી ને નેટ બેન્કિંગ મેં પોતે ચાલુ કરીને હવે મારા ઘરનાને પણ કહું છું ને એમને પણ મેં ચાલુ કરાવી કે જો આપણે સાવધાની રાખીએ તો નેટ બેન્કિંગમાં પણ ફ્રોડ નથી થતા. થોડીક આપણે સાવધાની રાખવાની જરૂર છે.
જે અમે ટ્રેનિંગ લીધી તેમાંથી મને બચત કરી અને કેવી રીતે મને રોકાણ કરવું, બેન્કિંગમાં કેવી રીતે કરવું અને પેમેન્ટ માટે હું ગૂગલ પેનો પણ ઉપયોગ કરી રહી છું.
FWWB और ઈકરા દ્વારા અમે જે તાલીમ લીધી એના પછી અમે મીઠાઈ ચાલુ કરી છે. એના પછી અમને ઓર્ડર મળવાના ચાલુ થયા છે. તાલીમ લીધા બાદ અમે સોશિયલ મીડિયા ઉપર વોટ્સએપ ગ્રુપ બનાવી છે. એની અંદર અમે જાહેરાત કરી છે.
ત્યારે હું મારી પોતાની ઓળખાણ છે કે હું એક બિઝનેસ વુમન છું. તો એવી રીતે મારા જેવી બીજી જે બહેનો હોય જે ઘરમાં જ હોય, વારે ન નીકળી શકતી હોય, એવાને સપોર્ટ કરીશ ને એમને પણ કહીશ કે તમે આગળ વધો અને તમારી પોતાની ઓળખ બનાવો.
આગળ જતાં હું સારા એવા ક્લાસીસ, મોટું ક્લાસીસ કરવા માંગુ છું મારું, જેમાં ઘણા બધાને ઘણું બધું શીખવા મળે.
દોરી વર્કનું અમને બધું વધારે સારું લાગ્યું બાંધણા કરતા. હવે વિચાર એમ જ છે કે દોરી વર્કનું કામ કરીએ
કે આનાથી આગળ વધી હજુ પણ વધી
આગળ હું લોન લઈને મારી પોતાની ગાડી લઈને હું ડ્રાઇવિંગનું કામ આગળ વધારીશ.
અને હવે આમાં અમને હજી વધારે ને વધારે આગળ વધવાની કોશિશ અમે અમારી કરશું.
Malnutrition is a global issue and almost no country has been able to remain unaffected. Apart from its adverse effect on the mental and physical health of a person, it also has devastating impact on the overall socio-economic development of a nation. With the aim of providing a sustainable solution to the problem of malnutrition, Grameen Foundation India, in collaboration with Harvest Plus, has launched a program across eastern Uttar Pradesh to promote the cultivation of biofortified zinc wheat, covering more than 1,600 hectares and involving 32 FPOs.
फसल की देखरेख, सिंचाई के बाद फसल जब बालियां निकलने लगी तो किसान इस बालियों को देखकर और इस फसल को देखकर बड़े ही प्रसन्न थे तथा हमारे यहाँ रिपोर्ट करने लगे कि आपके द्वारा जो हमें गेहूं मिला था वह गेहूं बहुत ही उत्तम क्वालिटी का था।
इससे हमारे बच्चों को पोषक तत्व मिलेगा, जिससे उन लोग को पढ़ने में बहुत अच्छा प्रोटीन मिल रहा है, जिससे उनकी दिमाग याददाश्त बहुत तेज रहेगा और हम लोग बहुत खुश हैं ग्रामीण फंड की हमारे गाँव में ऐसा ये आया है।
The specific goal is to increase the availability and consumption of high-yielding and high-nutrient-dense crops among people, especially women and children, who are the most vulnerable segments of the population.
इससे खाने के महिलाओं की बीमारी को दूर भगाती है। हम भी एक बीज गेहूँ ले गए हैं।
ऐसा गेहूँ अब तक नहीं मिला है और इसमें कल्ले भी ज़्यादा निकलते हैं और पैदावार भी ज़्यादा होती है। इसमें जो है हमारी एरिया में ये सूट भी कर रहा है।
Grameen Foundation India and Harvest Plus have been emphasizing and advocating the role of digital technology in value enhancement of nutrient-enriched crops. Some of those core areas of the digital intervention could be towards using artificial intelligence to provide accurate weather forecasts or estimate of crop sown areas to farmers. It can also be used in providing market linkage and traceability through QR or barcoding, as well as precision agriculture for irrigation, machinery, and livestock management.
मैं इस चोलापुर ब्लॉक की LRP हूँ और ग्रामीण मित्रा भी हूँ अपने गांव की। जो छोटे बच्चे हैं जो कुपोषण से ग्रसित हो जाते हैं, खासकर पूर्वांचल एरिया में जो हमारे उत्तर प्रदेश का एरिया है, उनके लिए ये काफ़ी प्लस पॉइंट है कि ये खाएंगे उस अनाज को तो उनको काफ़ी अच्छा रिजल्ट मिलने वाला है।
हमको इसको खाने के लिए जो हमको आवश्यकता थी वो हमको भरपूर मात्रा में मिल रही थी और आर्थिक भी दृष्टि से, क्योंकि इसका उत्पादन भी बहुत अच्छा है और स्वास्थ्य की दृष्टि से भी बहुत अच्छा है। तो दोनों तरीके से हमको ये गेहूं बोने में दोनों तरीके से लाभ ही लाभ है।
The government of India has set ambitious targets to tackle the problem of malnutrition with a special focus towards women and children. The program launched by Grameen Foundation India along with Harvest Plus will aid in fulfilling the vision and endeavor of the government and will ensure that over 60,000 families, especially from low-income rural households, are able to access zinc-fortified wheat grain throughout the year. The core objective of the program is to develop a sustainable solution to overcome the menace of malnutrition that will help in building a brighter, stronger, and healthier future for India.
नमस्ते, मैं शबनम रशीद शेख। मेरा क्वालिफिकेशन BSW MSW 2020 में कंप्लीट हुआ है और मैं अभी करंट में ग्रामीण फाउंडेशन में एज अ ब्लॉक कोऑर्डिनेटर समुद्रपुर ब्लॉक में 55 GM के साथ में काम कर रही हूँ। GM की खोज करने के पहले हमें विलेज क्लस्टरिंग करना पड़ता है। उसके लिए हम सबसे पहले पंचायत समिति से एरिया की लिस्ट लाते हैं। ग्राम पंचायत के अनुसार हम गाँव की क्लस्टरिंग करते हैं। गाँव में जाने के बाद हम सबसे पहले गाँव में आशा दीदी, आंगनवाड़ी सेविका और CRP इन दीदी लोगों से मिलते हैं। उनसे मिलने के बाद हम उन्हें ग्रामीण के बारे में पूरी जानकारी देते हैं और उनसे ऐसी महिलाओं की जानकारी लेते हैं जो कि 12th पढ़ी हो और कुछ करने की इच्छा रखती हो। ऐसे 6-7 दीदी लोगों के नंबर्स लेते हैं और उनसे मिलते हैं। उनसे मिलने के बाद हम उनको ग्रामीण के बारे में इंफॉर्मेशन देते हैं। पूरी तरह से बताने के बाद जो दीदी इंटरेस्टेड होती हैं उनका हम PI फॉर्म फिलअप कराते हैं। उसके बाद दीदी को हम एक दिन का टाइम देते हैं कि दीदी आप आपके फैमिली से परमिशन लीजिए। तो हम फिर नेक्स्ट डे उनके घर जाकर उनके फैमिली से बात करते हैं, उनको प्रोजेक्ट के बारे में और ग्रामीण के बारे में पूरी तरह से समझाते हैं। उसके बाद हम दीदी को ऑनबोर्ड करते हैं। ऑनबोर्ड करने के लिए हम दीदी के इम्पोर्टेंट डॉक्यूमेंट GMC ऐप, जीलिप ऐप इंस्टॉल करके दीदी को हम जीलिप और GMC का ट्रेनिंग देते हैं। GMC ऐप में हम दीदी को APS, एड क्लाइंट, बैलेंस इंक्वायरी, DMT के बारे में समझाते हैं और जीलिप ऐप के अंदर के जो भी वीडियोस होते हैं हम वो दीदी को दिखाते हैं। दीदी को वो फ्यूचर में बेनिफिशियरी अवेयर करने के लिए काम आते हैं। उसके बाद हम दीदी को लेकर गांव में घर घर जाते हैं। घर में जाकर हम जीलिप ऐप के माध्यम से जो वीडियोस होती है वो वीडियोस लोगों को बेनिफिशरीज को दिखाते हैं और DFS के बारे में हम उनको अवेयर करते हैं। अगर कुछ टेक्निकल इश्यूज होते हैं तो वो हम हमारे टेक टीम की तरफ शेयर करते हैं, जिससे कि जो भी सॉल्यूशंस आती है वो हम हमारे दीदी को बताते हैं। और इसी के साथ मैं प्रतिदिन 4 से 5 GM के गांव जाकर उनसे मिलती हूँ और उनको काम में मदद करती हूँ। मेरा यही उद्देश्य है कि मेरी सारी ग्रामीण मित्राएं इसी तरह से गांव में काम करती रहे, अपनी आजीविका कमाएं और गांव में अपनी एक अलग पहचान बनाएं। ग्रामीण फाउंडेशन में जुड़ने के बाद मेरा आत्मविश्वास बढ़ा है, लोगों में एक अलग पहचान बनी है और मैं अपने परिवार के लिए आजीविका कमा रही हूँ। मैं आशा करती हूँ कि मैं खुद के साथ साथ गांव की और भी महिलाओं को आगे ले जा सकूँ और उनके आजीविका कमाने में उनकी मदद कर सकूँ। धन्यवाद।
HCL Foundation was established in 2011 as the CSR arm of HCL, with an aim to bring positive impact in the lives of underprivileged communities, both in urban and rural India. HCL Foundation started working in the field of education, health and hygiene, water, sanitation, early childhood care and development, livelihood, environment, and disaster risk reduction. Understanding the magnitude of its vision, HCL Foundation brought all the like-minded stakeholders like government authorities, corporates, civil society organizations, NGO partners, and HCL volunteers under one umbrella as a robust convergence model towards achieving the common goal.
The impact has begun to now, clearly come out. And that happened only because of the kind of partnerships that HCL Foundation has been able to establish over these years. I would say it's not the traditional partnerships where there is a donor and there is a donee, but most importantly, the partnerships with communities themselves, where communities are seen as equals and maybe more at times.
HCL Foundation has transformed millions of lives.
Last 5 years have been fast-paced growth, which has taken footprints to more than 20 states in India, which has taken the beneficiaries' number. And that is only possible because of such a dedicated and committed team at HCL Foundation and its fabulously aligned partners.
मेरा नाम रंजना राधेश्याम मुरली है। मैं मांडू में रहती हूँ। तालुका धारनी है, जिला अमरावती है। मैं कस्तूरबा सोलर खादी महिला समिति में काम करती हूँ लोगों का। शौचालय के लिए यहाँ पे 110 बाइयाँ काम करती है। ये सब कपड़े वगैरह सब हमारी मेहनत से हम खुद हाथ से बनाते हैं। इससे मतलब मशीन के कपड़े से ज़्यादा मतलब अच्छा ये क्वालिटी मिलता है हमारे कपड़े से। दूसरा डिवाइस से मैं जो काम कर रही हूँ उससे कस्टमर को पता चलेगा कि ये कैसे कर रही है, और मेरे साथ में जितनी बाइयाँ काम करती ICL फाउंडेशन से हमको थोड़ा सहयोग
So welcome back everyone. I know the session post lunch is the most challenging. So welcome you once again to the track 2, Pathways for Growth of Women's Enterprises. We are extremely glad to curate this track with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. We are extremely delighted to have with us Madam Mercy Pau, Joint Secretary, Ministry of MSME, Government of India. As Joint Secretary, she is in charge of implementation of various schemes pertaining to small and medium enterprises. Prior to her current posting, she has served Government of India in various capacities across the ministries, departments for the past 25 years. Some of her most important postings inter alia are Ministries of Finance, Housing and Urban Affairs, and Development of Northeastern Region. Ma'am, it is my privilege to welcome you on stage to deliver the keynote address. Can we give her a good, like a loud round of applause? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Very good afternoon to all of you. If you have had your, can I just close this for, it's okay? Can I just close it? Thank you. If you have had your lunch, then it's a challenge now to keep awake, so I have to be interesting, otherwise I will kind of sing lullaby to make you sleep. I'm here to give a keynote address on the overall view of Ministry of MSME, as our Madam has already said that I am Joint Secretary there. So Ministry of MSME, as you know, we look into the MSME spheres, policy making, and also hand-holding, supporting through some of the interventions and programs. And if you look at Ministry of MSME landscape, you will know that Ministry of MSME is highly vibrant, and we also contribute significantly to our GDP, exports, And so in order to catch up with the vision that the government is already laying for all of us, we are also trying to have stakeholding meetings with the industry, with people like you, and also with our MSMEs. And we are trying to also tweak our policies so that we can also be relevant and serve our nation better. So I thank the Access Service Development for organizing such a beautiful platform where we can all have a meeting together, have technical sessions. My colleague Ishita will be here, and she will also be highlighting a lot more. I know you might be aware of what MSME does, and if you are a frequent visitor to our website, everything is up there, so you might be aware. But there is always that one or two persons who may not be totally aware of what the government is doing in the MSME sector. So for the benefit of them, I just want to tell you what the Ministry of MSME does and how you can also access and get benefited. And if you get information today, perhaps you can go back and then help the people that are under your influence so that we can all help and grow the MSMEs. In order to be comparable with the global MSMEs, we have revised the definition of MSMEs. I think you are aware of that. The only difference that our Indian MSME classification says is we don't include mandatorily from the MSMEs the number of people that they are employing, okay? So for the micro, the investment does not exceed 1 crore and turnover does not exceed 5 crore. If that is your enterprise, then you are a micro unit. For the small, investment does not exceed 10 crore and turnover does not exceed rupees 50 crore. If you are in that bracket, you are a small unit. And for the medium unit, investment does not exceed 50 crore and turnover does not exceed 250 crore, and you would be a medium unit. So if you look at the landscape, 95+% of MSMEs are in the micro segment, and very small number would be in the small, medium would be less than 1% perhaps. And we have recently also introduced Shri Fund, which is an equity fund. I will tell you a little bit as I go on, so that we can help our MSMEs have infuse the capital fund so that they cross over to become bigger. They get out of the MSME bracket. We are trying to create some champions out of it, so that is a new initiative also. Now, if you look at the MSME contribution to our economic development, we have 45% of national output as far as the manufacturing is concerned. Total exports is about 49%. Contribution to GDP is 30% or more. And we employ around 11 crore people. And the number of MSME units is 6.3%. And the products and services, we range from, we have more than 6,000. And it ranges from right from khadi, which is made with hands, okay, the rural artisans, up to very high precisions, which we are also manufacturing and giving it to our satellites also. If you look at the MSMEs, you will find that a lot of our MSMEs are in informal sector. They have not come in the formal sector as yet. So the government is trying very hard to bring in all the MSMEs in the formal sector. So we have initiated this Udyam portal where everybody gets registered, and once they get, and it's free by the way, there are many fake sites that have come up, but if you enter that and then if any site is asking for money, please know that that is fake. Government of India does not ask for any money, and it is totally digital. You just have to enter your details and then you get a number. Once you have that number, then you become eligible to access all the schemes and programs. More than 25 in the ministry alone, you become eligible to access those benefits. And if you look at the registration, I think it is more than 1.3 crore right now as on date. And we are also having a special campaign for Udyam registration, because this is also one of our vision for 2047, India at 100 years, how we can bring in all the MSMEs under the formal sector. If you look at the total registered MSMEs, the women, you will find that 18% of those who are registered on Udyam portal are women. And today we are talking on women. So some of the special initiatives that we have taken on women I will also share as I go along. If you look at the Ministry of MSME, the objective and function, we have 5 verticals, major verticals that we work with. One is finance facilitation, and we have schemes like Prime Minister Employment Generation Program. We have recently revised, and so earlier it used to be just 10 lakh for service sector. Now we have doubled it to 20 lakh. For manufacturing, it used to be 25 lakh. Now we have given to increase to 50. So, and some of the farm sector, which were not covered earlier, has been given for especially Northeastern region. And we also have CGT MSE. And as I said, the equity fund, Shri Fund, Self-Reliant India Fund, we have also launched that. That's the finance facilitation vertical. We also emphasize a lot on skill development. We need skilling, reskilling, and also whatever the industry requires, we are also trying to bring in manpower which are skilled so that the industry can benefit from that. So we have 3-4 schemes under that: ESDP, Entrepreneurship Skill Development Program, and then we also give assistance to training institutes, which are our own training institute, and some EDIs which the state government has, and Government of India training institutes. We engage them and we train them, and so this is also one of the important component, not only to find employment for these unemployed youth, but also to train them so that they become entrepreneur. The third vertical that we work on is technology enablement, and as we know that is also one of the critical gap that our MSMEs face: access to technology. How can they access to technology? How can they increase their production? So for these, we have schemes like Aspire, Sfurti, MSc CDP, and special credit link subsidy scheme for the SCs and the STs. You can say that we are also trying to be inclusive in our growth story. So we have certain schemes which are only meant for SCs and STs also. So these are some of the few schemes that we help our MSMEs access technology. Recently, we have also been engaging very regularly with the Office of PSA, Principal Scientific Advisor to the Prime Minister. We also engage them because most of the S&T, Science and Technology, R&D institutions come under them, and they have a lot of homegrown, homemade technologies. But the problem with the institution is that they developed it and then they get their degree and then it's never reached a market. So we are trying to get those technology and reach them to the MSMEs. So these are some of the initiatives that we do. And also for the global holistic value chain, we need the market linkage, which is the end, okay? The first one is the backward linkage. So for the backward linkage, we have like Sfurti and then the MSc CDP. This is the cluster development programs. So that becomes the backward linkage, and then we have the forward linkage, which is the market linkage. We have 2 schemes specifically. One is the procurement marketing schemes, that will help our MSMEs come and participate in all the major fairs and exhibitions within the country. And we have a lot of them, a lot of fairs and exhibitions happening all the time. We have international cooperation scheme where more than 700 major fairs and exhibitions which are happening internationally, we have approved them in our list so that our MSMEs can go and participate in whatever sector they belong, okay? So we have that, and that is also a very popular scheme among our MSMEs. And the other one is, the final vertical that we work with is manufacturing competitiveness. So under this, we have a champion scheme, and that is to increase their competitiveness. We recently launched capacity building for the first time exporters under our international cooperation scheme. It was launched by our Honorable Prime Minister on 30th June this year, last year. And so under this, we are giving them free registration with export councils. We are also giving them certain assistance for testing and for getting certification for whatever products and services they have. We also help them in insurance and all that. So we have the Z, zero effect, zero defect, because now we have to be environmentally conscious, and so we have brought in those things. And for innovation, under the innovation scheme, we are also engaging with host institute, where ideas can be incubated. And then a viable business model is created by these. And then we have IIS, IIM, and so many institutes that are already engaged as a host institute. We have those. And also the MSMEs are, as I said, 95% are in micro segment. They are very small and then they stick to what they know. They are not very creative and they don't have the means and the power to actually come out of their comfort zone and make things that are saleable in the global market. So we also brought in a vertical called design, okay, where their designs can be diversified and also the demand that is there in the market can be curated. So under that we bring that. And another one is protection, IPR. We also brought that. These are some of the new initiatives that our ministry has done. If you look at the organization, you will find that we have Khadi and Village Industries, KVIC, you are already aware of that. We have also Coir Board, where it deals with the Coir products. And we have National Small Industry Corporation, NSIC. We have branch offices all across the country, and we help our MSMEs in raw material sourcing and also in helping them get the credit and so. And one of the attached office of MSME is Development Commissioner, and my colleague, she's from there. She will be speaking about the various schemes that they run. And we also have National Institute of MSMEs. This is in Hyderabad, and this institute majorly do skilling and also help the people to become entrepreneurs. We also have an institute called M. Giri, Mahatma Gandhi Institute for Rural Industrialization in Wardha. And we also have several tool rooms and technology and testing centers all across the country. So this is what the structure of MSME is like. And if you look at some of the enabling the MSMEs to access the credit, you will find that on top of the schemes that we run, PMEGP is one, okay? So this is kind of the flagship for our ministry. And we also have CGT MSC also, where collateral-free loan up to 2 crore rupees is provided to the MSCs, and the guarantee coverage ranges from 50% to 85%. We also give a lot of capacity building, as I said, in ESDP and then under ATI and also National SCST Hub Scheme. We are doing a lot of training program. Some of them are NSQF compliant courses. Some of them are over and above NSQF. Some are curated as per the demand of the industry. And so we do a lot of skilling and also helping the unemployed youth become entrepreneurs. And for the access to market, as I said, for international, we have international scheme. Under this, many associations, the prominent ones, and we are also trying to help build the upcoming platforms, the association, the chambers also to partake in this. So we also organize conferences, international conferences, where we bring subject experts from whichever country has that comparable strength. So we engage them so that they come and tell us. We also share technology. Whatever technology is good, say from Germany or from Japan, we engage them so that they tell us about their best practices, their technology under such forums. So we do a lot of those things. In addition to exhibitions and participating in trade fairs, buyer and seller, G2G meet, B2B meet, etc. So our ministry also takes MSMEs to certain countries for building relationship and also for networking so that their strength can also be learned and the best practices can be also exchanged. So these are some of the things that we do for market access. For the domestic one, we have PMS, Procurement and Marketing Support Scheme. So under this, our MSMEs can come, we help them with stall charges and also some to and fro tickets. Some of these things we help them so that they also understand what is the ecosystem in the market. And to be inclusive in our growth, we have this National SCST Hub Scheme, which is specifically for the SCs and the STs to mainstream their economic activity. And under this, we have several interventions, not only helping them to access banks, okay, credit, not only to help them reach the market, but also build up their capacity and also train them how to become entrepreneur. And we are also doing a lot of activities by holding conclaves, not only all across, but we have already mapped the region where SCST are having substantial population. So in those pockets, we are having conclaves and the uptake has been quite encouraging. We are now in the second phase of this particular scheme. And in order to help ease of doing business, we have Udyam registration portal, and Madam deals with that. And under that, we are trying to bring all the MSMEs in the formal sector by giving them registration and other things. And also Champion portal. This is a technology-driven platform for helping and promoting the MSMEs. It's also a single window solution for needs as well as grievances of the MSMEs, and also assistance to business, including finance, technical, market access, export, import, etc. We also help them. And we have developed this Champion portal in hub and spoke model. So the hub is in our Udyog Bhavan. The spokes are spread across the country through our DFOs and other TCs. We also have this MSME Samband, and under this, we monitor the implementation of public procurement. The Government of India policy says that at least 25% of all the procurement must be mandatorily from the MSMEs. So here we monitor the procurement, and there is a portal tracking the thing. And also the government e-marketplace, GEM, we also help our MSMEs register them on the GEM portal. And MSME Samadhan, this is about the delayed payments, and as MSMEs are very small, and if their payments are not on time, then they face a lot of challenge. So in order to help ease out this particular issue, there is a portal called MSME Samadhan, which also monitors and help them. The MSME Champion Scheme, as I said, we have Z. The scheme is an extensive drive to enable and facilitate MSMEs adopt Z practices and motivate and incentivize them for Z certification, and also encouraging them to become the MSME champions. And under the innovation scheme, we have design, IPR, and also incubation. And the first-time capacity building, I've already shared. This is becoming quite a popular one for the MSMEs, because as India works towards reaching the 5 trillion USD, the MSMEs play a very critical part. So we also want to handhold our MSMEs become exporters. So these are some of the initiatives that our ministry has recently undertaken. Now, some new interventions are like Self-Reliant India, Shri Fund. So NSIC, the National Small Industry Corporation, is the main agency execution of this fund of funds scheme, and it is a rupees 10,000 crore by anchoring it through a 100% owned subsidy company. So this NSIC Venture Capital Fund Limited, NVCFL, was incorporated, and NSIC is now the agency running that, and we named that as Self-Reliant India Fund. And under this, the objective of the Shri Fund is to enhance equity, quasi-equity, and debt financing as permitted under the SEBI guidelines. And it also supports the faster growth of MSME businesses and ignite economy and create employment opportunities. And we also support enterprises which have potential to graduate beyond the MSME bracket and become national and international champion. And some of the important things that we do for the women specifically, we have 8th March, we all know that's International Women's Day. So last year on this International Women's Day, we announced a program called Samarth. And under that, we have 4 programs where we are focusing on that to help the women MSMEs. First, we are having a special targeted focus campaign on registration on the Udyam portal by the women-owned MSMEs. So we're having that. 20% of all the capacity building training programs run by the ministry will be reserved for women, and also participation in domestic as well as international exhibitions and fairs. At least 20% representation from women will be reserved. And the fourth thing is all the commercial schemes under NSIC will be reserved for women. So these are the 4 steps that ministry have taken to help the women MSMEs under the Samarth announcement. And yeah, there are so many other schemes which may be of interest to you. Kindly look at our ministry's website. I'm just giving you an overview of what Ministry of MSME does. And it's very important that we come and share what we do. and also learn from what we are doing. And I think synergy is very important. Stakeholder consultation is very important. Government cannot do 100%. We do what we can do. You also bring in your things so that we together can be a part of the success story, the growth, the economic growth story of our country. So I commend the Access Development Services for organizing such a beautiful meeting. And I hope the technical session which will follow this will be meaningful and also will be a learning experience for all of us. So thank you very much for having me, and all the best for the technical sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful address. It was quite an elaborate one. And for sharing with us the key initiatives that the Ministry of MSME is undertaking. I'm sure with the leadership that we have at the Ministry of MSME, we would be happy to work with your ministry and take the agenda of women's entrepreneurship forward. Thank you so much, ma'am. We also wanted to quickly felicitate you with token of our appreciation and for your presence here today. It has already reached you. Yeah, so let's give her a big round of applause. We'll quickly, we are delayed by around, I think, 8 minutes for our section to unfold. Our first session on for this particular track is themed Women in Enterprise, Impediments in the Marketplace. I warmly welcome the moderator for the session, Ms. Sachi Bhalla, Senior Program Officer, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, to take her place on the stage. I would also like to welcome and invite on stage our distinguished panelists for the session. We have with us Dr. Ishita Ganguly Tripathi, Additional Development Commissioner, Office of DC MSME, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Government of India. We have Suhaila Khan, Country Program Manager, Second Chance Education, UN Women India. We also have with us Prashant Mandke, Head, Strategic Alliance and Partnerships, Frontier Markets Consulting Private Limited. And our fourth speaker for the panel discussion is Sonal Jaitley, Head, Senior Manager and Lead, Gender Equality, Social Inclusion at Microsave Consulting. Thank you so much for joining us in this panel discussion, and we look forward to your perspectives on women in enterprise, impediments in the marketplace. I now hand over to Ms. Sachi Bhalla for taking the session forward. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Meenakshi, and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this panel discussion on women in enterprises, impediments in the marketplace. Though I think we will talk about a number of themes and issues which go beyond just what is traditionally considered the marketplace. I'll just start by a short introduction of our great panelists today. We have Dr. Ishita Ganguly Tripathi, Additional Development Commissioner in the Ministry of MSME. She's an officer of the Indian Economic Service 1999 batch, and in the past 25 years has worked in the Ministry of Finance, Planning Commission, Ministry of Road Transport, and Ministry of Commerce and Industry in various capacities. Thank you for joining us today, ma'am. We next have Suhaila Khan. Suhaila is the Country Program Manager for Second Chance Education and Vocational Learning Programs at UN Women. She has extensive experience in the management of large-scale transformational programs on women's economic empowerment, and really works to ensure that feminist principles are included to recognize women and what are gender-based discriminations or gender-based challenges to advance women's economic empowerment. Thanks for joining us, Suhaila. We next have Prashant Mandke, who's been recognized as the most influential rural marketing professional by CMO Asia and most influential agriculture professional by Agriculture Innovation Congress. He is passionate for building sustainable solutions for access to health, water, energy, and food for low-income households and rural communities. And he's been working really hard to ensure that the experience and the understanding of socio-cultural dynamics of gender are included as we think about innovative solutions. Thanks for joining us, Prashant. And lastly, we have Sonal. Sonal is the Gender Equality and Social Inclusion head of Microsave Consulting. She has been working with with Niti Aayog's Women's Entrepreneurship Platform over the past few years and brings a lot of experience working with women's enterprises and looking at integrating an economic empowerment, financial inclusion, and gender perspective into various policies and programs. She recently led the Digital Economy Working Group for the G20 Ministerial Conference on Women Empowerment under Indonesia's G20 presidency, and we hope to be able to continue with many of the themes discussed there in India's G20 presidency as well. Thanks for joining us, Sonal. I don't think the audience in this room needs an introduction on women's enterprises and really what are the various barriers and challenges faced by women's enterprises. I think just an interesting framework that I recently read was about looking at women's enterprises and trying to understand, are they safe? And by SAFE, the acronym SAFE stood for Sustainable, Autonomous, have Financial Inclusion, and be employment generating. And I think that's a really interesting way about thinking about the various barriers or what are maybe some of the enablers that women's enterprises require to be able to succeed in the economy today. I think for our panel today, maybe I'll start with you, Suhaila, to give us a brief understanding, maybe just lay out the landscape of women's enterprises in India today. What percentage of MSMEs today are owned by women, run by women, and then maybe we can just continue from there.
Sure. Thank you so much, Sachi, for the question, and a pleasure to be a part of this very interesting panel. I would begin by quoting the Ministry of Small, Medium and Entrepreneurship data, because that is the data that we have available, which says that women at this point of time make up almost 14% of the enterprises in India. And so 14% of all entrepreneurs in India and constitute 20% of enterprises, which is small and medium enterprises out of the total 58.5 million enterprises that we have in India at this point of time. Now, but the interesting point is that a recent report by Google and Bain says that these women-led businesses has a potential of creating 150 to 170 million jobs, which are more than 25% of the new jobs that the Indian working age population needs by 2030. So look at the potential of these women-led businesses in terms of the economy, in terms of our growth of economy. Despite all this evidence, we also know that women entrepreneurship is very much necessity driven. We know that they are in low sort of segments of the market. In fact, they're concentrated in few sectors and segments that are not very growth oriented. And also they rely on local environment in terms of meeting their financial and technical requirements, which also sort of enables them to bypass some of the more stringent and more strict requirements that would also enable them to grow. Now, we all know the implications of COVID-19 on Indian businesses, right? Specifically on women. And there are reports which says that more than 73% of women-led businesses have been negatively impacted by COVID, and almost 20% of them have their revenues dwindled to zero. Now, when it comes to the existing interventions on women's entrepreneurship, we see a lot of focus on facilitating women's entry into the ecosystem. But we do not see many interventions that focus on really expanding those women's businesses once they are into that ecosystem. So then the issues of, say, for example, access to markets and the issues of access to finance. Now, we also know that pandemic has also significantly changed the marketing landscape. Now we are more into digital platforms which have taken over to the traditional marketing practices, including our e-commerce and social commerce platforms. Now, the challenges that women face, again, here also the entry barriers to these platforms are very, very minimal. Anybody can just log on to Amazon. But the issue is that once the entry barriers are resolved, how do we navigate these platforms? Where do we, how do we have access to those technical skills? And these are very, very technical requirements on, search engine optimization and performance marketing and all of this, where women lack the technical expertise and the market, the expertise even within their teams to navigate those systems. So these are some of the challenges. And one last point that I want to bring here is also the fact that, even to access these marketing platforms, there are new systems that have been put in place which require them to pay the fees, which require them to pay the commissions, etc., which also has the linkages with the access to finance element of the entire entrepreneurship growth story. So I'll take a pause here, Sachi, and over to you.
Thanks so much, Suhaila. I think you've touched upon the various challenges faced by women's enterprises today, and thank you for laying that out simply. I think we'll come back to some of this, but maybe I'll turn to Sonal now to say, you've been working with Niti's women's entrepreneurship platform for the past few years now. It'll be really interesting to understand what you've learned about women's enterprises that have been successful. What is it that is working for them?
Thank you, first of all, for the opportunity to participate in this. So, even before I talk about the Women Entrepreneurship Platform, I would go backwards a little and talk about the SAFE framework that Sachi had talked about earlier. So, what makes enterprises successful is, when we look at it from a gender lens, we see that enterprises generally in India, women-owned enterprises are not safe. When we say not safe, they are not sustainable. So majority of women enterprises lie in the informal sector. If there are external shocks like COVID, demonetization, they're not resilient enough to come back on their feet. As Suhaila just said, there were many business closures reported, more for women than for male entrepreneurs. So majority of women enterprises are not sustainable. So that's the first part of SAFE. The second part, there are estimates and different estimates that almost 20% are proxy women enterprise owners. So, and there is a large percentage, there's anecdotal evidence from bankers that most of the applications that come are actually for loans on low interest rates. They go to, the businesses are run by male entrepreneurs, but they're in the name of women entrepreneurs. So there is as high as 20% proxy ownership. So they're not autonomous, real women-led and controlled businesses. The third F part of it is they're not formal. So these enterprises are informal in nature, they're not registered enterprises, and that in itself brings a lot of challenges with it. And the last part of it is, to be safe, you need to be also employment generating. So as Suhaila pointed out, that majority of our women entrepreneurs are necessity oriented, they're not opportunity oriented entrepreneurs. Opportunity-oriented entrepreneurship is extremely critical in an economy, because that is what leads to high growth, and growth in high growth sectors which are very difficult to replace. So that's how the landscape looks like. So what actually works, and we've been working with the Women Entrepreneurship Platform of Niti Aayog. Recently, we did a study wherein we find that what we find is that there are 6 critical needs, 6 critical entrepreneurship ecosystem needs that every entrepreneur has to be provided if you need to generate high and opportunity-oriented entrepreneurship. These are very basic foundational needs. First is entrepreneurship promotion. The second is that you need to provide technical skills as well as soft skills, so training and skilling. You need to provide networking and mentoring. You need to provide access to finance, access to markets. Last but not the least, you need to provide robust business development services. So once you complete the continuum of support across these six ecosystem needs, that is when you create a profit-oriented enterprise. So it is not just a function of access to finance. Interestingly, what we also did is we tried to understand that the government of India, as ma'am just laid out, has a host of schemes and initiatives to support entrepreneurship in general and also women entrepreneurship specifically. We try to understand what is the kind, where is this government support going, and the government support is majorly in the form of schemes. So schemes are the vehicle of delivery of support to entrepreneurs from the government side. There are a lot of schemes and resources that the government has allocated. We try to understand how are these schemes spread across these six entrepreneurship needs. And interestingly, we found that majority of the focus of schemes is on access to finance and training and skilling. Mentoring and market linkages are the most ignored needs. And the study also finds that unless you provide this continuum of services, which is across these six needs, it's very difficult to create high growth enterprises. And this is demonstrated by the winners of Women Transforming India Awards. These are women entrepreneurs who have access to all of these services in some form or the other, either on their own or through government support or through incubators and accelerators, and they've managed to create these successful enterprises. So I'll stop there.
Thanks so much, Sonal. I think we should come back to some of the big points that you made, including what are the types of sectors that women choose to enter and why, as well as the employment generating role that women's enterprises could play. So Hela already gave us a big number. 25% of new jobs in the Indian economy could come from women's enterprises. And I think some interesting data that also exists about women preferring to work for women enterprises or enterprises which are owned by women and where they have other peer networks and support systems. So I think we should come back to some of those themes. Maybe I'll turn to you, Dr. Tripathi, now on. We already learned quite a bit about the initiatives undertaken by the Ministry of by MSME, but it would be really helpful to hear from you also in the context that both Sohela and Sonal have laid out, government initiatives that are being undertaken to support women's enterprises, and what are the types of successes that we are seeing? How are women and women's enterprises actually moving and progressing, and in a sense, what are some of the challenges that persist?
Thank you, Sachiji, and thank you to all the organizers for organizing this on such a relevant topic. My pleasure being here. My colleague Mercy Pau has already given an analysis of what all schemes and programs the Ministry of MSME is running. So what I'll do is I'll just respond to the points that you've raised and Sohela ji and Sonal ji have raised. So I'll start with the data. So for us, for the Ministry of MSME, what we've been doing since the change in the definition in 2020, when the MSME sector definition was changed, it's now based on a twin criteria of investment and turnover. Since then, the MSMEs which have registered on Udyam, we are taking them as the formal number. That number is going on increasing, and Sohela ji did point out a few figures. I'll quote the figures from Udyam, the numbers that appeared this morning. So it's 1.35 crore MSMEs registered since the 1st of July 2020. These employ 9.72 crore people. The employment number is a voluntary number that the MSMEs are filling in. I believe that it is an underestimate. Out of the 1.35 crore that were registered in the morning today,
18% are women-owned enterprises. Out of the 9.72 crore employment that has been voluntarily disclosed to us, 24% are women employees. Now, on the 14th of September last year, what we did was to integrate the Udyam portal completely with NCS, the National Career Service Portal of the Ministry of Labor and Employment. Since then, we've seen that around 5 lakh enterprises which have registered on Udyam have actually accessed the database of National Career Service to see who are the employees. So it's like a job search. So they have searched and accessed the NCS, and out of those 5 lakh, 1 lakh are women entrepreneurs. Just to give you these figures, I thought that's how I should begin. Now, to respond to the points that were made about safe, sustainability, and autonomous, you've also mentioned about the financial access and about employment. So, employment will actually come only if the other 3 parts, SAF, they are taken care of. And now for SAF to be taken care of, there cannot be one single approach. It has to be a convergence of all the approaches. And like Sonalji mentioned, there are 6 pillars that she's been looking at. We've been looking at something similar. Probably we call them by different names. So we've been looking at access to finance, access to technology, access to skilling, access to procurement, and also marketing. So under finance, I'll just give one example of each, and if there are more questions, I can take those up. So when we are talking about a multi-pronged strategy entailing access to finance, I'll give the example of CGTMSE, the collateral-free scheme that we have for micro and small enterprises. On the 1st of December 2022, the rates have been brought down further for women entrepreneurs. The rates have been brought down for all in general, but more so for women entrepreneurs. The guarantee coverage is 75% for all other MSEs, micro and small enterprises, whereas it is 85% for women-owned enterprises. If I look at procurement, procurement is I'm sure you're already aware, and Mercy mentioned it a few minutes back. We have something called the Public Procurement Policy for Micro and Small Enterprises, which mandates that 25% of annual procurement by CPSC, central ministries and departments have to be from micro and small enterprises. Out of this 25%, 3% has to be from women-owned enterprises. Vis-a-vis the target of 25%, we have been achieving 36% quite easily. But the procurement from the women enterprises, which is supposed to be 3%, this change was introduced in 2018 by an amendment to the MSE PPP order. That year, the percentage was 0.15. We've managed to cross 1%, it's 1.01%. A lot of work needs to be done before we actually hit 3% and then cross the 3% mark. Now, on public procurement, we see that we have a decade-long list of 358 goods which can be procured only from micro and small enterprises. We realize that some of these goods are not even produced anymore, and some more are being produced, and this list doesn't have services. So now we've revised it. It's 460 plus, and we hope to get the cabinet approval on this soon. In case we've left out on some products, some services, please tell us now. We'll be finalizing it this month. Also, coming to marketing, Mercy did mention about the PMSS, Procurement and Marketing Support Scheme that we have. There, of course, for women entrepreneurs, the stall charges are completely subsidized, whereas for other entrepreneurs it is not. So what I'm actually stressing on is a convergence of all the initiatives that we have been taking. One thing which is really, really lacking is the awareness. Now we need to take this up in a partnership form so that the entrepreneurs are actually aware of all the recent initiatives that have taken place. Two more points here. Uh, when we are actually talking about an entrepreneur benefiting from a scheme, that entrepreneur has to have some kind of an identity. When we say that Udyam is the identity that we are recognizing from the Ministry of MSME, we are told by a number of stakeholders that for Udyam, PAN is mandatory. We've taken this very seriously. On the 11th of January, our ministry has launched with SIDBI a formalization project where PAN is not mandatory. So the Udyam Assist certificate will be generated. It is being generated right now without PAN, and it can be used for priority sector lending and access to finance that you mentioned. One last thing I wanted to mention is that apart from formalization, a number of enterprises have been pointing this out, that to avail the benefits of Ministry of MSME schemes and programs, we need to kind of curb our growth. If we are outside the micro ambit, then we can't, even if we become small enterprises, we can't make use of the micro facilities that you gave. Similarly for moving from micro to small to medium, and then outside the ambit of MSME completely. So some of you may be aware that on the 18th of October 2022, we brought out the notification saying that if there is an upward movement of a particular enterprise, all non-tax benefits are to be given for the next 3 years. Till 17th of October, all non-tax benefits were being given for only a year. Now, these are the kind of things we would like to take up when we do the awareness generation.
Thank you. Again, I think lots of interesting things that we need to come back to, talking about public procurement, talking about just ease of business for women's enterprises. Maybe we'll pick those up in the next round. I'll move to you, Prashant. And I think really getting to now the key theme of this panel. What are the impediments in the market? And what's the role of the private sector in supporting or advancing women's enterprises? It would be really great to hear from you.
Thank you, Sachi. I think the panelists have really brought out some real, key points. Sustainability, awareness, which ma'am mentioned, and Sonal had about 6 points, which are very, very important. I feel private sector has a very significant role to play in this, and it has already happening. The model is there. There are various ways they can contribute. Let me tell you, just get back in terms of how, on ground, a lot of these things which are happening, apart from MSME, NRLM and SRLM has put in huge amount of effort in creation of self-help groups, training them, giving them various, sort of access to various schemes. So you have district level structure, block level structure, etc. So this huge pool of women who is part of self-help groups today. In fact, there is a sustainability challenge. Because of limited maybe product portfolio which they have, okay, and when I say product portfolio, it largely is into 3 categories. One is farm, purely agri, the other is trading, and the third is manufacturing, which I mean things which they make at home, largely. The largest, part where the women have shown traction is trading. Now, trading is typically where, again, private sector comes into play. What do you mean by trading is promoting products, services in the village neighborhood, which possibly private sector has. Now, that is happening. There are initiatives in place, but scale is something which is very challenging. The number of SHGs, if you see, is huge, but how many are active is another, big challenge. And how far can the state machinery keep them rolling in terms of efforts in capacity building or formation of new SHGs? So here is where I think the investments which are already made, can be taken to the next level through private sector participation. And that's very crucial because then it becomes sustainable. The other, area where I feel, private sector, possibly can play a role apart from, simply products and services, which is very much known. I mean, every corporate today wants to go rural and they want to promote products. And it's not the question of only the daily needs or appliances or gadgets. I think there are some fantastic innovations which are across sectors. I would say health, education. I mean, when I say health, there are deeper, things into health. We talk about consultations, diagnostics, medicine delivery. There are fantastic solutions which are available. If you look at education, it is as simple as that speaking English. Or it can be agri-tech, which is a very fast-growing sector today. And if you see startups, there's a huge amount of agri-tech, which is, into play today. Multiple things. It's not just giving, a sort of climate, readings, etc. It's much beyond that. So that is a piece which I think also creates an impact. It's not just trading to service household needs. It's also an impact, like you create impact across thematic areas, and that's something which I think makes a lot of sense and it is sustainable. The other important area where I feel is there are CSR funds coming into this, specifically this area, women entrepreneurship, where they are supporting developing entrepreneurs in their own area of operation or area of interest. So these funds are flowing in. So it's not only CSR funds which they play with, but how do you make it sustainable? When it comes to CSR funds, I mean, there are models which we are aware of. How do you unlock a larger capital? The investment comes into play for certain, let's say, 1 CR is invested. Once that is over, what happens next? And this is again a big challenge which people feel. But is there a model which can be something like a revolving grant or returnable grant, which some of the programs are already in place, but it is possible to do that. So this, I think, needs to be tapped in. The third area, and which is most critical and which I would like to mark as priority one, is do we have model in place? Which is typically social enterprises which are there. There are players who are doing women entrepreneurship development across villages. In fact, one of them obviously is Frontier Markets, which I know about, and there are other players who are doing it. Where you need a model which is tech and physical presence combined together. Because today, the highest, cost is in terms of demand generation, awareness, or, final supply, the last mile logistics. So do we have a model? I think there is definitely a model. I'll speak about it if I get a chance, during this course, and I'd definitely like to make a mention about it. So these are the things which I believe will make significant difference, and corporate involvement, private sector involvement, I think will change the game.
Thank you. I think one theme which I thought would come up, but we haven't really spoken about, is norms, sociocultural norms, gender norms. And I'm wondering if anyone from the panel would like to actually reflect upon that, whether that is in terms of sectors that women and decide to actually enter into, or even things such as caregiving responsibilities, other household responsibilities that fall in a sense as women's work. Do you feel like that is also actually a barrier to the growth scale and profitability of women's enterprises? Anyone?
Thank you, Sajay. The most important question, I would say. Recently, I was looking at the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor and their report. They usually compare more than 42 economies across the world and see how entrepreneurship is doing, what are the critical factors, what are the motivators. So what they find is that gender, age, and educational attainment are the primary factors that decide if the total early stage entrepreneurship activity in an economy Not surprisingly, India has one of the lowest total early stage entrepreneurship activities for women, hovering around 2.6%. Apart from gender, age, and educational attainment, so men are more likely than women to start new enterprises or lead existing businesses. Age is a critical factor. Younger people are more likely to start enterprises than older adults. Educational attainment is a very significant factor again. Graduates are more likely to start new enterprises than non-graduates. Apart from these three, what is cross-cutting and what is most important is national context. And national context includes the cultural support for entrepreneurship, how social norms encourage or discourage women's entrepreneurship, and of course, the legal and regulatory framework. So I would double click on the social norms part here and how they sort of continue to form a barrier for women's entrepreneurship. And I would start with a very small example of how the entrepreneurship discourse itself in India remains very limited to women in the rural and micro segment. So anything which is small is associated with women's entrepreneurship. Small loans, women entrepreneurs. Small entrepreneurship, you again think of women entrepreneurs first. So anything small is only associated with women entrepreneurs. We're not even thinking that India is going to be the largest, the most populated country in the world by April. There are almost 600 million there are 600 million or more women in the population, and out of those, more than 300 million are working age women. Out of these working age women, only 20% are in the labor force. And entrepreneurship still remains the best pathway out of poverty and the best pathway into the labor force and the labor markets for women. And as we add more and more young women to the labor force, we need to ensure that we are also addressing social norms which are inhibiting women's entrepreneurship. Another very pertinent example in our context is women's unpaid labor. So any and I always say this, and I could be wrong, that the most difficult task in this world is to build a profitable enterprise, and other one is to raise a child. So women are doing both, and when they get the right kind of environment. So time remains the most critical resource for all entrepreneurs. If you need to build a successful profit generating enterprise, you need to invest a lot of time. And time poverty is, we know from the recent time use survey that the government of India itself did, that women suffer from time poverty much more than men, because they are bearing the lion's share of unpaid work in terms of care responsibility for the house and all other chores that they need to do. So unless we address all of these adverse social norms that leave women with no choice, that stereotype women with small, and that they're concentrated in the traditional sectors of only manufacturing, we're not broadening our horizon and giving the opportunities for more young women to pursue entrepreneurship. And we also need to ask the right questions on how many women are there in each sector.
Thanks so much, Sonal. And I think just to sort of also link this with what Dr. Tripathi was saying about public procurement, and what are the types of goods that are in that list of public procurement. I think it's also important for us to see what are the sectors in which women's enterprises are currently clustered, and how do we actually think about procurement from women's enterprises, especially in those sectors. Those don't have to be limited to a small percentage. Maybe though there are certain sectors where there can be potentially much greater procurement from women's enterprises. Maybe we'll do one quick round of questions. I'll just ask one question for each of you to reflect on, and then we can open up for some audience engagement and questions. I think, Prashant, you said you'd love to speak about a specific model. So maybe a question to each of each of the panelists around specific examples of initiatives or models that you've seen that have worked to advance women's enterprises. That could be in, whether that's in financial inclusion, digital solutions, e-commerce, for instance. Or, I mean, I would say even thinking beyond. Sonal, you mentioned that capacity building and mentorship is not something that is getting that much attention necessarily. But if we know of good models, and they don't have to be necessarily from uh, run by government, but could be from the private sector, could be by civil society, could be peer networks that also continue to support women's enterprises. So just maybe one example from each of you, and if we can limit it to about 2 minutes.
Thanks. If you talk about what has worked for us, we find that when we take a very, very focused approach, it works. For example, during International Women's Day last year, what we did was we promoted registrations for women Udyamis. And within 5 days, we had 80,000 registrations. Suhaila ji did mention that it's not the entry which is a barrier, but later. But what our perspective is that the entry also has to be facilitated, because that's the ease of doing registration, and then you can have ease of accessing finance and ease of accessing technology and the rest of it. So that's really worked for us, a focused approach. And that's where we have been creating awareness from our amongst our development field officers. So when the field officers get activated with an objective, it really works for us.
Thank you. And I would like to reflect a little bit more on procurement, because the potential of procurement is huge for women's access to markets. And it is both the public procurement, but also the corporate procurement. And ma'am, you mentioned about the 1% statistics, and this is also commensurate with the global statistics, which says that globally there is $1 trillion that are spent on public and corporate procurement, and only 1% of that spent goes towards women-led businesses. Now, what does that mean? And how to correct that, and how to bring more women into that value chains of larger corporations so that they are able to access those marketing opportunities. Now, at UN Women, we have closely looked this area of corporate procurement, and we have a tool called Women's Empowerment Principles, which is a set of 7 principles that require the CEOs of the companies to take a voluntary commitment to empower the women through looking at their workplace, marketplace, and community interventions. Now, when it comes to marketplace policies, our idea is to really see that what are their procurement policies look like, and what are the gaps in their procurement policies from gender perspective. We measure it through a tool which is called Gap Analysis Tool. So globally, there are 7,000 CEOs that have committed to Women's Empowerment Principles. In India, we have over 333 CEOs. Now, these companies are large enterprises as well as smaller ones as well. So we took these companies took the tool, and 50% of them, we identified 2 major challenges that they face. One is bringing more women in the leadership roles, and the second is on looking at how to make their marketplace policies more gender responsive. So when we go deeper down into, so there were few issues. One, many of them do not know what gender responsive procurement means, which essentially means that you're also procuring, not only procuring from women-led businesses, but you're also procuring from those businesses which are gender responsive in terms of promoting women's interest, either through bringing more women into leadership positions, or looking at their corporate social responsibility to invest in women, or having themselves just the policies and practices to facilitate women's entry and retention, promotion, etc. in their enterprises. So one was really the awareness among themselves on what is gender responsive procurement. Second, we also found that they were not tracking the data, that how much spent of the procurement was actually going on women-led businesses. The third thing was really around, where are these women-led businesses? Even if I want to procure, I want to know that how can I reach them? So really, these are some of the very valid and practical steps that needs to be taken to address that gap. From the women's perspective, and I'm sure, ma'am, it's not only for corporate but also public procurement to see that how these opportunities are more accessible to them. I think one of the challenges that women face, even to access, the very wonderful initiative of the government of India, I think it's not in many countries that we have a provision where 3% is earmarked to be procured from women-led businesses. But really, they face the challenge of, how to deal, all that is required, and that also means that there is a capacity gap in terms of also producing those goods and services which require the quality that might be required by the corporates. So it's okay. I'm just concluding. No, I just wanted to bring this very, very important point here because of the potential of this particular aspect of procurement that is there for women's entrepreneurship. So very quickly, we tried to create a platform. We created a platform called Industry Disruptor, where the idea was to bring the larger brands and the women-led businesses in textile on the same platform. We got together H&M, Chibo, Bon Prix, Amazon, Okai, etc. on the same platform, got the women entrepreneurs and tried to create those solutions so that more women could be a part of those platforms. So I'll take a pause here. I'm sorry for that, but I think I have a lot to share, but yeah, of course.
So I'll quote one example which is gaining ground. One is, it's the initiative called She Leads Bharat. Again, I'm going back to rural because there's a large part of rural and zonal. I mean, when it comes to entrepreneurship, women, it's again SHGs and all that stuff which comes into play. That's a huge number. So what She Leads Bharat does is primarily it's an initiative which is bringing together, donors, governments, NGOs, corporates, all stakeholders. And what does it do? I mean, it's primarily for those organizations, including government, where there are already sign-ups with some of the governments, state SRLMs, that to non-financial MOUs which have been signed up, and NGOs. Those who are already working in that space to promote women entrepreneurship, how can we enable them? Because we have a tech, we have the template, and can we become just the service provider rather than saying that, okay, this is my network? So it is just simply letting go and ensuring that it is totally white labeled and the template is offered to NGOs which are already working in that space, which is happening. There are NGOs who are on board. Why corporates? Because as I said, two aspects. One is the CSR funds which they want to invest in this area. The other is every corporate wants to go rural, and this is not a new story. I think everybody knows for last maybe more than 2 decades, everybody has been thinking of rural. I mean, I'm not talking only about FMCG, but there are multiple categories who want to reach rural. Can the woman at the village level, get benefited by providing them the reach? When I say the reach, it is awareness, it is demand generation, it is last mile logistics. And this woman plays a very important role because she is an influencer, she is a good communicator, she is a good mobilizer. And if she is not, then there is a training module which is already in place, because these are the things which one would require. Government, I already spoke about, NGOs, corporates, and there are joint fundraise, efforts which are happening, because primarily, end of the day, if you need to fund the first level of transition, let's say from 1 to 2, there will definitely be certain funds required, and then you make it sustainable. You don't really need to depend on the donor funds. So that's where Frontier has come out with this concept of She Leads Bharat, and we're gaining traction. Thank you.
Thank you. So there are so many good practices and examples, but of course, I would say that the Women Entrepreneurship Platform of Niti Aayog is a unique model in itself, because it is the only national platform which is a public-private partnership. It actually brings together a lot of public-private resources to ensure that women entrepreneurs are provided support across all critical needs. So all the 6 critical needs that I mentioned, Women Entrepreneurship Platform is making all efforts to provide support to women entrepreneurs across all of those needs. It is creating women role models. So across its years of existence, it has facilitated women entrepreneurs who are performing exceedingly well through the Women Transforming India Awards, and these women entrepreneurs are role models in itself. They also have a community, and this community helps not just in peer networking but also sharing learning experiences with each other. Many women entrepreneurs who are part of the WEP platform are also communicating with each other to see where are the market opportunities that exist within this network itself. So a lot happens when you give support to women entrepreneurs, bring them together and connect them to larger networks. So connecting them to networks and markets is extremely important. And the last thing I would say, that India has done extremely well in creating a very robust startup ecosystem. So we are the third largest startup ecosystem, and we have more than, I would say, 500 incubators and accelerators across the country. So they again provide a very good model of how do you support incubation and acceleration of an enterprise. Just like a child needs, the first 1000 days are extremely critical to promote their cognitive and health development overall. Similarly, I would say that for an entrepreneur, the early stages are extremely important, and incubators and accelerators could provide that very critical support in this early stage of entrepreneurship, and we need more women-focused incubators and accelerators.
Thank you. Thank you to all the panelists. I think the two big takeaways that I've got from this is, one, the importance of having a clear goal and single-minded focus to be able to achieve that goal. But second, the importance of convergence, of bringing multiple stakeholders together towards that goal. It's not something that's going to happen with just one set of stakeholders. And I think maybe something for us to sort of take away also is, how do we work better across government, civil society, donors, CSR, and private sector? Maybe with that, we open up to the audience for any questions. Please, if you could keep it brief, and also mention if there's a specific panelist that you would like to answer the question.
Hi, maybe I can ask a question. I don't need to write the mic. We talked about the impediments, and one of the impediments that came across was the social norms, which is about the care, the child care and the elder care work that the women take up. That's the kind of an unpaid labor that we talked about. Any good examples to share about the care infrastructure, the care economy that you all are working towards, an impediment to take care of, which is not talked about, which is started talking about rather after the COVID, but nobody is kind of working towards it. Any good examples to share that we all can kind of emulate in our work? Thank you.
Should we take a couple of questions and then come back to this?
Thank you, a very good question. In fact, it's extremely critical to simultaneously work towards creating a care infrastructure. The United States has actually classified care as essential infrastructure. So there are very good examples. For example, Seva has a Sangini cooperative, which is a very good model of providing care to low-income women workers. It's a model of affordable care and creches that work with low-income workers. So that is one. Again, Mobile Creches does some amazing work for providing care facilities for construction workers, etc. So there are many models, but we need to experiment and provide it on a large scale.
I just want to add also the employment generation potential of care economy, because that is also documented and it has a tremendous potential. Now, one thing that we did was really to see, to marry the two, the care sector and entrepreneurship. So at UN Women, we did an accelerator program where we invited the call for applications for those enterprises that are providing care services, to really to incubate them and provide them with access to finance and access to and better linkages to how they can grow their enterprises. I'll be happy to share and connect offline if you would like to learn more about that.
And not to mention that we have legislation around this. We have the Maternity Benefits Act, which also calls for all organizations with more than 50 employees to create care infrastructure or make available access to creches. And that's 50 employees regardless of gender of the employees. So, any further questions?
My name is Upasna and I represent Resham Sutra. We work with self-help groups in Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Odisha, Bengal, and we enable these women to adopt solar-powered machines to, add on value to the local forest product or the farming product from the silk industry, the cocoons. So our experience so far has been that we create awareness, we do capacity building, we do training, but sometimes there is a small lag in the market connect. For example, the supply of the raw material. So if the cocoons are not available, it comes to a standstill. And then these women go on to farms to work. So they have an alternative source of income, which has been very, has been there, which is low paying and erratic. So how do we, get these women to understand that they have to really stick to what we are training them with? Of course, there are some lacunae from our end also, that there is a shortage of supply, the raw material. We have made cocoon banks, but again, because it's a agri-forest product, there are shortages. So that's my question to the panel. How do we make them more sticky to the new livelihood opportunities they pick up?
Thank you. Maybe we'll take a couple more questions before coming back to
I'm Avnish. In the agriculture sector, we have these FPOs. So would you classify these MSMEs, these FPOs as the MSC thing, beneficiaries? Would you give them loans or something?
And there was another question at the back.
So the thing is that most of the time we see that entrepreneurship led by the rural women, somehow sometimes they manage to generate demands or something, or even they are able manage to handle each and everything. When we talk about the business scalability and we talk about the clubbing of the peer groups or peer kind of business, so what could be the way forward? Because in that situation, most of the time, men-led business entrepreneurship, they are very much well off, you can say, to incorporate all sorts of resources that could be complementary to each other. But in relation to women entrepreneurship, either it could be to especially related to the rural India, we most of the time find that they are not able to, even they have a good products that is actually has the demand also, but not able to connect other both side, demand and supply side. So what could be the way forward for those especially women entrepreneurs hailing from the rural India could get to the actual market which is really demanding over the globe? So thank you.
So, 3 questions. One is around making sure that women stay with the enterprises that they are being trained for and sort of continue, because there will be a greater sort of income generation from there. Second is around FPOs. Are they considered MSMEs? Are they eligible for loans? And the third around better synergy between demand and supply for women's enterprises. So any preferences?
I think Upasna ji's question is very interesting, and actually it's a very serious challenge at times. How do you get traction and keep them focused? And I've seen this happening very regularly. I mean, that's primarily because till the time they become really productive in terms of getting consistent income, there is always that high insecurity in their minds. If I invest time on this, will I get something out of it? Or if I do something else, I'll get. And so they go for more assured thing. It can be as simple as labor. right? As simple as labor. And you cannot guarantee income because obvious reasons. You cannot say, I'll pay you so much. So what I have seen is building alternative income stream makes sense. And this has been the case. Like telling them that only do this becomes very restrictive, and that builds that insecurity in their minds. However, if we say, okay, apart from this, this could be another one or two things. And it is, again, a lot of things are seasonal. I mean, typically, I'm sure your business is seasonal where, there is a high demand in particular quarters and low demand. So how do you sustain in the low demand phase? That's where one needs to look at what else can they do, which is not in conflict with what you are, doing, number one, which utilizes their skills and interest, and which most importantly also meets demands in the neighborhood stroke local markets. So there are such things possible, like a woman who is doing, the kind of a task which you give them, they could be good at one or two things apart from that, right? So do you want to build an allied stream or allied kind of a thing? So your proposition becomes that, okay, throughout the year, either you do 1, 2, or 3, your income levels can be sustained. I mean,
I also, if I may just add to that and look this question a little bit differently, to say that why we would want them to stick to any one thing. And I'm challenging this at this point of time, but really thinking aloud to the fact that women's lives, all of us do multitask, right? All of us do activities where we find value. So if women are also seeking other opportunities, where do they think that it is good for income generation or for learning or gaining more skills? They should have that choice open to them. And how we can then best strategize to make sure that the choice that they are trying to make or the need that they have is addressed, in addition to what you are. Thank you.
Suhela ji and Prashant ji have already answered your question, ma'am, but I wanted to add that SHGs do register on the Udyam portal as MSMEs, and we have more than 1 lakh of SHGs registered with an employment of 12 lakh. So maybe you could see what are the benefits of registering them as MSMEs, and then maybe you can retain them in the sector you want them to be retained in. You could explore that. Yeah. So you had raised the question about FPOs. Now, like I mentioned, the basic qualification for basic eligibility for any loan or any scheme is whether you have an Udyam registration certificate. So I would suggest you go to the Udyam portal, see in the drop-down menu, agriculture will not be there, but agriculture processed things, they will be there. You could register yourself as an FPO. Cooperatives also register themselves. We have about 10,000 cooperatives who are availing benefits of various schemes. Yeah. Absolutely, absolutely, sir. Agreed, sir. But the activity they are engaged in has to be related to, it may be related to agriculture. It cannot be only agriculture then, because MSME is a part of industry, right? Yeah.
So maybe we can pick this up after the panel.
So you had a question about market access. Where are you? So I can't. There you are. Market access for rural women, sir. So the product that you are talking about, are they for the domestic market, or these are export market that you are seeking?
Because there are various challenges. The thing is that once the product is good, then they are failing to supply at local level to consume at this level, and when the demand is very high, they are not able to maintain the supply chain management. So these are the there are different level of challenges. And if you talk about the export market, and there is also a kind of different kind of challenges, statutory compliances, documentations, finding business partners or exporters. These are the different level of challenges for those especially. Even for export market, challenge for the male dominating entrepreneurship as well, because we are also in it. So I can understand that for women, because they are very lacking, not very lacking we can say, but somehow there is a difference between clubbing those people, taking them into one place and getting things smoothly, so that we can create a proper supply chain management as the business led by the male. So that is the difference. So
Absolutely, sir. So why I asked is, so we have specific interventions for market access within the domestic, within the country, and specific interventions for market access, external market. So if there are any particular, particular area that you're looking at, geographical area, I can put you in touch with our field office who will facilitate that, the issues that you're facing, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I think we're out of time. So maybe after this panel, we could connect outside and take questions that others had. Maybe I'm just going to, I don't even think we have time for like wrap up comments at this point. Meenakshi, do we have 2 minutes? We have 2 minutes? Okay. So literally like 30 seconds each to say, if there was one policy shift or your wish for like better policy implementation, to ensure women's enterprises are able to grow, scale, are more profitable, are safe. Ma'am, should we start with you?
Ma'am, for me, since I am doing the policy, I would rather listen to everyone else and then take it as a stakeholder consultation and then do the policy changes. But yes, we take our stakeholder consultations very seriously. And please, if you have any suggestions, tell us now.
So Suhaila, 30 seconds.
Okay. So no, I would like to say that, more equal focus on mid-level enterprises to really look at their needs for expansion and growth, but also procurement policies. More women in senior positions in the procurement roles, and also looking at mainstreaming gender in the procurement policies. Yeah.
Thank you.
My suggestion is looking at engaging private sector more effectively and being open in terms of giving them certain roles to lead. I mean, certain things to be, led by them. Within the framework of government, I mean, it can be non-financial purely, but I would stress upon considering this.
I'll try to stick to the 30 seconds with three things that I have. So one is better sex disaggregated data on the kind and quality of entrepreneurship in India. There are many parameters for which data is not available. Second is provide better support across all critical needs of the entrepreneurs, because successful entrepreneurship is a function of all of these 6 critical needs. And last but not the least is that every stakeholder should ask themselves the right questions. If you are an incubator accelerator, ask yourself how many women do you have in your cohorts. If you are a banker, ask how many women did you fund in this quarter and how many are you going to fund this year. So ask the right questions.
Thank you. And with that, I'd just like to thank everyone on the panel. Thank you for a really engaging discussion. And I hope we can continue with these themes through the rest of the day today and tomorrow.
So thank you so much, our esteemed panelists. I would just like to request you to wait for the picture, for the group picture. And we also would like to felicitate you with a token of our appreciation. So thank you so much. The session has indeed been extremely fruitful. It has definitely reinforced the need to broaden our understanding of women entrepreneurship, looking at things from a gender lens, and also be mindful of the barriers that women face while designing schemes and programs, be it procurement policy or the need to have the gender segregated data, recognizing the potential of women-led businesses, the need to address not just the entry barriers, but also the sustenance barriers. It is also about addressing the social norms and to also look at the entire continuum from enterprise promotion, skilling, reskilling, mentoring, networking, access to markets, access to finance, providing care infrastructure. So we have a long way to go. I would request you to give everybody a huge round of applause. I once again thank our dear panelists that they have taken time out to be here. We are also going to be breaking for a short networking break of about 15 minutes. And the tea is served at the place where we had our lunch. And we would reconvene at 3:45 p.m. for the next session. Thank you. And the next session is Scaling Up Women's Enterprises, Incubating and Empowering. Thank you so much.
मेरा नाम रंजना राधेश्याम मुरली है। मैं मांडू में रहती हूँ। तालुका धारनी है, जिला अमरावती है। मैं कस्तूरबा सोलर खादी महिला समिति में काम करती हूँ लोगों का। 100 चरखे दिए यहाँ पे, 110 बाइयाँ काम करती है। ये सब कपड़े वगैरह सब हमारी मेहनत से हम खुद हाथ से बनाते हैं। इससे मतलब मशीन के कपड़े से ज़्यादा मतलब अच्छा ये क्वालिटी मिलता है हमारे दूसरा डिवाइस से। मैं जो काम कर रही हूँ उससे कस्टमर को पता चलेगा कि ये कैसे कर रही है, और मेरे साथ में जितनी बाइयाँ काम करती है, लड़कियाँ करती है, उनके बारे में पता चलेगा कि कैसे करती है। सिर्फ फाउंडेशन से हमको थोड़ा सहयोग मिला, इसलिए बाइयों को रोजगार मिला।
There's so many intermediaries that the kind of profits or the kind of income that our artisans can have, that gets lost somewhere. And the kind of value chain and the kind of backward and forward linkages that they need for the kind of art that belongs to them completely gets lost. What at HCL Foundation we have envisioned is this very unique online portal which is called My eHeart, Apna Bazaar, for these artisans, which is powered by HCL Foundation. under which we are providing linkages directly to the market using technology, to the artisans which are making the products in their remote villages.
I'm so excited to be here. So proud of all the children who are participating. More than sports, they're going to learn a lot of life skills. They learn about competition, about winning, about losing, about working in teams, about emotions. And I hope the Sports for Change grows with every year.
Sports for Change by Itself Foundation is a very unique initiative where we promote grassroots level sport. We go to the remotest communities in rural and urban areas. We identify the talent through various physical education activities, exposing them to the Olympic sports, and then we provide them a full holistic support under which there is nutrition, there is coaching, there is mental health support, there is counseling, state-of-the-art facilities they are brought to, and they're prepared to be mainstreamed in the national level and international level.
Sport has started creating a change in the mindset of all the children, keeping children away from other behaviors, drug addictions, mental depressions, family problems. We are having 11 states who was part of this competition this year, starting from Nagaland, Jammu and Kashmir, Rajasthan, and all the locations of South India also.
For Itself Foundation, sports is not just about playing national and international championships and winning those medals. It's a huge skill development program where they learn soft skills, they learn hard skills, they learn teamwork, they also learn to win and face the win, but they also learn that if we fail, we can always come back, we can always bounce back.
मैंने अभी तक 8 करोड़ 20 लाख का ट्रांजैक्शन किया। मैंने 2000 से अधिक बैंक अकाउंट खुलवाए। मैंने अपनी खुद की कमाई से कार खरीदी।
मैं 10 रुपए नहीं देखती थी कि कहाँ से मैं पाऊंगी। कोई देखते इसके पास तो 1 लाख है, ये बड़े मनई है, और आज हम सोचते हैं हमारे पास तो 80 लाख है, हम इससे बड़े हो गए हैं जीव कमीशन के माध्यम से।
मैंने मेरे सोने का हार खरीद लिया 1 लाख रुपए का। आजीविका मिशन से इतना मिल चुका है, इतना कि मतलब उसकी सीमा ही नहीं है।
मध्य प्रदेश के तकरीबन हर गांव में ये नजारा आम हो चला है। महिलाओं के स्व सहायता समूह दरअसल नए मध्य प्रदेश और नए हिंदुस्तान को गढ़ रहे हैं। इस अभूतपूर्व क्रांति का श्रेय दीनदयाल अंत्योदय योजना, राज्य ग्रामीण आजीविका मिशन को जाता है।
अब हम इतने काम करने के बाद हमारा समूह इतना अच्छा हो गया है, तो भारत सरकार ने हमारे समूह को 1 लाख रुपए का पुरस्कार भी दिया है।
निर्धनता से सक्षमता को हासिल करने की ये सिर्फ एक कहानी नहीं है। आज 3,22,000 स्व सहायता समूहों से जुड़कर प्रदेश के 36 लाख परिवार सुदृढ़ कर रहे हैं अपना जीवन आधार। मजदूर से मालिक बनने के इस सफर की शुरुआत हुई सन 2012 में।
मेरी कहना सुनो, इन स्व सहायता समूहों के माध्यम से मैं मध्य प्रदेश में गरीबी आपके सहयोग से मिटा के रख दूंगा। गरीबी मिटा
पहले सिर्फ 10 जिलों को ही इस मिशन के लिए चुना गया। फिर इसके सकारात्मक परिणामों को देखते हुए आज 2021 में मध्य प्रदेश का हर जिला मिशन से जुड़कर उन्नति के नित नए सोपान तय कर रहा है। आज मध्य प्रदेश के गांवों में महज किसान नहीं, कारोबारी भी हैं। और खास बात यह है कि सारे कारोबार व्यापार की अगुवाई प्रदेश की ग्रामीण महिलाएं कर रही हैं। आज आजीविका मिशन से जुड़ी विभिन्न गतिविधियां करते हुए समूह की दीदियां कुशल व्यापारी बन गई हैं। रोजमर्रा के कामों से जुड़ी ऐसी सैकड़ों गतिविधियां हैं जिनके जरिए ये महिलाएं न सिर्फ मजदूर से मालिक बन चुकी हैं, बल्कि लाखों बहनें खुद का व्यापार करते हुए आर्थिक रूप से सक्षम हो चुकी हैं। 36 लाख महिलाएं, 36 लाख परिवार, जिनका हर कदम पर साथ दे रही है मध्य प्रदेश सरकार।
1400 करोड़ रुपए की सहायता इस साल स्व सहायता समूहों को बैंकों के लिंकेज के माध्यम से दी जाएगी। 1400 करोड़।
इस मिशन की सफलता का अंदाजा इसी बात से लगाया जा सकता है कि आज मध्य प्रदेश में कुल 152 आजीविका भवन स्थापित किए जा चुके हैं। इनके अलावा कुल 6,500 पंचायत एवं सरकारी भवनों में आजीविका भवन हेतु स्थान सुनिश्चित किया गया है। नए जमाने के साथ कदम से कदम मिलाते हुए आजीविका मार्ट खोले गए हैं। साथ ही समूह द्वारा निर्मित उत्पाद देश दुनिया तक पहुंच सके, इसके लिए वेब पोर्टल भी बनाया गया है। प्रदेश के विभिन्न जिलों में भिन्न भिन्न प्रकार के प्रशिक्षण संस्थानों की स्थापना की गई है। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री की मंशा अनुरूप समूहों द्वारा संचालित गौशालाओं में गोमूत्र से निर्मित फिनाइल, गोनाइल का ही उपयोग सरकारी दफ्तरों में किया जाएगा।
इसी प्रकार ग्रामीण बहनों के हितों को ध्यान में रखकर टेक होम राशन को स्व सहायता समूहों से जोड़ने की घोषणा माननीय मुख्यमंत्री द्वारा की जा चुकी है।
साथ ही शासकीय शालाओं की यूनिफॉर्म भी स्व सहायता समूह द्वारा संचालित विभिन्न सिलाई सेंटरों में तैयार की जा रही है। इन सिलाई सेंटरों की कार्यक्षमता का अंदाजा इसी बात से लगाया जा सकता है कि इनमें आज 54,000 महिलाएं अपने सुखद जीवन का ताना बाना बुन रही हैं। इन समूहों से जुड़ने वाली महिलाओं और परिवारों की संख्या में निरंतर इजाफा हो रहा है। समूह से जुड़ी दीदियां ग्रामीण महिलाओं को समझा रही हैं लगातार कि स्व सहायता समूह से ही जुड़े हैं समृद्ध ग्रामीण जीवन के तार। प्रदेश भर के महिला स्व सहायता समूहों के इन दमकते शक्तिपुंजों से जगमग हो चुका है समूचा प्रदेश। ये अलख यूं ही जलती रहे, रोशनी का ये सफर यूं ही बढ़ता रहे।
उड़ान भरने का मन होता था। मैं इतनी पढ़ी लिखी नहीं हूँ, 15 साल की उम्र में ही शादी कर दी मेरी, और पढ़ना चाहती थी। ससुराल में भी मैंने बोला मुझे पढ़ना है, तो बोला क्या करना है, पढ़ के नौकरी नहीं करना है। सोचती थी 8वीं पास लड़की क्या करेगी, लेकिन आजीविका मिशन ने मेरे जीवन में वो बदलाव लाया है। पुरुष मान ले आजीविका मिशन को, तो इससे बड़ा बदलाव कौन सा होगा।
महिलाओं के स्वसहायता समूह दरअसल नए मध्य प्रदेश और नए हिंदुस्तान को कर रहे हैं। इस अभूतपूर्व क्रांति का श्रेय दीनदयाल अंत्योदय योजना राज्य ग्रामीण आजीविका मिशन को जाता है। दृढ़ इच्छा शक्ति का परिणाम है कि प्रदेश के लगभग 36 लाख परिवारों में आजीविका की अलख जल रही है। कभी मध्य प्रदेश में केवल 10,000 स्वसहायता समूह हुआ करते थे, जो अब बढ़कर 3 लाख से भी अधिक हैं।
मैं आजीविका मिशन में जुड़ी और ट्रेनिंग में आने जाने लगी, तो मेरी भी सोच बढ़ी कि आगे पढूं। तो मैंने फर्स्ट ईयर करा, तो मैंने फाइनल करा, डीसीए करा, पीजीडीसीए करा है। और मेरे मिस्टर भी 8वीं पढ़े हुए थे, उनको 10वीं पढ़वाया है। और 10वीं पढ़ाने के बाद उनको मेडिकल कंपनी रहती है ना, जो दवाई गोली बनती है, वहाँ जॉब लगवाई है 15,000 रुपये महीने की, इंटरव्यू करवा के। और मैं बैंक में बीसी जैसा काम करती हूँ, और बैंक की सीसीएल फाइल तक भरना सीख गई हूँ। और मेरे गांव में 19 समूह है और 248 महिलाएं जुड़ी हुई है। और हमारे गांव में हर घर कम से कम 3 से 4 गतिविधि है, और 12 से 15 बड़ी गाड़ी है आइसर। हाँ, और 20 से 25 4 व्हीलर है समूह की दीदियों के पास।
सिर्फ आर्थिक आजादी ही नहीं, बल्कि सामाजिक दायरे भी अब सतत खुल रहे हैं।
आज मैं नेशनल लेवल की मास्टर ट्रेनर बन गई हूँ, और मैं खुद को आई एम द बेस्ट मानती हूँ। अभी हम हैदराबाद गए थे, जब मैं मजदूरी करने के लिए जाती थी सिर पे गठरा बांध के, तब मैं देखती थी कि ट्रेन में कैसे चढ़ूंगी। बहुत बड़े बड़े कांच वाले पर्दे वाले जो है ट्रेन में लोग बैठ के जाते थे। मैं सोचती थी कि काश इसमें भी मेरे को बैठने का मौका मिले, क्योंकि जनरल डिब्बे में जाते थे, कोई इधर धक्का मारता, कोई इधर धक्का मारता, कोई बैठने नहीं देता। क्यों गाठियाँ लेके जाते थे लोग, सब ये बोलते हैं ये तो मामा लोग हैं, काम करने जा रहे, उधर खसको, ये तो हमारे लिए सीट है। जब सीट पे बैठते थे तो भी हमको
उड़ान भरने का मन होता था। मैं इतनी पढ़ी लिखी नहीं हूँ, 15 साल की उम्र में ही शादी कर दी मेरी, और पढ़ना चाहती थी। ससुराल में भी मैंने बोला मुझे पढ़ना है, तो बोला क्या करना है, पढ़ के नौकरी नहीं करना है। सोचती थी 8वीं पास लड़की क्या करेगी, लेकिन आजीविका मिशन ने मेरे जीवन में वो बदलाव लाया है। पुरुष मान ले आजीविका मिशन को, तो इससे बड़ा बदलाव कौन सा होगा।
महिलाओं के स्वसहायता समूह दरअसल नए मध्य प्रदेश और नए हिंदुस्तान को कर रहे हैं। इस अभूतपूर्व क्रांति का श्रेय दीनदयाल अंत्योदय योजना राज्य ग्रामीण आजीविका मिशन को जाता है। दृढ़ इच्छा शक्ति का परिणाम है कि प्रदेश के लगभग 36 लाख परिवारों में आजीविका की अलख जल रही है। कभी मध्य प्रदेश में केवल 10,000 स्वसहायता समूह हुआ करते थे, जो अब बढ़कर 3 लाख से भी अधिक हैं।
मैं आजीविका मिशन में जुड़ी और ट्रेनिंग में आने जाने लगी, तो मेरी भी सोच बढ़ी कि आगे पढूं। तो मैंने फर्स्ट ईयर करा, तो मैंने फाइनल करा, डीसीए करा, पीजीडीसीए करा है। और मेरे मिस्टर भी 8वीं पढ़े हुए थे, उनको 10वीं पढ़वाया है। और 10वीं पढ़ाने के बाद उनको मेडिकल कंपनी रहती है ना, जो दवाई गोली बनती है, वहाँ जॉब लगवाई है 15,000 रुपये महीने की, इंटरव्यू करवा के। और मैं बैंक में बीसी जैसा काम करती हूँ, और बैंक की सीसीएल फाइल तक भरना सीख गई हूँ। और मेरे गांव में 19 समूह है और 248 महिलाएं जुड़ी हुई है। और हमारे गांव में हर घर कम से कम 3 से 4 गतिविधि है, और 12 से 15 बड़ी गाड़ी है आइसर। हाँ, और 20 से 25 4 व्हीलर है समूह की दीदियों के पास।
सिर्फ आर्थिक आजादी ही नहीं, बल्कि सामाजिक दायरे भी अब सतत खुल रहे हैं।
आज मैं नेशनल लेवल की मास्टर ट्रेनर बन गई हूँ, और मैं खुद को आई एम द बेस्ट मानती हूँ। अभी हम हैदराबाद गए थे, जब मैं मजदूरी करने के लिए जाती थी सिर पे गठरा बांध के, तब मैं देखती थी कि ट्रेन में कैसे चढ़ूंगी। बहुत बड़े बड़े कांच वाले पर्दे वाले जो है ट्रेन में लोग बैठ के जाते थे। मैं सोचती थी कि काश इसमें भी मेरे को बैठने का मौका मिले, क्योंकि जनरल डिब्बे में जाते थे, कोई इधर धक्का मारता, कोई इधर धक्का मारता, कोई बैठने नहीं देता। क्यों गाठियाँ लेके जाते तो लोग सब ये बोलते ये तो मामा लोग हैं, काम करने जा रहे, उधर खसको, ये तो हमारे लिए सीट है। जब सीट पे बैठते थे तो भी हमको उतार देते थे, इस तरह की स्थिति में। और आज जब मैं एसी वाली ट्रेन में गई तो जो है शब्द ही नहीं मिले हम।
इस वर्ष मध्य प्रदेश में 81,000 से अधिक स्वसहायता समूहों का 1100 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का बैंक क्रेडिट लिंकेज हुआ है।
आपके साथ मिलकर, आजीविका समूह के साथ मिलकर आर्थिक सशक्तिकरण करेंगे, सामाजिक सशक्तिकरण करेंगे। संकल्प है हमारा, मध्य प्रदेश की बहनों को गरीब नहीं रहने देंगे।
हम मजदूरी करने जाते थे, कभी काम नहीं मिलता था, तो उस समय जब हम घर आते थे, हमारे बच्चों को देखते थे, तो हमारे बच्चे हमारी तरफ जब देखते थे तो हमको ऐसा लगता था कि भगवान हमारे पास पैसे क्यों नहीं, हमारे बच्चे भूखे हैं, आज हम इनको क्या खिलाएं।
सवाल सिर्फ गरीबी और 2 जून की रोटी के लिए बेबस इन परिवारों के लिए ही नहीं थे, बल्कि हालात के बदलाव के लिए जिम्मेदार उन लोगों के लिए भी थे जो गरीबी को दूर करने के लिए पुख्ता जवाब ढूंढ रहे थे। जल्द ही दरकार थी एक ईमानदार पहल की, आर्थिक आजादी के लिए एक ग्रामीण जन आंदोलन की। इसी विचार, इसी जज्बे के साथ नींव रखी गई मध्य प्रदेश राज्य ग्रामीण आजीविका मिशन की। धीरे धीरे महिलाएं जुड़ने लगी और जुटने लगे महिला समूह। ऐसे लोगों में एक आत्मविश्वास भरना था कि हालात बदल सकते हैं। अब गरीबी को हराने के लिए ग्रामीण वीरांगनाओं के समूह तैयार थे। गांव को समृद्ध करने की कोशिशें लगातार चल रही थी, पर महिलाओं ने जब इसका बीड़ा उठाया तो गरीबी की रात कटी और समृद्धि से रोशन हुए गांव।
बहुत खुशी हुई सर कि पहला गांव है कि हमारा गांव गरीबी से मुक्त हुई जो है। सब हमारी 10,000 ऊपर आई है और सब गतिविधि कर ही रहा है। हमारा गांव में समूह अच्छा चल ही रहा है।
मेरी माता जी आजीविका मिशन से जुड़ी, तो जैसे कि कहा जाता है कि आजीविका आई और खुशहाली लाई, तो वाकई वो हमारे जीवन में खुशहाली लेके आई।
हम इतने खुश हो गए कि हमारे गांव में फैक्ट्री बन रही, वो भी THR की, तो वो हम दीदियाँ चलाएंगी, ये हमारी फैक्ट्री बन। तो मैं पहले देखती थी बड़े बड़े अधिकारी लोग जाते थे, वो रिबन काटते थे, वो जब भूमि पूजन करते थे, कोई नेता आता था, मंत्री आते थे, वो करते थे। मैंने भूमि पूजन किया तो मुझे तो गर्व ही इतना हो गया कि मुझे तो पता ही नहीं चला कि मेरे आसपास कौन है। मैं इतनी खुश हो गई थी।
ये समृद्ध गांव अपनी इस नई पहचान और मिले मान की कीमत ठीक से जानते हैं।
सब पहले मजदूरी करता था, अब घर में जिनको मिलने लगेगा तब दाड़की करने कल्याण जाएगी दूसरा का घर। तो सब दीदी हमारे हैं तो घर पे काम करी ना, आने 10,000 रुपये महीने की आवक उनका घर में आई रही, तो साल भर का उनका घर में 1,20,000 रुपये मतलब की कमाई इनकम हुई। तो सभी दीदी हमारे यहाँ भी तो लखपति क्लब में शामिल हुई। ऐसी सब गतिविधि न करो, तुम्हारा गाँव भी समृद्ध बनाओ, हमारा गाँव जैसो, और तुम भी सब समृद्ध बनो।
अब हम मजदूर नहीं, अब आप मजदूर नहीं, हम मालिक बनेंगे, हम मालिक बनेंगे।
The world population is growing fast. Agricultural production needs to increase. This rising demand requires innovation in production and better access to financial services. With Rabobank Foundation, we contribute to growing a better world. We support innovations in data-driven technology and access to finance. Let us show you where this should lead to in the next years. Service providers such as cooperatives, trainers, and agri-entrepreneurs will deliver goods and services to farmers. Satellite data is used for this. Farmers receive text or voice messages with tailor-made advice and products based on this data. The service providers will also collect data from the field. Information is combined to monitor loans and build a data profile for each farmer. This information helps farmers to prove their capacities and creditworthiness and receive better financial services. More transparency leads to more efficient farmer organizations and supply chain. This smarter food system will be more productive, less wasteful, and more profitable for the farmers. How will we measure the impact of our support? Thanks to all the different data sources and the smart linking to a platform. It is easier for our partner cooperatives to follow their farmers. Big data and machine learning will provide additional insights. Rabobank Foundation will use this for better training, better financial services, and provide more detailed information to our partners and stakeholders. Innovation is a key driver for Rabobank Foundation. Together, we can grow a better world.
We all know the problem. Not everyone in the world gets a fair chance in life. Just look at Kumar, a cotton grower in southern India. He's too late in planting poor quality seeds because he had to borrow money from an unreliable middleman. His crop is disappointing, and so are his earnings at the local market. With a little luck, he can just about feed his family. But how will he ever buy new and better seeds next year? Investing in his business, sending his children to school, these are things Kumar can only dream of. All over the world, we find Kumars, Bintis, and Juanitas. Small farmers with no access to financial services, expertise, or fair market conditions for their produce. All this sounds familiar to us. That's because things were the same in the Netherlands 150 years ago. So the Raiffeisen Boerenleen Cooperative Bank was born out of sheer necessity. As the foundation of a bank which is now the global leader in food and agri-finance, we feel strongly committed to this issue concerning small farmers all over the world. Providing opportunities, that is what it was all about back then, and nothing has changed. All it often takes is one small step to set things in motion. For example, granting a small loan when it's needed, or waiting till after a harvest to repay a loan, or
Hello and good afternoon. Welcome back everyone to our next session on scaling up women's enterprises, incubating and empowering. We are very sorry for the delay. We are around 10 minutes late for the session to resume. I heartily welcome the moderator of this session, Anjani Kumar Singh, Senior Program Officer, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation in India, to take his place on the stage. Anjani, can we have you on stage? Thank you so much. I would also like to invite our esteemed panelists on stage for this session. We have Sharon Buteo, Executive Director, Lead at Kriya University. Welcome. We also have Samik Sundar Das, Senior Rural Development Specialist, the World Bank. Our next panelist is Chetna Gala Sinha, Founder, Chairperson, Mandeshi Mahila Bank and Mandeshi Foundation. And our next speaker, and the fourth speaker, is Dr. Yamini Atmavilas, President, Udaiti Foundation. Can we have a big round of applause for our panelists? Thank you so much for joining us in this panel discussion, and we look forward to your perspectives on women in enterprise, impediments in the marketplace. With this, I hand over to the charge to Anjani to take it from here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can you all hear me? Thank you. Thank you. Great to see. I mean, house is not as full as it was the previous session, but still, having so many people staying back for this session, So thank you so much for staying back. We have the session, called Scaling Up Women Enterprises, Incubating and Empowering. I think we had the previous session also around women's enterprises. We'll see how we build on the previous conversation that we had. Also, we have a very esteemed panel, who represent both academic world, researchers, practitioners, and all. So we'll, it will be lovely to hear their thoughts around scaling up women enterprises. As you know, this is a very interesting topic that we are going to, discuss. In terms of the format, I would suggest that because already we are running around 10 minutes late, we will, focus on more conversational kind of rather than, lectures. So I would request all the panel members to be brief, and also we'll have 2 rounds. So first round we'll have around 4 to 5 minutes each one, and then we'll come to the second round where around 2 to 3 minutes, for the final comment. We would also, because panel, the audience also would have several questions related to the scaling of women enterprises. So we'll spare the last 15 minutes for listening to the audience, and if there are any questions from their end, we would request the panel member to respond to that. Before I go to the panel, I think I would not take more than 2 minutes to just brief the topic. As you might have heard in the previous session, I think only around 20% of all the medium and small enterprises in the country are owned by women. And the women, as you heard in the previous session also, they face multiple challenges in terms of in general life, but when it comes to the running the enterprises, the whole challenges further multiplies. Most of these women enterprises also are in the informal sector. They might not be registered under any legal provisions and all, and and very few of them probably employ additional labor. So most of them are working as self-enterprise space. But at the same time, we also know, and I mean everyone is talking about it, that if the next generation growth in the country is going to happen, through the increasing participation of women into the larger economy. The Indian population is stabilizing. So if India has to continue to grow by 7 to 8% growth, it would not happen unless until we get more women into the either enterprise ecosystems or in the labor ecosystems and all. We have also known, that women entrepreneurs employ more women. I think there is a study which says that women entrepreneurs employ 3x more women than the male enterprises. So with that context, I would start with Sharon and request Sharon. Sharon, you have a deep interest in this whole space. You have been writing, you have been talking about, about the women enterprises. Can we hear from you in terms of who are these women entrepreneurs? What are their persona? What are their archetypes? And how these understanding of these women entrepreneurs would help us in scaling up these women enterprises and all. If you could throw some light on that, I think that will be very, very helpful. Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Anjali, and thanks for inviting. This is one of my favorite topics. I'm always at a loss to what to answer the questions because often the crowd probably knows even better than me actually how to answer this. And I think there are a lot of implementers often in these events and they're on the ground doing the work. So I'll respond to my knowledge per my understanding. But what I would say is that this ideal of segmentation has been repeated for several years. So what I would say is that, yes, we can segment, we can have bold ideas, but we need bold action to go with it. So segmentation is a fine thing. The other thing is the topic itself, scaling up, how do we scale up enterprise? First, I just wanted to go back to the definition of entrepreneur. An enterprise is made to address a market gap, no? So the ideal is to create enterprises. You need to figure out where is a gap, where an entrepreneur can fill in. So while the ideal of having a lot of women occupied, like entrepreneurship doesn't come in a toolkit per se. So we tend to mix a little bit the livelihoods that goes ahead and say, okay, let's scale up this thing. The other thing is that, so you can scale up women enterprises, but you also need to scale up the ecosystem that goes with it. So if you equip these women with what is required, sort of like to help build entrepreneurs, but if they're not addressing the appropriate markets where they can actually scale, or they do not have the system that equips them to scale, you're not as well gonna have any dynamic flow in the current system we have. So you have put these numbers, 20%, women entrepreneurs. In general, actually, when you look at women entrepreneurship, it's the combination of two big problems in India. So one is jobless growth. The number of entrepreneurs in India, everyone knows this, 64 million, has not changed in decades. When you look at over time, the contribution to GDP and all that stuff, there's nothing that moves the needle in a sense. So we're just like moving the system. So our knowledge and things like that is not being integrated as well. And then when you add the complexity of women entrepreneurs, which they can contribute, it's not clear, how you can do that because it comes with their own set of problems. And when you start looking at the segmentation, what I come to, you start to understand. So the thing is that even before segmentation, understanding how entrepreneurs respond to markets, how do they fill gaps. B, understanding how the scaling the ecosystem is there alongside that. And understanding as well, the role of women in society and how they can grow. So coming back to your 20%. So when you look at those 20%, most of the women are really at the tail end of the thing, like they're really below 10,000 rupees a month turnover. And when you look at a lot of the data, it's concentrated, it's pretty stable, no? And I've done that in several cases where you try to understand, how women flow in ecosystems. So one thing is that, there's a problem that's even particular to women compared to men, because men are able to, even if enterprises don't grow, when they're very tiny, they're able to grow to a certain level. They stagnate, but at least they go up the chain. For women, they start like this, about 40% of women start like that, and then you see they're not able to grow. And so maybe some 15% of women are not able to stabilize. So the characteristics of the women who are in this small cluster below 10,000 rupees, they're invisible. Most of them, because of social norms, and I think Yamini will tap into that, they're at home. They don't have a shop. They're inside. They're working hard. They're multitasking. But they're not visible. So how can you help them? So the first segment is invisible. It's at home. It's the one where we're trying to layer on e-commerce platforms. But a platform won't solve the problems for these women. So I would say 40% of the women are home-based business, trying to be occupied, trying to revive their career, or, kind of like thing. And then you have another category, which actually is the dominant one when you look at the micro-enterprise side, is the sole entrepreneurs. I would say that's about 25%. So you have 40% below 10,000 rupee turnover, home-based business, some make things just to become occupied. Then you have a little bit solopreneur. They might help, they might be doing business with their husband and things like that. Still, the turnover is very low. And then you have very few that graduate that actually create jobs for people. So in terms of segmentation, I think it's more dichotomic almost, no? You have a bunch of women who are invisible that we need to bring at the forefront, that have many ideas. We need to understand how really leveraging technology, how to really tackle issues that are systematic for them, how to also fix the entrepreneurial systems this way everyone can grow, and how to also tackle at the national level this issue of jobless growth and stagnation for small businesses. So there's many challenges there, but I would say in terms of segmentation, it's like women have to go over that slump, that start not being invisible. I think that would be, and when you start being visible, then you tap into the other challenges, like you're a solopreneur, how do you get one other employee, etc. So I hope I answered your question on a grander, on a scale like that. I hope that's useful, yeah.
I think that's very helpful to understand who are these women entrepreneurs. They're not like a monolithic group. Within that, there are a lot of segments, and each segment would require a different kind of a incubation on acceleration support and all. And that's why this segmentation, this persona and archetype is very, very helpful to understand which are these women entrepreneurs and all. Yeah, and let me go to the now another end. My ex-colleague Yamini, again, she has been working on these issues. I don't know, from lifetime, mission in terms of understanding the various social norms that these women face. And again, when it comes to the women entrepreneur, they face additional challenges and all. So I would request Yamini to highlight in terms of the various barriers and norms related challenges that the women interface, and then how, especially Yamini, if you could also highlight in your experiences, how we can deal with those and how entrepreneurs can, deal with those norms and all. If any insights on that would be really helpful.
Thanks, Anjani. I'll try to respond to that universe of questions in 2.5 minutes. But I think just building on what Sharon said, it's really critical to take a, whether it's segments of entrepreneurs, segments of revenue of the enterprise, or even life cycle of women, right? Like, I think that's the piece that we often miss out in that, even as we break the homogeneity of what makes up a woman entrepreneur or a self-employed woman. I think all these definitions are kind of now collapsing a little bit. I think this understanding that gender norms actually delineate and underline how women are able to engage livelihoods, are able to engage markets, are able to engage access to finance, etc., etc. So I think those institutional structures are very, very life cycle specific. Whether you're a young woman, you're a woman in the reproductive age group, when you're a mother, etc. So I think those economic lives and the social and gender, those lives kind of collide sometimes. That's number one. I think number two, there are very common factors that are barriers to both male and female entrepreneurs, such as working capital, initial capital, working capital, market access, what's the right sort of capacity that they need, the skills that they need, the confidence, the the sort of negotiation skills and so on. But I think there's this group does not need to be sort of convinced that I think women entrepreneurs have additional both disadvantages as well as certain kinds of advantages when it comes to certain sectors. Now that's that's a double-edged thing, where on the one hand you have sectors that seem to be more female dominated and have lower entry barriers for women, but on the other hand they get crowded into those sectors and they're not necessarily the sectors that are able to graduate into the kind of scale and both in terms of revenue and income growth, and on the other hand the kind of scale that we'd like to have more women into those sectors. So I think those traditional sectors are textiles, agriculture, handloom, food processing, etc. Now the barrier there is that digital and fintech are graduating those sectors into more interesting spaces. So you're seeing these new generation kinds of cloud kitchens, etc. Now, where do they come from? They come from the basic skill and the capacity to cook and run a kitchen and to sell that in the market, right? And so the variables are very similar, but then because you have digital platforms, you're able to actually then graduate into another segment of that economy. And as I think Sharon rightfully pointed out, just creating more platforms is not going to solve for that gap, right? So then how do you take women along to these newer versions of those traditional sectors is something we should solve for. And I think there are both normative as well as just institutional barriers to that. A third, I think, is something that the previous panel talked about, which is this whole challenge of time and time poverty. So I think we've sort of tried to solve more and more for the doorstep, the lack of mobility and more doorstep sort of services, but we haven't quite figured out how do you do that when women have limited time, you can't attend like 5-day incubator programs, etc., etc. Like, what's the alternative for that? And we know digital is somewhere part of the solution, but we know that there are also challenges for women to access digital and to leverage digital skills, digital literacy, and therefore the world that digital can open up for women who lack time and who have the aspiration to grow. The fourth, I think I would say, is service provision. So I think we've done less on that. I think we work more and more on empowering women, but then that's only half the story. I think the providers of services, the finance, the banking system, the entire ecosystem, the market system, they have to meet women halfway, or maybe 75–80% of the way, and that's simply not happened. We don't have enough data. I think we need to we only have microfinance data, frankly, as we try to understand what's the credit gap, gender credit gap, etc. And I think it's not sufficient anymore. So for different segments of women entrepreneurs, we need to have a better understanding of what else is there, and where are the, where may be systemic breakdowns and where are the biases that kind of come in, and the assumptions about women's ability to absorb, etc. I think microfinance programs have established women are bankable, women are able to run enterprises, but I think we need to do more, and therefore, how do you act differently, right? And the final point on this is just the whole question of formalization itself has many, many challenges. And so I think we have to really unpack all the different pathways to formalization and see what are the desirable parameters there, and where do things break down, and how do you actually bolster those kinds of breakdowns so that you actually have women able to access more. And I think the challenge of scaling, therefore, is twofold. One is, how do you get more women into this so that there's less instability and that more women are able to do this? Not necessarily grow big. Not everyone can grow big. And so how do you just create that wider base? And then for the ones who are aspiring to grow, what are the growth challenges? So that's that's a second sort of scale problem. I think that especially on that growth trajectory, we need to do a lot more work, both on the credit side, on incubators, accelerators. I think there's more talk now on gender smart accelerators. How do you build accelerators and these kinds of programs that are way more tailored to both the normative barriers as well as the more structural barriers. But I think we're not there yet. I think they're very, very limited and very, very small scale. And there's a lot more that needs to be done. So let me stop there for the first question. I don't know if I have time to get to, or I can wait for the second round to get to like how to solve for it. I don't have any answers. I think I'll turn to Chetna for that.
No, we'll find the answers collectively, and we'll come to you in our second round as well. But I like this whole idea of gender smart incubator and accelerator. And I think that should be should go and become viral in the social media. Now, coming to Chetna, ma'am, I mean, when it comes to the women, enterprises, the capital and finance is one of the major challenge, and and you realized that much earlier, and founded the first women rural bank. If you could share your experiences, that how the bank and the Mandesi Foundation has been able to deal with some of these capital and finance related challenges for both setting up the women enterprises as well as when it comes to the growing phase of those women entrepreneurs and all.
Yeah. Thanks, Anjani, and thanks for inviting me, Bipin. So regarding, as you questioned about the challenges of finance and capital, from my own experience of setting up the bank, and actually when we set up the Mandeshi Bank, it was in a rural area, and it was not for microcredit actually, or not for JLG also. It was for lending for individual, savings and lending for individual women. And when we did that, and when we started this, the challenge was not that women were not knowing. The challenge was bankers were not knowing. bankers did not even realize that if we lend to women and women who are owning the enterprise, what should be the product? What should be the credit product for that? Because they don't know the cash flow of those businesses. So I saw that it was important for me to train our bankers to understand the cash flows of women who are doing businesses, women who are running enterprises, women who are, so because in India, in banking sector, the bankers know the cash flow of salary earner, bankers know the cash flow of labor force, because those cash flows are much formal, easy, very stable. Whereas when it comes to business, the cash flows are very different. That is number one. The second challenge I saw again was that in business, you require a working capital. In business, your capital is changing daily, right? So how do you design the credit product? So that was another challenge. The third is that while you are setting up the enterprise and when you are asking for access to capital or a loan, what would be your repayment, or how would you do that? I mean, what would be the tenure of the loan? What would be the repayment of the loan? So I'm not getting into details, but what I'm trying to say is, and it is not only with micro enterprise, unfortunately, in our country, bankers do not know how to provide an access of capital to the businesses, because it is a tough job. I'm getting salary, then it becomes easy. So here I would actually accept that we had to learn from our women. And what we did was that I would like to give you an example, that we did the diaries of our women who are running the business to understand what is their cash flow, what is their requirement of the loan. Based on that, we designed the product. So that was one challenge, which about capital I'm talking. Now, because our session is on incubating and scaling the micro enterprise. So I would just like to share one very recent thing which we are addressing that challenge, and it has been very fascinating learnings from that, is that when women set up the business and when they start the business, generally what happens is that as Yamini, you mentioned about the social norms. But when they set up the business, start the business and scale the business, the first thing they have to listen is, you won't be able to do it. From house to market, and I'm not criticizing government, because उनको नहीं समझ में आता है जल्दी. But घर से, in house, in market, everywhere, where agar that lady is setting up the business, the family will say, if there is any losses, we are not going to bear it. The doors are open for you. So it's not just that she has to take a risk, but she has to overcome that fear of losses. Nobody is going to support me. Then the market, we have so many women at Mandeshi Bank, Mandeshi Foundation, where they want to scale the business. They have actually sorted their quality control and everything. They want to buy a machinery. The machinery vendor will say, you won't be able to handle the machinery, bring your husband. And she's telling that I am running the business, not my husband. I know my business, what it is. But still the vendor will say that. And we have supported our women and created that whole ecosystem, that where to see the machinery, how to handle it, because they know quality control. So that is the approach what are the experiences when she starts the business. And lastly, I will just say that it is not only access to capital, it is not only access to market, it is access to machinery. And we were surprised that in India, when we found out that if these women want to scale their business, scale their production, and if want to buy machinery, which are the locations, where do they get it? It was only 4 locations in India, these type of machineries, which has a micro enterprise or a small enterprise. Coimbatore, Rajkot, in Maharashtra, Ichalkaranji, and in Punjab, which are agro-based machineries. So it clearly also indicates that the whole ecosystem is so weak that if they want to scale, you don't even get the machineries. And Mandeshi had to actually tell vendors, we will provide you loan to scale your business to sell the machinery. Create that system. And also we will provide you the clients to sell the machinery, but you do this business, otherwise our women will not go towards the journey of climbing the scaled enterprise. So I would just stop here, and I would just say that I am fascinated by women in such a situation also. You will see our women in last 3 years, 7,000 women bought the machinery and scaled their business. And they took that risk in the fear of that you may bear losses. So आखिर में मैं इतना ही कहूँगी कि अगर महिलाएं, if you want women to scale the business, provide your shoulders to them. अगर losses हुए, तो we will be there to support you. Count on us. We will be there every time you need us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing such a inspiring, a story. And that's a good segue to move to, our next panel member. Samik, you have been again working in this space from quite some time. And, the organization that you represent, the World Bank, is a big investor, in building the women's enterprises. So one side is, while building the individual and collective enterprises, but it's not that, just they need one thing, there are challenges at the social norm level, gender norms, the access to finance. So how do we, banks thinking around building the whole ecosystem, for promoting large scale women enterprises and all. I think you also lead several World Bank projects in different states at the national level. If you could share your thoughts and experiences around that.
Thank you, Anjani, and good afternoon, everyone, and good to see you all again, friends, here on the panel. I think a couple of things, statements in the beginning. First of all, we need to see, as a country, our economy is, if you see the structural changes that are happening, is huge in terms of the agriculture, how agriculture is contributing, and 61% of our labor force are still in agriculture, and that's a huge challenge that we're seeing how they're moving out. In terms of labor force market, job markets, the situation is very different than what it has been over the years. Now it's very challenging. And with climate overall, the climate challenge is also hovering around us. So let's keep that in mind when we talk about entrepreneurship and ecosystem development. I think from the macro side, if we have to keep that in focus. Then the other aspect I would like to talk about is that when we're talking about women entrepreneurship in particular, then we cannot negate the SSG platform at all, because I think in India, the 120 million women, if we've been mobilized into a institutional platform of SSGs and the federations, then there is a good starting point to focus on how to work with women. And I think that is when we were, as a team, given a challenge with our management of not doing SSG program anymore. We're getting away to do something which is beyond SSG, and then which will create localized jobs, which will build entrepreneurship and work on enterprise ecosystem development. And most of the issues, problems that we have discussed about are the similar things we were also thrown at to work: access to finance, social norms, business development services, mentoring support, and how do you bring about growth in enterprises that you can create localized jobs. That was the challenge that was put to us, and keeping that in mind, we started developing some project, which is the National Rural Economic Transformation Project with MORD, or the Tamil Nadu Rural Transformation Project with the Department of Rural Development, Tamil Nadu. So all these projects are trying to address various of these problems that we are looking at. The question of scaling up is in two fronts. Is it scaling up of number of enterprise, or 20% to 40% of entrepreneurs who have got registered in the Udyam portal, or it is about the business volume, expansion of individual businesses that we are working on. So you have to look at scalability from two perspectives. One is from individual business perspective, and another is from number of enterprise that are getting formalized. So I think we are trying to work on both sides. Basically, if that is the way you want to contribute to the growth and economy and create jobs, you need to look at both sides of it in terms of numbers you want to grow with and the volume of business you want to grow with. So with that, we try to, let me take the example of a project to basically explain how we are trying to achieve, because it's more important to understand what are the pathways and what are the problems we are facing in the strategies we are developing in our projects. So particularly in the Tamil Nadu case, we thought that it is very important to understand local economy before we start enterprising. So we did this overall exercise of understanding something called a district level. We did some district diagnostic studies to understand what are the priority sectors, priority commodities which we need to work with. Then we did some very participatory exercise at the panchayat level called the participatory growth plans, which converted into village investment plans. For each business, each village, we have a business investment plan there, exactly knowing what is the potential of entrepreneurship development in this village and what are the other things we can do. What challenge we faced was to move out of a SHG group-based finance to a individual enterprise financing, which is a huge shift in our approach we have been working with. We have never been doing individual financing and always been doing group-based financing through SHG or through. So that entire systemic shift we have to do and explain to both the public sector players as well as banks, the private sector also, that you need to shift away from this group-based finance. And that is already established now. The SHG-based bank linkage program is established, and the CIF-based community financing is already established. Now you tell them, now you move to go international, to go to individual enterprise, what you spoke about, it's a huge shift, and that required a lot of, capacity aspects, skill aspects to be brought in, understanding of business and all that. So that's what a major challenge for us, but we could come up with a kind of a financial product called the matching grant program, and we have been working with various formal financial institution, and this program has taken off in the last 6 to 7 months. Unfortunately, madam, we would like to know that bankers have positively responded to do it. Around Ganesh is here, who is managing the part of the program from Tamil Nadu. Around $10 million have already flown into the system with a 3 million support of matching grant. So that's the way it started happening. So that's access to finance address we are doing. Then we started this last mile business service development centers, which we are calling them the one-stop shops or one-stop facilities. And they have been equipped, and there are personals there who are able to really work with the help of enterprise professionals at the community level to provide that support and also bring a network of mentors to each of these individuals. So overall, what we are seeing, the challenge again here is that it's very easy to target nano entrepreneurs whom we are defined as up to 5 lakh investments, 1 to 2 jobs. That is the nano entrepreneurs. But when it comes to micro, which we are targeting around 500, it's very difficult to find out micro and move to micro. And then we have small, which is plus 10 jobs who can create, and above 20 to 30 lakhs of investment. So I think it's in what we're doing in the SHG platform itself to look at who are the potential growth individual in the SHG network to invest in, basically, and then help them go through this process of various interventions. And that is starting to show results now. I think it took us a lot of time with the COVID and all to really establish this platform. They're all in an integrated digital platform now, which we could present maybe next time and show you how it has all come together. I'll stop here. I can go on and on and on with a lot of examples on the ground. But I think they're also what we're looking at before going into one of the questions which came the last thing, that we are also looking at aggregations as business enterprises also. So which is also enterprises, group enterprises or the particular activity, and also with FPOs and producer companies on non-farm products as also as enterprises there. I'll stop here, but I can add more as we move along.
No, thanks, Samik. And it's so, heartening to, hear that, okay, bankers have started responding to the, at least some places, in some form, the needs of the women enterprises and all. And I hope, they would do more in the future and all. But as, I think the Chetna ma'am talked about, that they not only need the finances, but they need, many more other support systems and all. And this whole for large scale entrepreneur, we hear in the country the whole startup ecosystem, other kind of accelerators, incubators. But when it comes to the, the grassroots women entrepreneur, the business development services, the market support, business planning, I think that ecosystem is completely missing. I mean, Sharon, you have been again working, in those space. Any experiences, any thoughts around that? That how do we, scale up that ecosystem? Not only the financial ecosystem, but also the whole ecosystem which provides the non-financial support services to the, the grassroots women entrepreneurs.
Thanks a lot, Anjali. I hope I can add something relevant. There's one thing I wanted to add on the social norms to club, but So one thing that's very distinct in India, and I'm taking from my international experience, is women seem to be having to ask permission to succeed here, in a sense. We can often see women that they can do more, but there's this mentality of women, oh, you have enough, you should be proud of what you've done. You don't need more money. Oh, I cannot grow because I cannot do more than my husband. And sorry if I'm saying out loud, but I've seen that so prominent, no? And one example I use a lot and experience is I'm Canadian and my mother is a single woman, and actually I love this entrepreneur system because my mother actually got out of poverty because she got a loan, which was similar to what your bank does. There was this trade credit union in Canada. They gave my mother, at the time, $1,000 loan. And my mother loved books, so she identified a market. So I'm French Canadian, and we were living in a very English area, and she always tried to find books for her kids. So she had this ideal. And I remember when we were a kid, we were helping my mother with the enterprise, but never I've had seen any banker, any support system, don't do too much, don't kind of like thing. And when I look here and when I discuss, and even at the banker level, I think we were at an event where there was someone from the banking industry that when I ask, and some of the data shows women get half of the credit compared to men for the same level of profit. You see what I mean? And for very similar industry. Why is that? It could be lack of ability to showcase. There's a problem with women in the banking because women do not accumulate wealth. So the same system that says, you know, women are really good, give money to women because they will invest in their home, in their child, in the education, which is great, but it does not allow them to invest in themselves. So men would accumulate capital, will build wealth, will have assets. Women, whatever she has, she will invest in her family, and they're educated that way. Even the social system is built on the goodwill and the empathy of women. But how to build, empower, and I don't want to, like Yami said, we did a lot of work in empowerment, but just the single thing to say to women, you can succeed and you should, and give them a permission of going all the way, I think that will do a lot. And that's something that I've seen missing so many times. And myself, sometimes when I went to villages, even some places, I remember I was a meeting long time back, and we were meeting some local bankers, and I went to this man's house, and my RA, who's a staff, he said, go upstairs with it, and I can go in the kitchen. I was just like with his wife. And I was just like, just that mentality, and that's not long ago, that was a few years ago. So that has to change, that mindset. But just a single thing, educate women with the permission to succeed. Stop thinking this norm of bankers saying, you have enough money. And it starts off with the husband. Why would you bother so much stress on your thing, kind of like thing? Take care, you're okay. So I think that's the other thing. The other thing you need in the ecosystem is two perspectives. I think, so like I mentioned before, entrepreneurship doesn't come in a toolbox, actually. It comes from the ideals of wanting to fill a market gap. So it's not even gender-specific entrepreneurship, no? It's saying you can make money and you can identify something. The other good success story, I would see that my own staff, it's one of my staff actually started this Blue Tokai coffee roaster, which is very popular in Delhi. And I saw him, he didn't want to go into entrepreneurship, actually. They wanted to do something else. And him and his wife, when they came to Delhi, they said, we don't have good coffee beans. So they started to go in farmers in Chikmagalur and to say how to address the market. And they went through all the steps as well to see. So my perspective is that it didn't come from a push from outside. It didn't come from us saying, you create enterprise, you scale, or going to women's and villages and saying, start this, be occupied. It came that they identified some gap. And I think that's very critical to see, because what's happening is that there is a culture in India, in particular, this community thing makes that what your neighbor does, I want to do. So if you go in a village, and you might notice that, if one neighbor is making money to buy goats, the other neighbor will buy goats. So you have villages full of goats. And when I asked some of these people, where do you sell the goats? Some man comes and he buys all the goats. Then I ask, well, if the man doesn't come to buy the goats, what will you do? we didn't think of that yet. So the whole ideal is that systems have to be embedded, not from a welfare perspective or not just for doing good. It has to be a true entrepreneur system. You have to figure out what markets, and I think you would do favor for that. So there's one thing that you can do, and I understand scaling up on a lot of people, gainful employment. That's something that's required in India. Having women just succeed taking baby steps and doing something like entrepreneurial activity. That is very good. Even if they're part of a supply chain, like Rangsutra has that, where they have their own collectives as well, and they have women take on a piece of work. That empowers them. I wouldn't say that's an enterprise. They're not able to scale up, things like that. That's not the ideal of doing that. So I think that's one of the ecosystem requirement. It's the mindset. And I would say more than adding more anything else, infusing entrepreneur spirit in what is done, talking to private players that went through that, understanding how big brands are created. We can talk to other people. What I've seen a lot is NGO can enable and help.
Can we hear, from others?
Oh, yeah,
I would
sorry
like
about
the
that.
other panel members also to, no worries, pick up that question, because I feel that has been one of the biggest constraint of not having the grassroots level incubation and acceleration system, for the women entrepreneurs and all. And that is a big deficiency, because at least in the India, there is a huge branch network, financing system. There has been some movement, as Samik mentioned. But in terms of the whole business development services, that ecosystem, I think I still see a lot of market failure. So I would like any panel member can pick up that,
So regarding the ecosystem you are saying, and it's very, when you are talking about women-owned businesses, and when you are talking about the women-owned businesses, which either scale both horizontally or vertically, it is very interesting that I start comparing with men also. And I would just like to also share that, see that women bosses, when women start business, they run business, they scale, they employ people, which means they employ women or other staff, they are boss, right? And I see that lacking of understanding of that on both sides, supply side and demand side. When I'm saying supply side means people, those who want to work or want to promote that ecosystem, to consider that issue, that if she is a boss and she is employing other people for when she scales the business, what is the approach? And when men is the boss. And we saw with our women, we had to tell them, as you mentioned, that you are a boss, you are going to employ other 4 women. That does not mean that you are going to do bossing, right? But you are going to run a business which will require a labor, which will require a particular kind of labor, which may drop out, which will require quality, etc., etc. So what I'm trying here to say is that it is, even as you mentioned, that women themselves also, they think it's very difficult for them to think as a boss. But on the other side, on the positive aspect, I would say that when women scale their business and then when they are stable, they are the best boss. Because other women who work with them, they don't face that much attrition which men boss face. But one of the reasons what we have seen is that because when other women, they employ other women, they understand the issues what other women would have. So I'll give you an example. One of our lady, Rupali Shinde. In fact, today she is speaking in one of the conference in Mumbai at AVPN. She makes a musical instrument and she employs other 5 women also. Now these women, that is a skilled labor, right? And if one woman does not come, her business is affected. But she has trained her women so perfectly with so much of patience, number 1. Number 2, that when they have problem, if their child is sick, she would manage to find the resources. So where I'm talking about the challenges of ecosystem is also that in businesses, when you scale the business, you have a staff, right? You have those people working for you. and they may have emergency, and at that time owner has to support them. I think that ecosystem is so important in business, because otherwise the laborers attrition will be very high. And that I have seen in my experience, that when women scale the business, they understand this much better, because for them, other women who is coming to the work, and if she is not in mood, her child is not well, so she will make sure that she address that issue. So I think there are these softer aspect when you are growing business, scaling business, all these things are so important. So I would just like in very summarize it in one line, that when you are making the bosses, make them resourceful. Resourceful in capital, resourceful in helping other, resourceful in understanding the issues, resourceful in understanding the market. Unless you make them, and there the mentoring comes. That and it is not everybody would have a very different issues, but and so that create that mentor modules are very, very important. And what we can, and those modules can be designed based on a journey, because I do feel that, we give award, we celebrate women, but we don't have a small business stories of people. We have like Reliance, how it was formed, Godrej, Tata story, all those are there. But the empires which a small business people create, and how, and those are not big empires, but small empire. But what was their challenges? I think that is also important to document, so that other women who are into the business, they read it and they know that, okay, how I am going to scale it.
Thank you, ma'am. I think we have discussed enough about the whole individual enterprise ecosystems and all. But I'll go back to you, Samik, and Yamni again. Both of you have been working with the collective enterprise ecosystems and all, and the whole deficiency that the individual entrepreneurs have. Uh, Probably in India, we thought that, okay, through the collectivization of these individual entrepreneurs, we will able to deal with some of those problems and all. So do you think that these collective enterprises, and India has a history of cooperatives, and other collective enterprises and all, do you see these collective enterprises, women enterprises, could be as competitive, as efficient, as any other capitalist form of enterprise?
Quite loaded. Nini. The couple of things I would like to point out. One is, when we talking about collective enterprises, we have not thought about them as enterprises. What we have facilitated, because it's may not be the right thing to say it in this conference when it's a Livelihoods India, but I think we need to move out of this livelihood mindset to enterprise mindset, right? If you want to do enterprise promotion. And I think I'm making a statement very consciously here, because what we have been doing over the years in our work, being facilitating livelihoods of poor SHG households, and the approach we have taken in RLM and all that, is towards subsistence livelihood, basically. And then we've struggled with individual livelihood, substantial livelihood, and then gone into aggregation in a very hodgepodge manner, and then we are going into this entire FPO business now, without having the enterprise side very clear in our mind how we want to go towards it. I think it's time to ask these questions today. Are we really ready to promote these FPOs or the producer or collectives we are promoting as business enterprises? And it has a different set of processes, norms, and to follow. Again, and enterprises, and when an entrepreneur starts a business and it is normed and it goes through the entire corporate business, it becomes an enterprise, right? I think that institutionalization part of is very important, how you shift the entire business processes into certain legal forms and certain norms and regulations that you have to follow because you become a business, is for me is what enterprise is about. I think we need to build that capacity and bring those kind of aspects into our last mile facilitation process. I think there's a huge challenge there. I think we need to really think collectively in this room who are promoting enterprise today, working with women, and we have worked with women through the SAG platform in a way, although there are norms issues been addressed there also, but similar things are coming in there also. So I think how do you bring that and those elements, those learnings into what we want to promote? I think that is a very important aspect, and FPOs and producer collectives, in my opinion, have been more working in the input side rather than the output side of markets, and what is the market demands, what is the customer demands. Some successes are there, models are evolving, but we have a long way to go, and I think this is where we need to challenge ourselves and then think through these questions as part of similar debates going forward.
Hard to build on so many so many things that Chetna and Samik have covered. Maybe I'll change it a little bit to institutional mechanisms, right? Because I think what we think are collectives, I think we have this image that it's going to be like a manthan, it's going to be that we operate with very singular, homogeneous kind of ideas of what a collective enterprise or a collective approach to businesses should be. And I think it's quite diverse. So one is to recognize the diversity of that. A collective can be like an SAG, like the way to access finance. A collective can be a group enterprise. Certainly we got lots of good examples. They can be cooperatives, but they can also be individual enterprises that are then aggregated through some smart way by a market player or like a digital backbone like Varun is doing. And so there's different ways that one can sort of think of how do you collectivize. There's a collectivization that either precedes the business model or collectivization that follows the business model, right? So I think there's different ways that one can see, and the goal is really the important one, which is it about reducing costs? Is it about bringing efficiency? Is it about collective market access that then makes it more possible for more women to succeed and successfully link to this? So I think that's the sort of framing that one has to just refresh, hit a refresh button on our whole idea around collectives, that it's not just about, a set of shareholders, accessing a certain kind of market. That's one. And I think therefore, as we start to look at what that mix of models look like, the principle is one of diversity. That you just have to have what in another field we call method mix, but I think you need a method mix and a set of strategies that will work differently for different segments, different groups. And the idea would be to take either a cluster approach, a spatially bound approach that you're working in a particular geography, and let's bring all the diversity of strategies there, and there's a aggregator or an institutional mechanism, whether it's a block incubator, block development services, or a digital sort of aggregator, or it's about so I think or it's about a value chain where you're trying to connect geographically and spatially disaggregated women, but then you're trying to create a common market for them. So I think those become super important, and I would say we are still in that journey of figuring out what is it that will work, what will work in a way that creates sustainable and continuous income flows for women, and what keeps these businesses afloat, and the cost of actually providing that kind of service. And I think that's where sometimes the rubber meets the road and things fall apart, because you're not able to sustain the cost of running these things, whether it's through a NRLM, a World Bank support, whether it's donor funded, or it's women owned like user services. I think we need to literally sit down and landscape some of these models to see what is it that's working and where are the gaps that one can actually start to plug in. And I think that wisdom has to flow into what the gender incubators or smart accelerators we want to create at the whether a block level or a again at a as a digital thing, but then you have connections to Mandeshi, etc., who will actually then bring in the bottom-up approach. So I think that to me feels like where the gap filling has to happen as we think of scaling and moving to this next generation. And happy to sort of share some work later.
Thanks, Yamini. I think we are hardly left with around 15 minutes, even if I take 10 minutes that we started late. But before I go to the to the audience, can I just everyone take 30 seconds to just talk about one suggestion, recommendation, and not necessarily to the government, but also to the donors, to the people who are involved in business of promoting these women enterprises. So if anyone everyone can just take half a minute to just suggest, pick one thing that they feel that they should be doing it.
No, go ahead. No.
I just wanted to say one suggestion or something is, one is that not government, but otherwise, in business, there can be failures. That is one which one has to, that is, and one additional suggestion I want to say, talk, that if horizontally and vertically, if we really want to scale, no, two things are very important. Structure of the business. Either it is proprietorship company or it is private limited. Private limited is too complex for the last mile population. And the second is my business plan.
Thank you. I think that's a, failure is not a sin. Yes, sir.
I'll talk quickly this time. Market-based approach. Enterprise is enterprise, like you mentioned. Integrate market approaches very strongly, yeah.
I was hoping to have the last word. I would say two things. One, there's good programs. There's lots of things available for women entrepreneurs, but there is a gap even for the middle class urban entrepreneurs. There's underutilization of what's available. So figure it out and close that gap. And second, I think mentoring, we all talk about mentoring as really critical. I don't know what's the model that will work. And so I think invest and figure out what is that mix of mentoring and how does mentoring fit in, because we continuously talk about mentoring, but we are very unclear about what is it that's working.
Two things, 30 seconds only. One is don't experiment with human life on business through subsidy, because it's not, you get a subsidy, you as a facilitator think you are doing a great job by experimenting on a business with a person who may not be ready. So please be aware about that. Yeah, if you put your own money, will you do that business or not, if you're getting into any enterprise? So that's one advice. Second advice is co-creation. I think we need to really work in partnership. And we're trying our best to see how we co-create. But somehow, because if you want to achieve if you look at business associations, if you want to bring those ethos into enterprise promotion, and particularly with women enterprise promotion, think of a co-creation model and bring around co-creation in a meaningful way and tangible way, just not talk.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think as a practitioner, I have enjoyed this conversation. I hope my audience would have also enjoyed it. Now we can go to the audience, and see if they have any questions. Yes, please. Hope we have a mic or. And I would request you to be brief.
Yeah. So this is Mohammed Tripathi from Grameen Foundation. So we are also working in Delhi NCR only with women entrepreneurs. And these are basically early stage entrepreneurs, not in terms of age of the businesses, but in terms of business performance and maturity. So when it is coming towards upscaling and upgrading these women entrepreneurs, women enterprises, so apart from the access to market, technology, finance, scaling, we are facing very, challenges in very basic three aspects. What is at the personal front, that is the sharing of responsibilities in the household work and the other related burdens and the business work. So while we are talking about with the women, why you are not expanding your businesses, so that the first thing is we don't have time. And the second thing is the comfortability and easiness and freedom to travel and freedom to work that actually require for this expansion. Second part is the perceptive front, that is the self-importance of that woman and the confidence building amongst them to upscale. And the third very important thing is that the cognitive part, that is, it's not about decision making or ownership building, it's about the knowledge to take that kind of financial decisions, that calculated risk decisions towards that expansion. And also the knowledge, because this is digital transformation is there, and for the women who are actually not that much educated, so the digital literacy there. And the third part is that the awareness and information towards these growth opportunities. So there are some, individual efforts are there, organizations are making. I just want to know if there is any collective integrated approach to address these particular things. Thank you.
Let's take at least one more question before the. I think we have first here. Yes, please. You can go ahead.
I'm so sorry.
And we'll come back to you in. Yes, you please go ahead. Yes. Can we have mic there, please?
Yeah.
No, here we'll come to you. Let's. Yeah.
I wanted to draw attention to Sharon's really interesting comment that the women need to ask permission to succeed, and also that while it may be more justifiable for her, it's loud, no? Oh, sorry. It may be more justifiable for her to cover certain costs through her business than to accumulate. That's very interesting. And just to, I've been involved in some work in Bihar, where we've been finding that the school leavers with most chance to start their own enterprises appear to be those who are in a lot of situations of compulsion. They're in greater difficulty. So it's almost contradictory because in some ways they have less resources, but I think the gravity of their situation justifies the possibility of actually getting stuck into business, which would not otherwise be justified. And they also may be those who have fewer men around because there's a family of daughters, or because she's already separated from her husband, etc., etc. But I thought that was a really interesting insight. And a quick question for everyone. The role, do you have strong models of the role of existing women entrepreneurs in assisting others, either through internships or through mentors? I mean, in fact, pretty much anything in terms of support to the ecosystem of new entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs coming into the scene. Yeah, so the role played by existing women entrepreneurs. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes. Can we have mic there, and then last this here? Yes.
So I truly enjoyed the conversation. I think there couldn't be a better panel with the World Bank, Mandeshi, and of course Sharon from Lead Kriya research side and BMGF, and of course the new foundation, Aditi. I want to basically talk about the credit worthiness of women. I think last 15, 20 years, when I was again back at college days, the narrative by the Grameen Bank and the research said poor, particularly women, are the most credit-worthy people. And they had some fantastic numbers to talk about in terms of the repayment. Now, since the time when I came into practice and as a professional and working in the space, the narrative, at least in India, is that we tend to celebrate almost the 24 to 28% interest rates that we are offering. And the narrative around that again is that the cost of money is very high, the creditworthiness is not there, so risk is very high, and the cost of servicing is very high. So we continue to kind of, again, quote unquote, celebrate this high interest rates, which are, I think, particularly targeted at women. You spoke about how we are trying to shift from the group-based lending model to individual lending model. My worry is that we will continue to kind of burden women particularly now because they are the targets. We are selecting women out of the SHG today, 1 or 2 per SHG, let's give them individual loans, but at what cost, right? So would love to hear your opinion on this. And also, this narrative again around this 28% loan versus, so when do we really see this coming to sub 14, sub 12? And unfortunately, this is coming from people who would fight for 10, 20 basis points when they are going for a home loan, for example, right? So what should we be kind of, looking at as young entrepreneurs? So
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Can we have the last question here, please?
Hi, thank you. Great panel and great discussion. It's interesting that the panel right before this that I was attending was on scaling business enterprises for ultra-poor women. And here we're talking about scaling micro enterprises and so on. So we're going to different stages, which brings me to my question that what really is scale when we are really defining all of this? Do we have an example from a global context that we are following? Or I would say at least let's hope we have top 3 examples. And in case we don't, and in case we are innovating, then what are the incentives to innovate for this? Thank you.
Thank you. Yamini, do you want to take up the first question, which is related to the whole mobility, time, confidence? Yeah.
But the question specifically was?
That
Oh,
if there are,
right. Okay.
yes.
I mean, you answered your own question because you seem to be, through in the Grameen Foundation model, actually putting all of these components together. So I would say your example is a good example. But I think they're very few and far between, and the onus actually falls on women's organizations who seem to do this, rather than mainstream organizations, mainstream financiers, mainstream incubators who should do it. So in some ways, the unpaid labor of actually providing for this is also falling on women's organizations. So my very limited point is, I think the missing two components I see are the digital literacy, digital empowerment as a way for women to, I mean, now that has to become a very base skill one has to build into anything one wants to do with entrepreneurs or education or in other sort of training and education sort of fields. And I think the time component, so you talked about it, I think we've all sort of hinted at it, that women don't have time, and entrepreneurship requires time, commitment, and in some ways it becomes a filter, right? It becomes a filter to say you're not committed because you're not giving time. And so how do we change that narrative and reshift that? So while specific individual programs seem to be addressing this, there's a need for us to just also reshape that discourse itself around it, right? That it's not about time, but it's actually the onus is on the providers, the onus is on the ecosystem to then design for women who don't have time. Like, how do you make that possible? How do you make it successful? Because you are interested in scaling, there is an interest in pushing out capital, there is an interest in pushing out finance and meeting targets. So why not actually catch that stream and then try to see? And so I think I was telling Chetna, probably her model is also very similar in trying to account for this. So I think those who work with women's organizations or women entrepreneurs implicitly do it, but I think you have to be very explicit and actually come out with those design principles. Like, what is it that actually is making that possible? How are you working differently? But on the time front, just one limited point is also about, I think, Anjani, your question, last question to the panel was really important, which is what's the message to donors or to the ecosystem itself, right? And I think we're not to be in a hurry. I think I know we say that, but I think we have to say it again and again, that you need patient capital, you need to wait, and businesses go through cycles of failure and success, and one judges women's businesses way more harshly, and women judge their own businesses way more harshly. So I think, again, just plugging that into this element, that it's not just about saying, okay, do better, try again, try something else, but to just make it part of, normalize that discourse. So that's how I would say.
Thank you, Amni. I think the next question was to Sharon about the whole role model and the important significance of the mentoring. Yeah, and if you could be brief.
Yeah. I think people learn by example. I don't know. I think mentoring is a big question. I think nobody answered it as well.
And especially, how do we scale up this whole system of mentoring, and role modeling?
Yeah, agree. I have no answer, actually. I think we don't have a clear answer. I think there's people like WeHub is doing a good job. They have women role models. I think you need women business role models. You need, in particular, I think you need to tailor things. So you need to have, I guess, the right fit of model for the right industry, whether it's for collectives or whether it's sector or something like that. Yeah, and I think there's not enough examples. When you look at the 100 unicorns in India, there's maybe 6 women. So, and one thing is, in the gender space, what I notice is that just because you're a woman, you cannot mentor everybody. Because I remember once, I'll finish, I went for an incubator, and it was Women's Day, and suddenly I was plugged into giving mentoring to a food place. I don't even know how to cook, so I don't know. So I felt bad. I think it's not because you're a woman that you can mentor. That's the one big message that I would say that I noticed. Let's have appropriate mentors. I think the right fit models. That would be my key messages. And I'll stop it there, to be very brief.
No, thank you. I agree with the comment on that, because I do see the whole issue of apprenticeship and internship opportunities for the entrepreneur, I think does not exist so much in the country and all that. So if you can create an ecosystem for that, I think that will be really, really helpful. Samik, I think the one interesting question was the cost of the capital and the
I thought it was discussed over the
yeah,
last
and on
2
the
days in the
interest.
microfinance or the Inclusive India Finance, the other conference. But but I think it's a good question. I will dodge the question on 24% interest because it's something which is debatable today, but it had value when it started, I would say. And by making that statement, I know people will raise a lot of eyebrows, but I think we can discuss this separately. But when it comes to individual enterprise financing, what particularly we are trying to do in Tamil Nadu case is it is actually it's blend financing basically we are doing. It's basically takes the interest rate down to around 7 to 8% because the SCG individual member borrows at 11 to 12%, whatever is the market rate, and we provide a back end subsidy which reduces the capital borrowed to 70% and they pay interest on 70%. So which is actually lowering and giving them more risk-taking capacity as far as finance is concerned. So that's the answer to your individual financing, enterprise financing that we are doing. Okay, so that's one thing. As for your question, on the mentoring side, one more thing we are trying to do is what we are doing in Tamil Nadu, which is worth going and seeing if you have time, is the community skill schools. Actually, basically these are ustads. Ustads are people who are in the villages, who are in the field, who have mastered the skill for a long time and they're entrepreneurs in themselves. They run a school of 15 to 20 people for interested youth, women to come and get trained in the school itself, in locally. And once that 1 month, 2 month training program is completed, they can start their own business as a welding shop or it may be grafting, a florist, or a ornamental fish shop, or wholesale. So whatever they want to do, so we are doing that. It's coming out very well, and it's provided with finance and business development service. Second thing also I want to add that when new kind of individual enterprise financing, we are not just doing it in isolation. We are definitely making sure there is a package of business development services that comes with it. And the business planning, the orientation with the bankers, the entire value chain of financing a business is taken care of. If you bring that in, the risk goes down is what we feel, what we think, and that is what is the approach we are trying to follow, so that the risk of taking a loan is much lesser is our assumption at that stage, till the time the business is successful and brings back returns. On the questions, can I take your question on I think there are various models across the world that has been working on, if not at scale, but there are successful models. You can look at, like, I have a list of things that I cannot go through everything. There are nine kind of international examples I'm holding in my hand because I knew this question will come. So, and one is one of the famous one is Vinci in Caribbeans, which you can see, which is World Bank supported project. There is peer-to-peer learning, which we are working out in Uganda. There is also the Building Trust Network, which is Mekong Women's Entrepreneurship Challenge project, which is in Cambodia, Laos, and Vietnam. So there are various things which is done and which is backed with evidence of how these programs are working. You can look at them and see to that. But in India, definitely we are in an experimental stage. We are bringing in knowledge. We are working around scaling up because we have not yet scaled up in any state, and we are learning through the process. And as somebody said, it's not a time-bound project. It has to be looked at from a long-term horizon to look at success in these areas.
I would.
Please go ahead then.
Okay. I would just like to say one thing about mentoring and all. I do think it is the way we talk about vocational skills and all that. So in Mandeshi, what we do is that we have a special 1-year mentoring Deshi MBA program, where after that you become a Deshi MBA, you scale your business, or you start the business or scale the business. And I think it requires a little bit of structured program. It's not like if I'm mentoring, that becomes a bit loose. So no, it has to be structured. It has to be something like how you have an MBA program, but especially here you're set up. So that was one which I wanted to, and I want to address the interest rate issue. You know, Varun, you are coming from the market background. I always think that the market is best to bring down if you really want to bring down the interest rates, at Mandeshi Bank, we never gave individual lending to micro entrepreneurs at 28%. And why? Because it was both. It was not that just earning the interest, but they will not be successful. So if Mudra becomes easily available to women entrepreneurs, it will compete with these investor-driven funds which are giving 28%, and Mudra should do that, no? The public sector should compete with investor-driven funds. If they do that, the rates will come down, and that is going to help so much. So I like such questions also should be raised, because we do discuss, and I do feel that it, even in patient capital also, if we are creating social impact funds and all that, why can't we have some such funds? Because Nudge can do that. You all can do that. So have such patient capital where is given for this, either revolving grant or seed capital with no interest. If multiple things come up, interest rates will go down.
Last thought.
Yeah, so there's many forms of mentoring. So people view mentoring as I'll mentor your guru, and like I mentioned, I think structured program is key. So there needs to be several touch points. So you could have an overall program, but what really works for nano micro enterprise is bite-sized, just-in-time mentoring information. Else they'll have cognitive overload. So these programs work the best and with various forms. So it could be individuals, but we tested with IVRS and online and digitals that work well. But I think bite-sized mentoring, appropriate and timely, adapted to the life stage is the one that's most appropriate.
Thank you so much. I think I don't see any more hands, and I think time is also up. So we would like to wind it up. And thank you so much for staying back. We had a fantastic conversation. We all enjoyed it.
Thank you, all the panel members, for being part of this very interesting and insightful discussion. Thank you so much, Anjani, for moderating this discussion brilliantly and for asking the right questions. In terms of the takeaways, I would say that the session has reinforced the need. There is no quick fix when it comes to scaling up women's enterprises. It has reinforced the need for systematic strengthening at the ecosystem level when it comes to scaling up women's enterprises, whether financial or non-financial services, so that the system responds better to the needs of women and have supportive mechanisms in place with integrated market approaches, investment in appropriate mentoring, and move beyond subsidies, and also to work in partnerships to co-create in a meaningful manner. Thank you so much. I would request our panelist members to be felicitated. I would also request for a group photograph. So would request you to get up and
thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I have two quick announcements to make. One is that we have Development Catalyst Award Felicitation Ceremony happening in Inspire Hall at 6:15 p.m. So we would request you to join in. And the second announcement is that as the day ends here, we would look forward to seeing you tomorrow at 9:30 for our plenary 2, which is on reimagining SHGs, transformation to strategic business enterprises. Thank you so much, everyone. May we have a quick round of applause for our panelists?